bow number 45, the nearest
Is Weld left stationary right now?
46. And then we have bow number 46. That will be Johannes Magnus from Channel Islands Run Club in Oxnard, California.
There's one more coming.
And yes, that'll be our final rower there, Johannes Magnus.
47.
Oh, excuse me. Our final boat will be bow number 47, Hollywood Run Club.
Brandon. Oh, it's fine. He was checking the wrong feed. Oh. We're good? Okay, we're good.
Did you want to say a test?
No, you're good.
Okay.
We're good. All right, we're good. Thanks.
All right, so we are now done with that event. Next up, we're going to have event number 11, the Women's Club Singles. Bow number 1 is going to be Megan Northey. She placed third in last year's race. Behind her is the British sculler Mirella McGee, who did not race last year. Bow number 3 is going to be Madison Koch, who finished 6th in 2022. No age limit for this race, so we have some younger competitors, some slightly older competitors. Should be a very good race there.
You just killed Weld, right?
Yeah, they can kind of go in whenever, if you want to just hop on and...
No problem. I'll do commercials. You got a great flow.
Yeah, we have a raised finish line in our boat club.
I just don't want to mess up the system there.
Glass window. So we're like the first.
I don't know what made me grab binoculars one time I did. Those ones across are hard to see from here.
Yeah, 20 past. So did you guys have a check bow number 20? You got a sign capture. About 20.
All right, we would like to thank our have to.
I'm in a master's now, so it's great. But they're still, where they come from. I couldn't like sell it if I stole it.
Do you just keep it on auto aperture, or do you keep it on, like, what do you keep on the countdown?
Oh no,
Every time I do, I say, I'm never doing this again. Then somehow you forget a year later.
Like conditions, lighting is totally diffused.
You got it.
I want to get some inks. I'm at 15 exposures. Yeah, so I gotta save them. One roll of film. Thank you.
All right, and we can see our first rower in the women's club singles coming through. Actually, I see two boats there just coming through the bridge as they make that turn and get into the straightaway down Weld. Once they come into view, we'll give you an update on who we can see in front there. Looks like two scullers fighting each other really hard, though. Closer to Weld here, we see number 2. That is Morella McGee from Norwich in Great Britain. And then behind her is bow number 1. That is Megan Northey from Lake Washington in Seattle, Washington. So they're fighting each other really hard there. Both ladies looking very good as they come by Weld here. And so after those two, we have bow number 4 here. This is Charlotte Coop from Station L in Portland, Oregon. Behind her is bow number 5. That is Emily Caffey from Lincoln Park Boat Club in Chicago, Illinois. And then we see bow number 3 from Minnesota. This is Madison Koch. Madison's in her 3rd season of sculling and 11th season of rowing overall. So looking pretty good for only 3 seasons of sculling here and in a very competitive women's singles event. Next we see bow number 6. That's going to be Claire Bottrill from San Diego Rowing Club, Canadian sculler who relocated to San Diego to live the dream. Got a little break here, and then we see about 5 or 6 boats all coming through the bridge. Next up, we're going to see bow number 8. That is a hometown rower from Riverside here. That is Dana Bogdanovich. She is an Ithaca College alum and a coach at CRI, so she knows this river very, very well. Next up, we're going to see bow number 7. That's Colorado State crew, Kalani Doring, and behind her is going to be bow number 9 from Vesper in Philadelphia. That's Natalia Kastenberg. Natalia is a former Tufts rower, so she also knows this river very, very well. Behind her, we have bow number 12. That's Hannah DeBray from Long Beach, California. And then bow number 10, Alyssa Triblecock from Cleveland, Ohio. Then we see bow number 13. That is a Riverside rower, Elizabeth Christmas. She's been rowing since 2009 when she started at the University of New Hampshire. Then we see bow number 11. That's going to be Grace Libben from DC High Performance in Arlington, Virginia, a former graduate of The Ohio State University. And so then we see bow number 14 from Mortlake in Great Britain. This is Christina Matoti. It's her 3rd entry in the Charles, but her 1st in a single. Behind her, we see bow number 16. That is Claire Anderson. She rowed at Trinity College in Connecticut. And then we see bow number 14. That's bow number 15. That's going to be Isabel Rogers from Riverside Boat Club here in Cambridge. Next up, we're going to see bow number 20. This is Frances Dingvin from CRI. She grew up in Utah and walked on to the Wellesley College crew in college. Okay, we've got a bunch of scullers coming right up to the Weld dock here. We see bow number 21 from Greenwich crew. That is going to be Kelsey Barlack, former Harvard Radcliffe rower. So coming by her former boathouse right now. In yellow, we're going to see bow number 26. That is going to be Eliza Calfels. She rowed for Harvard Radcliffe, graduated in 2022. And 20 right behind her, neck and neck, bow 23. That's Hannah LeBlanc from Riverside. And bow 24, Morgan Robinson of 612 Endurance in Chanhassen, Minnesota. Then in the green, we see bow number 25. That is Christy Bushman from White Marsh Boat Club in Conshohocken. Behind her in white, we see bow number 18. That is going to be Reese Anderson of Virginia. Looks like we probably have 3 more scullers in the event just coming through Weld right now. In the red, we see bow number 19. That is going to be Emily Grevin, a hometown rower of CRI. And in the black, we see bow number 27. That's going to be Annika Gromek from Occoquan in Fairfax Station, Virginia. Occoquan, excuse the pronunciation. This is Annika's 6th appearance at the head of the Charles, so she is a very, very seasoned sculler at only 21 years old. And bow number 28 in the white, that is going to be Rebecca Gronsdahl from New York AC. Rebecca is the head coach for the Fordham women's crew. I'm sure they're all proud to see their coach looking so good out here on the water at the Charles. All right, and as Rebecca goes by, that is going to be our last sculler here. Bow number 28. You can see from Weld we have a few 8s launching now. And we get a little bit of a break in the action before coming up to the women's masters and senior masters singles. We're all going to want to be very attentive to this race because in bow number 1 we have a hometown favorite. That is going to be Jevy Stone, 3-time Olympian and silver medalist in the single. She rode for Windsor, Princeton. She is a 10-time winner in the champ single. She's decided to give the younger, and she says faster, I don't know about that, rowers a chance in the champ single. So she's going to be racing the women's masters this year. She holds the course record, which she set last year. So Jevy, obviously a formidable competitor. And yup, here she comes, bow number 1. This is Jevy Stone. She's currently training at Salt Lake in Utah. So while she's far from home, she's back here on the water and really looking good as she comes through. Behind her, though, is bow number 2. Who's going to be trying to get her is Lauren Ayers. Rode for the MIT lightweight women, now a Riverside rower. Behind her in the yellow Empacher is going to be bow number 3, Shannon Kaplan from Penn AC. She's raced the head of the Charles more than 15 times, so a lot of experience at the front of the field here. Coming up in the red top, we have bow number 4. This is going to be Mika Kimmins. She is a Riverside rower. She likes bubble tea and is volunteering later in the regatta, so thank you for volunteering, Mika. Next up in the black, we have bow number 5, Ridley graduate. This is Caitlin Pauls. Behind her will be bow number 6, another Riverside rower. This is Alana Zief. 15th time in the head of the Charles and 8th time in the single. She says to her crew, "Go Stripes." Okay, so now we got 2 more yellow Empachers here. First up is going to be bow number 7 from Austria. This is Heather Moon Vogels. Heather won the lightweight event in 2004, 2007, and 2008, so she is a 3-time head of the Charles champion. Looking great here. She comes through Weld. Thank you for making the trek from Vienna, Heather. Behind her is going to be Catherine Infantino from Union Boat Club. And in bow number 9 in the black, we have Erin Lalemand. She is from Independence Rowing Club in Nashua, New Hampshire. Behind her in white is going to be bow number 10. That's Eleanor Aiello. She is rowing for Olympia area from Olympia, Washington. And then in bow number 11 from Cascadia, we have Ithaca, in Ithaca, New York, we have Emily Rocket, her 5th time racing in this event. All right, so we have our first 11 or so boats coming through in this Women's Masters event. Some really, really talented women, as I said. Of course, headlined by Jevy Stone, but a lot of other former Head of the Charles winners and many-time competitors racing her too. Next up in black, we're going to have bow number 12 from Riverside. This is Libby Boghosian. Her 17th time racing at the Head of the Charles and her 2nd time in the Masters singles. Then 2 yellow boats here. First we have bow 13. That's going to be Alice Taggart. And behind her For CBC, we have bow number 14. That's Elizabeth Avery. All right, so we see bows number 13 and 14 going through. Next up is going to be bow number 16. That's going to be Sarah Baker, another Riverside rower. We've got a lot of striped rowers out here today on the course. Behind her is going to be in the black is bow number 15 from Canada. That's Tanya Roger. Tanya's competed at Canadian Henley, PEI Beach Sprints, and was in the top 5 for the virtual head of the Charles in 2023.
I can scoot over a little more for you.
All right, so we have bow number 15 just getting around Weld there. That was Tanya Roger. Next up, it looks like we have bow number 18. That's going to be Lori Criado from West Side Rowing Club in Buffalo, New York. And in the gray, we're going to see bow number 24 from Sarasota. That's Laura Brown. And behind her is going to be bow number 23 in aquamarine. That is Rachel Inch, a teacher and mom from Ottawa. Then we see in the green bow number in the black, bow number 22, Anna McDonald. Maybe should have been in green because she's a Dartmouth alum. She's rowed for Port Jefferson Rowing Club. In the white, we see bow number 21 from Tideway Scullers in London. That is Zoe Gullen. And then in 29, bow number 29 is Aisha Chow from Redwood City. Behind her in the white, we have bow number 19. That's Christy Seymour from Bachelor's Rowing Club in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Behind her will be bow number 20. That is all the way from Holland, Minion Hosens. Behind her will be bow number 26 in the black. That is going to be Louisa Palmer. She's an unaffiliated rower. Looks like she has some experience rowing in Canada at the Royal... not in Canada. In England at the Royal Henley Regatta. In bow number 31 in the white, we have another Canadian. That is Aline Brett Evans from Hanlon in Toronto, Ontario. And behind her, bow number 28, that's going to be Megan Delaney from Narragansett. And we have bow number 25 in yellow behind her. That's going to be Joy Stark-Smith, another Union Boat Club rower. Behind her in the white will be bow number 27 from Sherbrooke, Quebec. That is Marie-Amélie Boucher. Behind her, we see bow number 32. That's going to be Sally Macon of Stonington Rowing in Stonington, Connecticut. Former BU rower back on her home water today.
35 and 33 both rowing.
Behind her, we see both neck and neck in the reds. We see bow number 35. That's Catherine McFetridge. And then bow number 33 from All right, so bows number 35 and 33 coming through right there. Looking good as they get right around Weld here. Picking out their lines through the bridge. In white, we're going to see bow number 41. That is Aisha Rafi. She was an Olympian for Singapore in Rio 2016. So, wow. Bows 39, bow 36. That is going to be Allison Chase of Everett Rowing Association. Allison is a New England native who now rows on the Snohomish River near Seattle, Washington. In that very bright neon yellow cap.
38 in a bluish.
Approaching Weld here, we have bow number 38. This is Jill Hardy from Riverfront Recapture in Hartford, Connecticut. She's an MIT alum, now rowing in Hartford. And behind her, we see bow number 40. That is going to be Chandra Grimm. She is from Union Boat Club, and she ran the Vermont 50-mile ultra marathon on September 30th. So she's got some stamina, some endurance chops here, certainly.
17 white.
Behind her, we see bow number 17 in the white boat. That is going to be Sue Ann Curtis of TriStar Rowing Club in Knoxville, Tennessee. She took home gold in the mixed B4 Plus at Masters Nationals. So an experienced rower, looking good as she comes around Weld here. And I think that will be our last sculler here in the Women's Masters event. So some excellent racing from everyone we saw coming through. And now we eagerly await the Women's Masters doubles event. That is event 13.
Run in my mouth. And where am I?
It seems to be better when I put it on sports. Yes. I did. It's gonna have to be for these conditions.
We'll make it.
And for
Let me
rowing.
know if you
Otherwise,
need these moves.
No worries, man. We'll let you.
Okay, sounds good.
We'll just go to the next one.
When's the next race? When should they be coming on? If you don't mind me asking.
No problem. Women's Master Double 845.
So probably 10 to 12 minutes. Okay,
Cool.
cool. How long does it take to get through the first mile and a half?
For them, it'll probably take about 10 minutes. Maybe a little.
Oh, this is their stuff. Wow, where am I reading?
Do you know when the first 8 races?
Hold on.
Not for a little while.
Men's double. Yeah, there's a lot of people in this boat. Men's senior age, 9-11. Got it. Senior master, 50 plus. Now we're talking.
Cool. Soon.
Room for the old guy.
Yeah, mine's.
This is a bunch of reads that. Oh, it's not easy.
Yeah, these are
Okay, yes. Now you just go for the one that has to be read yet?
yeah, or you know, we just kind of we have to run, check them off, you know, whatever.
I will not pronounce sign of genetics. We read one of them or two of them?
Just a few usually.
Thank you to the Department of Conservation and Recreation, the DCR, who manages the parklands that today's races take place in. The head of the trials has been in partnership with the DCR since 1965 and could not pull off the race without the incredible support we receive from their organization and hardworking staff. Thank you, DCR. Visit the DoorDash Food Village at the Weld exhibition and be treated to options including Flower Bakery and Cafe, El Jeffe's Taqueria, Blackbird Donuts, Blue Ribbon Barbecue, Tony C's, C. Cara Pizza Bar, and Lily P's. Come visit the DoorDash Village and enjoy these Boston favorites. Concept 2 is the official oar and erg supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Erg on the real-time loop on Concept 2's free erg data app to race on a course that never closed. Stop by the Concept booth to check it out.
That's pretty good.
It's still the rain to have it quite on the focused on her.
But that's a good shot.
I do take good pictures.
Yeah, they have how long have you been in still car?
Since I was a kid. Sorry with the camera, 35 millimeter film camera. I never went to the park with that, but no flash, nothing. I wanted to take pictures, not to get
So far, we're all huddled down to the grind. How you guys doing up there?
We're timing all of the stuff that I have a way to check if my light is good. Very audible ones.
What do you think?
They can hear you on the live feed and stuff. Also. And what's your service name is?
I think it has to be 400 for the light today, so it's very darker.
I think the ISO might go a little bit. I have 100. Okay. So,
I don't
this was
know.
at 100 beforehand.
Yeah.
And
I prefer the took right now.
no, it's much better.
Yeah.
Like, there's probably some minuscule difference that you can like it's right here. But it makes it so dark.
I mean, I have Lightroom, so it's like, as long as you put the full image and it's here now,
Other kids won't believe I'm here.
then you can edit it. If it's dark, you can bring it up.
The Head of the Charles is pleased to once again announce that Teddy Peanut Butter is a proud sponsor of this year's regatta. Teddy Peanut Butter is natural and perfect for rowers and their athletes. Have you had your Teddy today?
What's our next?
8:45 women's master doubles before the choice.
All right, so it's 8:48 a.m. here. That means we're 3 minutes into the women's masters doubles event. They have not yet come through Weld, but we eagerly await them. Starting first, we're going to have Alexis Sneff Belakovsky and Tina Vandersteel of Riverside, with the Lake Union crew, who placed just behind them last year, starting at bow number 2. Former Olympic scullers Hillary Gaiman and Kelly Salchow are also back, rowing for Ann Arbor at bow number 3. So we've got some excellent talent in the first few boats here, and doubtless some excellent talent throughout the field for this Women's Masters 40-plus doubles event.
I'm with you.
So in this Women's Masters doubles event, we have entries bow number 1 from Riverside, bow number 2 from Lake Union, bow number 3 from Ann Arbor Rowing Club. Behind them will be Quinsigamond Rowing Club, then Alexandria out of Alexandria, Virginia. We have Port Jefferson Rowing Club, Riverfront Recapture, bunch of other excellent entries here in this event. All right, so we still got a couple minutes here. As we look down the course at Weld, we can see a bunch of 8s going through the bridge as they file out, getting in their warm-up runs. Our meteorological report is that the weather is improving slightly here, a little bit less rain. Wind is still minimal to 0, so all of our scullers and rowers are going to appreciate that.
It's, you know, it's like, we always would joke, it's like constantly tuning all the time. And yeah, exactly. Constantly micromanaging it and doing all that. But I got this booty in like during COVID because it's like to put stuff online. Never, you know, fully like got to it. When I got to college, did a lot of sound design. Just
And while we wait for our next rowers to come by, we'd like to thank our partner, Vineyard Vines. Get the good life. We're proud to announce that Vineyard Vines is the official style of the 2023 Head of the Charles Regatta. So stop by their locations at the Attager Rowing and Fitness Expo and the Weld Exhibition area. Check out their limited edition gear. Also stop any Head of the Charles volunteer you see around here. We are all outfitted in these excellent Vineyard Vines jackets. So thank you to Vineyard Vines for keeping us dry, warm, and stylish as we help put on this Charles Regatta for you all today.
Is it through Adobe?
We'd also like to thank WBUR. WBUR is the official radio partner of the Head of the Charles Regatta, so be sure to stop by the booth at the Weld exhibition venue. Thank you to WBUR, and be sure to tune in to 90.9 Boston's NPR news station. So to anyone at Weld here or looking on the live stream, we can see a bunch of 8s just kind of making their way down as they warm up. We see some crews rowing by 4s or by 6s, just trying to keep blood warm, trying to get some warm up into those legs for their long race down our course today.
Would you ever at some point want to take it professional? Like, build out your portfolio?
So we see our first ladies in the Women's Masters doubles event coming down here. We got that first boat. They are really moving as they come down this straight stretch, getting by Weld. And that is bow number 1 from Riverside. That's Alexis Snaff-Belikovsky and Tina Vandersteel. So 2 women who know this race course very, very well, and they are making the best of their day out here today, moving really nicely through. Behind them is going to be bow number 2. This is Lake Union from Seattle, Washington. That's going to be Elizabeth Jallinger and Kathleen Pratt. This double is returning for their second time rowing together at the Charles. They want to improve from last year's already good result, and I'm sure they're going to have a good day as they look good coming down on Weld here. All right, so going right by Weld, we see bow number 1, that's Riverside. And then in the yellow MPOCR, here comes Lake Union, bow number 2, with their nice matching neon yellow hats. All right, and next up in that white boat, just kind of finished with the turn, is bow number 5. That is going to be Joanna Rubini and Lauren Rubini from Alexandria, Virginia. So they are from the Rubini Jewelers. They love rowing, jewelry, family, and they have been rowing together intermittently since the 90s. And yep, there come the Rubini sisters. Bow number 5 in the white boat, just passing by Weld right now. It takes a good relationship to row a double with your sister, I would assume. Next up in the green, we see bow number 7. That is going to be Riverfront Recapture. Laura Kristoff and Sandra Fair. Behind them in the white is going to be bow number 4 from Worcester. That's going to be Quinsigamon Rowing Club, Amy Mayer and Jennifer Devlin. It's their second race together on the Charles. Amy's a 3-time cancer survivor and celebrating being 9 years cancer-free. Excellent work, Amy. We've got a lot of boats coming through here. Next up, we're going to see bow number 11. That's Vesper, Melissa Hilton and Allison Muller. Behind them, bow number 8. That's Row, Georgia. And then in the black, we see bow number 14 from London, Jessica Eddy and Melanie Wilson. In bow number 6, we see Port Jefferson Rowing Club, Laura Starr and Agnieszka Ulinsky. Then bow number 12. Bow number 12, that's going to be Camilla Oxley and Jennifer Scaling. Then in the red boat there, CRI Oars, that's going to be bow number 9 from Canada in Regina Rowing Club. That's Sarah Cook and Angie Duville. This is their first time rowing at the Charles. So all the way from Saskatchewan, so welcome to the Canadians. Next up in the blue, we see bow number 13. This is White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. That's Amy McBlain and Caroline Post. Head-to-head with bow number 17. That's Station L out of Portland, Oregon. Catherine Levy and Leslie Spencer. Behind them is bow number 16. That's going to be Potomac Boat Club from Washington, D.C. We see Eric Steve Caldwell and Samantha Houston. Sam and Erica have over 50 years of combined rowing experience between them. The Potomac Boat Club, bow number 16 in the white and red boat there. All right, and in the black boat, we see bow number 21. That is going to be Capital Rowing Club from our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. We have Emily Crowley and Jody Heidmis. Close race here between bow number 22 in the red out of Boulder, Colorado, and bow number 19 in the white, Minneapolis Rowing Club. All right, bow number 22 and 19, both looking good as they fight each other for pole position here going into the bridge. And then behind them in the red, we see bow number 15. That's going to be Bergen County with Marie Martin and Carrie Viray. Carrie first rowed as a student at Rutgers. And after graduating from Rutgers, she became a teacher at Teaneck High School, where she coaches the rowing team.
this vote? I'll get the vote after.
No, you're good. I was checking your rear.
Okay, and now we see with the white hole, this is going to be bow number 18 as they're making their way towards Weld. This is Dallas Rowing Club out of Dallas, Texas. We have Emily Franco and Lauren Centeno. Lauren and Emily rowed together at Texas A&M. They're both junior coaches for Dallas Rowing Club, and they've rowed many regattas in the central region of the country. They most recently raced at the Masters Nationals. So this will be their first time rowing on the Charles, and they are very excited. They're honored to be here, and we are honored to have them. Thank you for being here, Emily and Lauren.
Let's go with number 10 and a black boat.
Next up in a black boat, all the way from Quebec, bow number 10, we see Club Nautique de Sherbrooke. This is Fanny Perras and Maud Perras, two sisters who share a passion for rowing. Right behind them in black, we see bow number 23. That is going to be our final entrant in this event. That is Port Jefferson Rowing Club. That's Karen Seidler and Dorothy Daniels. All right, so right now in those green and yellow blades, making their way past Weld, we see bow number 10. That was our Canadian boat from Sherbrooke, Quebec. And then right behind them, we see our last entrant. That's bow number 23, Port Jefferson Rowing Club. So that concludes our Women's Masters Doubles 40-plus event. Thank you to all our excellent competitors. Next up, and having just gone off the starting line about 3 minutes ago, were the Men's Masters Doubles 40-plus. So we're going to have a few minutes wait until they come down the course here. In the Men's Masters Doubles event, bow number 1 is going to be Jake Watkins and Nate Kelly. They're our defending champions, and they broke the course record last year, so they had an awesome row. But Pete Morelli and Sean Wolf at bow number 2 will do their best to close the gap on this crew after finishing second to them last year. So bow numbers 1 and 2, bow 1 from Maritime Rowing Club and bow 2 hometown Riverside Rowers. We've got a rematch of last year's excellent racing there. Behind them, we're going to have some entrants from Fairmount Rowing Club, from Penn AC, from Union Boat Club, Westside Rowing Club. Then behind them, we have what looks like to be our first international entrant in this event. These are going to be the Tribesmen from Galway in Ireland. They won the Seville Masters Regatta in 2022, so some international champions there. So we eagerly await our Men's Masters Doubles competitors. We want to take some time to thank our sponsor, Cenegenics. Cenegenics is proud to be a premier sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. As the leader in performance health age management, Cenegenics applauds the athleticism, the skill, and the determination of all the competitors here. At work, at play, at life, achieve your best self with Cenegenics. For more information, please visit cenegenics.com.
Somebody requested coffee.
All right, so as we get later on into the racing here, It's a little bit rainy, but it is still an excellent day at the head of the Charles as we look down the course from beautiful Weld Boathouse here.
So this is the Weld Boathouse. You're in the right place. I just don't know who.
We see a bunch of eights and singles queuing up, trying to get through the bridge right there.
There's other volunteers stationed downstairs too, like race control. Okay, yeah, I'll ask around. A couple other people around. Okay, anyone wasn't. Do you have the walk? No worries. Thanks for the help. Yeah.
All right, so we are here at the Weld Boathouse and just kind of surveying the course right now. Looking back towards the Weeks footbridge, seeing a bunch of eights beginning to make their way through. Looks like we might be seeing some alumni eights possibly. Hard to tell at this distance, but we should be having those events coming through not too long from now. But it also looks like we have our first men's double just making it through the footbridge right now.
I was just asking. I know we're just staying on Weld right with you, and just keep calling me. Now it's here when he goes on.
All right, so sure enough, in those neon tops, we see bow number 1. That's going to be Jake Watkins and Nathaniel Kelly, our defending champions in this event from Maritime Rowing Club in East Norwalk, Connecticut. But behind them, bearing down quickly, we have Riverside, Peter Morelli and Sean Wolf. Sean and Pete are from Riverside Boat Club, of course, so they are some hometown heroes. Behind them, we're going to see bow number 3, that is Fairmont. So we are going 1, 2, 3 for our first boats here. All of these 3 competitors definitely aware of where they are in the course, definitely aware of where they are relative to their closest competitors, looking to get the gold medal here in this men's 40-plus doubles event. So bow number 3 is just passing Riverside. Behind them is going to be, Weld. Bow number 4 is going to be behind them in the white boat. That's going to be a Penn AC Riverside Composite Club of Michael Ferry and Greg Kaplan. Behind them in the black boat, we see bow number 5. That is going to be another hometown crew, Union Boat Club. We have James Beasley and Edward Demetriou. So James rowed at Cornell and Edwards rowed lightweight at Dartmouth. They both live and work in the Portland, Maine area. And this white boat coming up towards Weld right now, these are our international competitors from Ireland. These are the tribesmen, Gerard Griffin and Peter Brady. As we mentioned earlier, they won at the Seville Masters Regatta in 2022. Some experienced international competitors coming all the way over to Cambridge today to race the head of the Charles. Thank you for being here, Gerard and Peter. All right, we've got 3 boats all pretty close to each other, making their way on the far side there. We see bow number 11, Riverside Boat Club in the white. Then we see bow number 6, that's going to be Westside Rowing Club in Buffalo, New York. And then behind them, hot on their tail in the white boat, is bow number 8 from Ottawa. That is Chris Lill and Jeff Hamill. So these three crews, especially those bows 11 and 6, they are fighting hard, fighting for pole position through the bridge here. Excellent racing, good steering, all crews. Nice, nice job. Coming in the black boat, we're going to see bow number 10. That's going to be Detroit Boat Club crew. That's Michael Desi and Charles Fell. From the Motor City to water, rowing out of historic Detroit Boat Club, one of the oldest rowing clubs in the country. They're a chemistry professor and a lawyer, living their dream on the Charles. And we see in the black boat with the blue tops, that's going to be bow number 13. That is another international club, a composite club of Société Nautique from Switzerland and Tideway Scullers in Great Britain. Behind them, bow number 16 in the white. That is going to be a composite of Mobjack and Algonquin, Matthew Thomas, and William Meeker. Behind them, 18 in the white boat. That is going to be Ann Arbor Rowing Club. That's Gardner Yost and Andrew Sauvage. And then closer to Weld, we see bow number 9. That's going to be Aviron Lachine from Canada. That's Stephen Crockett and Philip Soares. They're located in Montreal. And we see a cluster of boats all coming up right here. First on the far side in the white boat, that's bow number 19. That's Row LA from Marina del Rey, California. And neck and neck there, we see bow number 15, Gainesville. We see bow number 12, East Bay Rowing in Barrington, Rhode Island. And then bow number 17, an international competitor from Kampala Rowing Club in Uganda. Behind them, we see bow number 14, Unity Boat Club in Washington, D.C. So bow number 17 there, Kampala Rowing Club. I believe that is the first crew we have seen from Africa today. They are Mwanga William and Timothy Whitney from Kampala Rowing Club in Uganda. They met while training at Craftsbury in Vermont. Whitney is a former member of the U.S. national team, and Mwanga is a coach and athlete from Uganda. Okay, then we see bow number 20 in the black boat. That is going to be OKC River Sport from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. That's William Msimini and Adwait Kulkarni. It's Will's 8th head of the Charles and 6th different event. Then we have Addy, who just started rowing in July 2022, and it's his first head of the Charles. So some different experience there, but both of them looking good as they come by Weld today. And that bow number 20, that was our final entrant in this event. So the men's Masters doubles is now over from our perspective. They still got a little bit of a ways to go. So they keep on rowing up the Charles towards Elliott Bridge there. We preview a really fun event coming up here, the men's senior Master 8s 50 plus. These are going to be some slightly older guys, but still some excellent, excellent rowers. Got some exciting competitors. Bow number 1 is going to be ex-Nemo from Wellesley, Massachusetts. There are some former national and Olympic teamers in that boat. Behind them, we're going to have a Marin crew from California, coming all the way from the Bay Area. Bow number 3 is going to be Chinook from Melfa, Virginia. They're Canadian-U.S. athletes. They placed 4th last year, so they're going to be looking to improve on that impressive finish. Behind them, we're going to have Irish Masters BC from Cork, Ireland. They say they are a YouTube sensation, so just search Irish Masters Boston on YouTube. They compete at head and regattas in Ireland in all boat classes from singles to eights and are regular competitors at London Eights Head Regatta. All right, so we've had some really great rowing from some doubles and singles so far, but I'm sure everyone will be very excited to see these eights crews coming by, a little bit more speed in them. So we're going to feature some former national and Olympic oarsmen in this event. We have Ex Nemo in bow 1, we have Fat Cat in bow number 7, and 2 diesel crews at bow 8.
Good save on the Masters, by the way. We're about taking off everyone over 30.
Not all, just experienced. All right, we'd like to thank our sponsor, DoorDash. Visit the DoorDash Food Village at the Weld exhibition and be treated to options including Flower Bakery and Cafe, El Jefe's Taqueria, Blackbird Donuts, Blue Ribbon Barbecue, Tony C's Sicara Pizza Bar, and Lily P's. So come visit the DoorDash Food Village and enjoy these Boston favorites today. Thank you to DoorDash for keeping us well fed in the regatta today. Also like to thank our sponsor, the U.S. Marines. The head of the Charles would like to salute the United States Marine Corps. So to get more information about the Marines and to see how they build our nation's leaders and try your hand at the Pull-Up Challenge, please stop by their booth at the Weld exhibition. All right, here we go. We've got some eights coming down the course. These are the men's senior eights masters, 50 plus. Some excellent crews here, some excellent oarsmen in this event. Very excited to see them coming down the race course today. So in the Empire here, coming down, bow number 1. This is Ex Nemo from Wellesley, Massachusetts. These are some old guys, including, they said that. They are including some national and Olympic teammates, Chris Swan, William Broder, Nick Peterson, Gregory Anselberry, and Adam Holland, and then Pete Sherris as well. So some really excellent rowers in that very nice Empire with the Harvard blades, really moving it well, powering down the course. Behind them, though, we do have bow number 2 from Marin in the Bay Area. That is going to be a crew of Masters rowers from Marin, all the way from the Bay Area. They love competing here at the head of the Charles. They're happy to be here, and they are looking very good as they come down the course. All right, next up is going to be bow number 3 in the blue tops. That is going to be Chinook from Melfa, Virginia. They're made up of Canadian and U.S. athletes. They placed 4th last year, so they're excited to be back here and really coming down well. Next up, here are our Irish rowers. Bow number 4, the Irish Masters Boat Club out of Cork, Ireland. They compete all over Europe and have come all the way to the States today to row in front of us. Looking good as they come through in those nice green unis. Next up is in a white boat. That's going to be bow number 6, RCA Alumni Canada. Year 2 for the official Canadian national team alumni in this event. Behind them, we have the white boat, bow number 5. That's Texas Rowing Center from Austin, Texas. So we've got our Canadians and our Texans battling it out. Nice Texan flag blades there, passing right through Weld. Next up in the black and orange, those are going to be the Fat Cats. Those are Princeton alumni, bow number 7. They're a mix of lightweights and heavyweights from the 80s and beyond. Behind them in the yellow Empire, we have bow number 8. That's going to be Diesel from Orchard Park, New York. They're 1993 World Championships men's 8, so some excellent men there from the 93 World Championships. Behind them in the red, white, and blue, bow number 9, that's going to be Sammamish Rowing Association from Redmond, Washington. And then in the yellow boat, that's going to be bow number 10. This is another Diesel Rowing Club from Orchard Park. And they would like to say welcome home to Phil Henry, rowing with them today. Next up in the white boat, that's going to be bow number 11. That is Riverfront Recapture out of Hartford, Connecticut. They are looking good as they get towards Weld here. Coxon setting up his line, trying to get through the bridge and set them up well for their next turn. Looking down farther at the footbridge there, we see a cluster of 4 boats all coming through, all figuring out their lines, trying to come right down the river. Closer to Weld here in the yellow boat, we see bow number 13. That's Bulldog out of Lincoln Park, New Jersey. On the far side in the white boat, that's going to be bow number 22. Bow 22, that is all the way from China, Deep Dive from Shenzhen. And behind them in the yellow Empire, another ex-Nemo club, that's bow number 15, Harvard alumni. And in the black boat, that's bow 14. These are the Olden Bears out of Montclair, New Jersey. They are Cal rowers and good friends outside of the lair. Okay, next up in the yellow, all with those number 87 shirts, we see bow number 17. That is the 87 Gold. These are the 87 Gold Rowing Club. I believe members of the 1987 U.S. national team. All looking good as they power down the course here. Haven't lost a step. Okay, and in the white, we have bow number 18. Those are the RCA alumni from Victoria, BC. And in the red, we see bow number 16. It's red because they are the BU men from Boston here. All right, so bows number 18 and 16 coming through there. We got a few more, and as we look down the course, we see 2 crews are going to be fighting for pole position through the Weeks Bridge. Okay, so bow number 21 coming up first here with those red and white blades. Bow number 21, that's Upper Thames from Remenham, Berkshire, right on the Thames rowing course in Henley there. Behind them, number 20 in the blue and white unis. This is the RP3 crew from the Netherlands. Team RP3, Netherlands, Germany, Spain, and USA, all affiliated with RP3 rowing machines. Behind them is bow number 23 in the red. This is BMA, some Cornell alumni. And behind them in the green unis, bow number 19, that is going to be East Bay Rowing Incorporated from Barrington, Rhode Island. Across the river in the yellow, that's going to be bow number 24. Their name is North Dakota. They say they are North Dakota's only rowing team. It's a little unclear whether they're actually from North Dakota or New York. We'll let them sort that out. All right, so that bow number 24 in the MPOCR North Dakota crew coming around the bend here, setting up their course into the bridge. Next, we have bow number 25 in the yellow MPOCR. That's going to be Navy Masters crew out of Annapolis, Maryland. They're graduates of the United States Naval Academy who are serving or have served as officers in the Navy and Marine Corps. So behind that Navy alumni boat, we have 3 more boats, all kind of hot on each other's heels with a 4th behind them. First one in the red, that's going to be bow number 26. That's Concord crew out of Concord, New Hampshire. In the blue shirts, that's bow number 28. That's Avalon from Chincoteague, Virginia. In the white, we see bow number 22. That's going to be Deep Dive from Shenzhen in China. And they're neck and neck with bow number 27. That's Queen City Barge Club from Poughkeepsie, New York. They represent the Marist College alumni. And so a shout out to our bow number 22 crew from China. After the pandemic, they have started rowing together, and they hope to come race at Head of the Charles again. So looking good all the way from China. It's a long way to come, but thank you for being here, guys. And in the white boat, that's bow number 30, All-American Rowing Club from DeLand, Florida. Not on DeLand today, they're on the water. Behind them is 31. Those are the Hobart alumni from Darien, Connecticut. All right, so there we go. Bows number 30 and 31 from DeLand and the Hobart alumni. Next up in the white boat, black tops, that's bow number 29, and that is going to be Prince William Rowing Club from Lake Ridge, Virginia. They're Masters Rowers from Woodbridge, Virginia. All looking good here as they come through the Weld timing station. All right, and so we're not going to have much time to think about that event because up next we have the Men's Grandmasters 60+, and we've got some fast boats coming through here. Bow number 1 is going to be Upper Yarra from Melbourne, Australia. Behind them, bow number 2, Marin. So closer to Weld here in the blue and white unis white boat. That's going to be bow number 1 from Upper Yarra in Australia. And then bow number 2, that's going to be Marin. So we've got some excellent competitors all the way from Australia here. They won in 2018, 2019, and 2022. A slightly different lineup this year, but still they've got some Olympic and world competitors in that boat. So bows number 1 and 2 here, Upper Yarra and Marin, they're really fighting it out. And it looks like bow number 2's probably gotten a little bit up on them, but some really excellent racing as they come through Weld. Both crews looking good, rowing hard. So coming up in the black boat, this is bow number 3, 1980 Olympians and friends from Waterton, Massachusetts. So some excellent, very experienced rowers there. We've got John Chatsky, Kurt Somerville, Chris Ivies, Phil Steckel, and some others as well. Behind them, bow number 4, these are the USD alumni from Coronado, California. San Diego Crew Classic champs, hoping to finally medal at the Charles. Good luck to them as they come through the course. All right, so as that bow number 4 USD alumni go through, now next up we can see 2 boats coming through. On the inside we have bow 6, on the outside we have bow 5. Bow 6 is going to be Palm Beach from Palm Beach, Florida. Bow 5 is going to be a New Haven crew. New Haven Rowing Club men, they finished 6th out of 92 clubs in the Efficiency Trophy at this year's Masters Nationals Regatta in Indianapolis. And then behind them on the inside, black boat, that's going to be bow number 7. That is California Rowing Club Masters. And on the outside is bow number 8. Those are the Cornell alumni. So this Cornell alumni boat, they were the fastest collegiate crew in 84 and 85. They're trying to relive their college days. I'd say they're doing a pretty good job of it coming down the course here. Behind them, unmistakable bow number 9. Those are the Fat Cats from Princeton. There's some lightweight rowers from 1980s and 90s. Behind them is bow number 10. That's going to be Corvallis from Corvallis, Oregon. They've been entering club boats at the Charles since 1998. They won the men's 60+8s once and the men's 70+4 twice. They row out of the Oregon State University Boathouse on the Willamette River. And then in the red boat with the yellow tops, that's going to be bow number 10. That is Corvallis right there. So they are looking really good coming through. Got the CRI boat and blades looking very nice. Next up, bow number 11 in the blue shirts. This is Estat Unis. They are the 1980 U.S. Olympic Team reunion boat with 1980 members Tom Hull, Dan Sainer, and Steve Kiesling, plus 84 Olympian Charlie Clapp and distinguished friends. Celebrating 44 years of racing together at the head of the Charles since the 1980 Games. Behind them is bow number 12. That is going to be a Cambridge crew. Behind them with red tops, white blades, bow number 14. These are the Ancient Mariners from Seattle, Washington. The Ancient Mariners have competed in the U.S. and internationally since the club was founded 35 years ago in Seattle. And across the way with the striped black oars, that's going to be bow number 15. That is Saratoga from Saratoga Springs, New York, home of the Head of the Fish Regatta. And in the yellow boat, that's going to be bow number 13, Bulldog Crew, Yale alumni from the 20th century, classes of 79 to 84. Behind them, bow number 16, that is going to be Warren from Sharon, Mass. Warren Rowing Club, created in 82 by former Harvard varsity lightweight rowers, been racing at the Charles ever since. All right, so some very good racing here between bow number 15, Saratoga, bow number 13, Bulldog, and bow number 16, Warren. All of them looking good, looking strong. They are getting into the hard part of the regatta here, definitely feeling the burn of this course, but they are still looking good as they power through the bridge. Next up, bow number 18 in the yellow boat. That is going to be the crew from Team Adager. So Team Adager here, they are a seasoned group of Charles rowers. Very excited to be rowing out here today. And we have a tight race here. We have 19 on the outside, that is Purple Rain, and then on the inside we have bow number 17, that is King's Crown in the yellow from Hoboken, New Jersey. All right, so some really good crews racing through here. So we see bow numbers 19 in the white boat and bow number 17 in the yellow Mpacher there. Bow number 19, Purple Rain, all smiles here today. It's a little bit rainy, but they're still happy to be here. On the far side, we have bow number 24. That's going to be Upper Valley Rowing from Hanover, New Hampshire. And on the yellow, that's going to be bow number 20. Those are the Northeastern alumni. So Northeastern alumni, here are some guys who know this course very, very well, I'm sure. And then another yellow Mpacher there. That's going to be bow number 21. Those are the Wesleyan alumni. So Wesleyan, old and slow, they say. I don't think so. They look like they're moving very well today. White boat number 25, that's going to be a German crew, Ruder Club am Baldenese. Several participants who have rowed some various U23 World Championship crews. Behind them, we see the stripes. These are going to be the Hometown Riverside Boat Club, powering through bow number 27, looking good here. All right, and then we can see bow number 23 is approaching Weld Boat Club here in the white boat. That's going to be Nonsuch, Idaho. So this Nonsuch, or in Paddle Club 8, they are comprised of members of the undefeated Harvard University varsity lightweight crews of 68 through 72. So some excellent lightweight oarsmen here, looking good as they come through. They're going to be excited, I'm sure, coming by Weld, thinking about how their former boathouse is just on the other side of that bridge, just trying to get to Newell and then send it around the bridge. Next up in the blue shirts, we have bow number 28. This is a CBC crew from Cambridge, and they are led by their fearless leader, Steve Guns and Butter Timpany. Looking great today, Steve. Behind them will be bow number 26. This is Avalon from Chincoteague, Virginia. Someone in the boat would like to say, "Hi, Mom." Not sure who it is, but I'm sure all their mothers are proud of them.
Coming up in a white boat is 22.
Behind them will be bow number 22 in the white boat. This is Queen City Barge Club from Poughkeepsie, New York. All right, so that is bow number 22 there, just kind of coming through. Looking good here, the Queen City Barge Club, they represent the Marist College alumni. So they just made it right through the Weld checkpoint there. Looking good, guys. And that might be our final entrant in this event. Don't see any more 8s behind them. So excellent here. It's Masters 8 event. We can turn the page and look forward to the Women's Senior Masters 8s event. So as with the men's division of this event, a number of former national and Olympic team members are scattered throughout. Bout number 1, we're going to have the returning champions Endeavor Racing Alliance, former U.S. national team lightweight scullers. Bout number 2 has a few national team all-stars rowing for the College Club of Seattle. They placed second last year, so they'll be back here looking for an even better result. Back at bow number 23, we have a crew of former lightweight U.S. sweep rowers rowing under Old Glory Boat Club. And we can see our first boat just moving through the bridge right now, looking very good. That is going to be bow 1, Endeavor Racing Alliance out of Mesa, Arizona. Past winners, all longtime training partners and friends with a few world medals among them. They like to go fast and train hard and have a good time. So excellent, excellent to see these women coming down the course today. Behind them, just past the bridge, that'll be in the red boat, bow number 2, College Club Seattle. First up, though, we have this white boat. That's Endeavor Racing Alliance. We have August Felso-Coxing, and then Cassandra Cunningham, Carrie Brown, Catherine Ackerman, Renee Cunningham, Sherry Klein, Terry Gilmartin, and Wendy O'Brien. So then in the red we have bow 2. Behind them we are going to have in the white boat, that is bow number 3, Texas Rowing Center from Austin, Texas. These TRC Masters women raced at Masters Nationals this summer and brought home 7 gold, 9 silver, and 9 bronze medals across all age categories. Very impressive haul of medals for those women. Next up from the East Bay, we have East Bay Rowing Club, Oakland, California. Excited to be back racing at the Charles today. Welcome, East Bay rowers. So that's bow number 3, just making it past the dock right now here at Weld. And then that red boat coming, that's going to be bow number 5 from Atlanta. The Atlanta Rowing Club rows on the Chattahoochee River just outside of Atlanta. They finished 6th in the event in 2022. And Red Top's white boat, that's bow number 6, hometown crew from DeWolf here, representing the 1991 and 1992 D1 Women's National Champions from Boston University. BU celebrating 50 years of women's rowing this upcoming spring in 2024. Congrats to all the BU Bulldogs. Behind them, black boat number 7, bow number, that is Sarasota County from Osprey, Florida. They are a Masters National Champion crew. excellent rowers there. So bows 6 and 7, that's DeWolf and Sarasota County respectively. Next up, we're looking for bow 8 and bow 9. Bow 8 in the black and bow 9 in the red. Bow 8, that's going to be the Radcliffe alumni. So they are coming right through their home boathouse here. Behind them are BMA from Cornell alumni. So definitely all these Radcliffe ladies getting very excited to be steaming past their home dock, looking good. But right behind them are former nemesis of BMA Cornell alumni. And those Cornell alumni include Olympian Andrea Tice, who also coaches the U.S. Paranational team. All right, we see a white boat coming up here. That's going to be bow number 10. That is Sammamish Rowing Association in Redmond, Washington. Right behind them in the white boat, that is bow number 11. Bow number 11, that's Litchfield Hills crew from Litchfield, Connecticut. So with that one white stripe on their blades, Litchfield Hills, they are in their 6th year of keeping their bid, and they would like to keep it that way. So these women are racing hard to make sure they can be back here next year. After bow number 11, we're going to have bow number 12. That's Genesee Rowing Club, a crew based out of Rochester, New York. Team is celebrating their 15th birthday this year. All right, so bow number 11 passing us, and then we see bow number 12. Bow number 12 in that red boat, Genesee from Rochester, New York. Next up, we're going to see bow number 14, Ann Arbor Rowing Club, followed by bow number 13, Prince William in Lake Ridge, Virginia. So on the inside, that's bow 13. On the outside, that is bow 14. So they're going to be fighting each other hard, trying to figure out their line, trying to figure out how to get through this bridge and set up their next turn well. A tough job for the coxswains today, but we've seen a lot of really good steering, really nice racing from all these crews so far. And on the outside, that's going to be the white boat, bow number 15. This is the North Suburban crew from Skokie, Illinois, an all-women's team from Chicago's North Shore. All right, so that's bow number 13 just kind of coming through the dock right now. Prince William in Lake Ridge, Virginia. And looking down the course in the red, bow number 17 from California. This is Long Beach Rowing Club. They train year-round, and they were bronze medalists at the Southwest Regionals this year. They want to thank their boat captain, AC, for hauling their rowing shell 3,000 miles to row here. That is a long trip, but we are so glad they made it to row on the Charles today. All right, we've got a litany of boats coming down here. First up is going to be bow number 22. That is Philo Rowing Club. They're thrilled to be participating at this grand race again from Hillsborough, New Jersey. And on the outside, that's bow 19, Bula Bula. These are some Yale women who represented the Bulldogs from 92 to 95, racing in celebration of their 30th reunions. In the green tops on the outside, that's bow number 20, East Bay Rowing from Barrington, Rhode Island. Behind them, down the middle, is 23 Old Glory Boat Club, former U.S. national team members from 91 to 96, plus a friend or two. And behind them is bow number 18. That's going to be Westford Community Rowing out of Westford, Massachusetts. So bow number 20, East Bay, right behind them. That's bow number 23, Old Glory. At stroke, they have Ellen Minzer, seasoned head of the Charles, veteran. And in the white boat on the outside, that is bow number 16. That is going to be Burnt Hills Rowing Association from New York. On the close inside here, that's bow number 21, Avalon from Chincoteague, Virginia. And on the outside in the gray and blue, we see bow number 24. That is Upper Valley Rowing from Hanover, New Hampshire. From the Connecticut to the Charles. Looking good, Upper Valley Rowing. All right, and then in a blue boat, we see PCRA from New Rochelle, New York. Their community rowing program in Pelham. Behind them is 26. That is Cape Fear out of North Carolina, a small rowing club from Wilmington, racing in honor of their late president, Jana Moore, who passed away unexpectedly in December. It was her dream to compete at the Charles, and so they are all racing in her honor today. Congratulations, Cape Fear, looking great as you come down the course.
Ready on the line. And Mark, what was that bow number? That's 26.
All right, as Cape Fear passes us, bow number 26, we look back up the course. In bow number 29, the white boat, that's going to be Holyoke Rose from Holyoke, Massachusetts. White boat and blue tops, they're looking good as they come through Weld right now. And in the green, we have bow number 30 coming up. That is our final entrant. That is White Marsh Boat Club out of Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. Behind them is bow number 28, Rochester Boat Club. Rochester rows on the Erie Canal. First time that they've been participating here at the head of the Charles, so welcome to Rochester Boat Club. And then with White Marsh, they have a lineup that evolved through the spring and started rowing together this past summer, 3 times a week with their coach. All right, so yep, that's bow number 30 on the inside, bow number 28, Rochester Boat Club on the outside. Those are going to be our last entrants in this event. So excellent racing from all these women today. Really, really strong competitors in this slightly cold, slightly damp, but still exhilarating day on the Charles. All right, and next event is 18. These are going to be some women's Grandmaster 8s 60 plus. So they are coming down strong here. All right, some very experienced ladies in this event. Bow number 1 is going to be Lucky Charms, who won this event by the narrowest of margins last year, earning the starting position. Bow number 1. And first up, yep, it is bow number 1, Lucky Charms out of Woodbridge, Connecticut. They won in 2021 and 2022, so they focus on racing this event hard, and they have had some excellent results here today. So shout out to Lucky Charms. Right behind them is bow number 23. Bow number 3, that's Endeavor Racing Alliance out of Mesa, Arizona. They say they're gunning for Lucky Charms, so that's going to be a big race between those two. On the inside already. you have bow number 25. So bow number 3 coming through here in that gray boat. That's Endeavor Racing Alliance. And on the outside is bow number 2, Long Beach Rowing Club. And then also we see bow number 25 on the outside. Believe that is from our previous event, the Concord crew.
No worries, get stage right. He's got younger eyes, so I do this part, he does that part.
Sounds good.
All right, so on the inside, we have on the white boat, number 5.
On the inside white boat, we have Chinook from Melfa, Virginia. And on the outside, we have bow number 4, Estados Unis. These are the Cambridge Mass Rowers. Those are some members of the U.S. 1980, 1984, and 88, 92 Olympic teams. We have a gold medalist in that event in Holly Metcalf and another gold medalist in Kay Worthington from Canada. So some really experienced, incredibly impressive rowers in that boat. Neck and neck there, bows number 4 and 5. Looking good as they come down the course. All right, way on the outside there, bow number 7, that is Saugatuck, a solid group that roams the tidal estuary of the Saugatuck River. And on the outside, in the blue, that's going to be bow number 8, 1980 crew, 1980 Olympians and friends. And on the inside in the white, that's going to be the Three Rivers Boat Club out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. All right, so bow number 9, Three Rivers, just a little bit ahead of bow number 8, 1980 Olympians right there. Excellent rowing from all of these crews. And coming down here on the outside in the white boat, that's going to be bow number 6. That is Martha's Moms Club from Seattle, Washington. And behind them is going to be bow number 10, Old Glory from Melrose, Mass. These are some older lightweights. So bow number 10, some lightweights there, looking very, very good as they come through the dock here. Coming up in the yellow tops, we have bow number 14. That is going to be Conabeer from Seattle, Washington. Probably some UW alums in that boat. And in the gray boat, we have bow number 11. That's another Saugatuck crew. So bow number 14, Conabeer coming through. Okay, and then in the middle of the river there, in the gray, that's bow number 16. That is going to be all the way from Auckland, New Zealand, West End Rowing Club. A group of enthusiastic Kiwi women who are very much looking forward to competing in this bucket list event. Well, congrats to you all for making the trek, and welcome to the Charles. Behind them, bow number 19 in the middle, another international crew. This is Upper Thames from Remenham on the Thames River. And behind them, we have bow number 19 from Marin. Right behind them is bow number 15, We Or One from Sunapee, New Hampshire. They're a group of former masters coaching rowers, continuing to honor Maureen Earl's legacy of empowering women through the sport of rowing. So welcome to We Or One Club from Sunapee. Behind them in the black boat is bow number 17. That is going to be Narragansett from Providence. Many of these women only learned to sweep row in the past several years, so they are some newer rowers to the sport, but absolutely crushing it today on the Charles River. On the outside, we have bow number 18. That's going to be Upper Valley Rowing from Hanover, New Hampshire. And then on the inside is bow number 12. That's Avalon from Chincoteague, Virginia. All right, so those two crews battling it out very close. And then right behind them, that's bow 13. This is Survivor Rowing Network from Wilton, Connecticut. The Survivor Rowing Network features cancer patients and survivors who have found rowing as part of their rehabilitation program. Network was launched in 2023 and includes 20 rowing programs across the U.S., so welcome to all those ladies who are looking great as they come down the course today in their bright pink. And it looks like that is going to be the end of the event for us. So thank you to all our Masters women. Next up, we're going to have a men's senior Masters Fours event. Bow number 1 there is going to be Molesey Boat Club, returning after winning by 3 seconds over the Palm Beach crew in last year's race. So a competitive event between bows number 1 and 2 there.
This isn't bad weather, honestly. It could be much worse, man.
All right, so as we await our men's senior Masters Fours in the 50-plus division, we want to take this time to thank some of our sponsors. We want to thank Gentle Giant Moving Company. Thank you to our partner, Gentle Giant Moving, the official logistics partner of the Head of the Charles. Gentle Giant is the force behind regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year. Gentle Giant is currently hiring, so stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn more. Thank you to Gentle Giant. And thank you also to the Hyatt Regency Boston and Cambridge. So thank you to the Hyatt Regency, the official hotel of the Head of the Charles Regatta. From views of the Boston skyline to a stroll along the Charles River, immerse yourself in New England charm during your stay at the newly renovated Hyatt Regency. Visit the nearby tech hub of MIT and Kendall Square, as well as Harvard. Embrace the best of Beantown with Hyatt.
I'm taking when you guys are done, which I think is like a couple more. I mean, I can take over whenever you're ready, but. I think I've got company. I don't know who she is, but there's someone on there. Yeah.
All right, so some excellent racing so far. It was exciting to see all those 8s on the course. Next up, we are going to have these 4s. We have some very good rowers in this event. We have former Olympic oarsmen Garrett Clue, Duncan Kennedy, and Akil Abdullah, and a strong Australian crew back at bow number 17 as well. So this should be an exciting event for everyone.
Great.
Willie.
Willie, nice to meet you. Bob, nice to meet you.
Well, hopefully you get as good a weather. We've had
Yeah, it has been.
All right, so we can see our first boat coming down the course right now. And is this going to be Molesey? It is. It is bow number 1, Molesey from Great Britain. All racers in this boat have competed and won at the head of the Charles previously. You got Sam Burrows coxing, Christopher Leonard, Colin Scott, Toby Backhouse, and Matt Britton. Behind them, though, this is going to be the Palm Beach crew looking for revenge after last year. They won the head of the Charles in the Masters competition many times over the year, but they are coming hot on Molesey's heels.
real close coming out of that footbridge. Number 2 on the outside.
Mark.
2 on the outside, 3 on the inside. Oh, white boat is number 2. And coming down just past the footbridge.
3 inside, 4 outside.
4
Okay.
out, 3 in.
Okay, so then coming down the course here on the outside, on the outside we have bow 4, and then on the inside that is bow 3. So bow 4 is Ex Nemo, and bow 3, that's going to be Riverside. And on the outside there in the black top, bow number 6, this is Diesel Rowing Club. They've got some former Olympians there, Akil Abdullah and Duncan Kennedy. And in the red and white 5, that is going to be Cornell alumni. So some national team alumni, some Cornell alumni, all powering down the Charles, looking good here. In the blue on the outside, that's bow number 7, that's Greenwich Crew. Behind them, bow number 9 in the red top, that's going to be Atlanta Rowing Club from Atlanta, Georgia. Behind them, white boat number 8, that's going to be River City out of West Sacramento, California. And behind them is a white boat, bow number 10, that is another Marin boat coming from the Bay Area. All right, so coming right through Weld right now, we have bow number 7. Followed by bow number 9, Atlanta, followed by bow number 8, River City, and 10, Marin. So some California crews there, River City and Marin battling each other here on the Charles today. All right, coming down the course here, we've got another few. In the green and blue stripe on the outside, those are the Canadians from Argonaut, bow number 12. And then next to them, bow number 11, North Adams from Falls Church, D.C. These are the Williams College alumni. On the outside, bow number 13, that is Gentle Giant Boat Club. And in 15 with the green shirts, that is Evergreen. Those should be some Dartmouth alumni. And in the red, bow number 14, we have San Diego Rowing Club from San Diego, California. Behind them in the blue, we have bow number 17. This is going to be a international crew, Black Mountain from Canberra, Australia. Behind them in the blue and white, that's bow number 16. That's going to be King's Crown out of Hoboken, New Jersey. They are 1980s Columbia heavyweight rowers. And after 16 there, we have bow number 20 in the yellow. That's going to be Crabtree from London. These are some Cambridge University old folk. All right. So we see bow 16 just passing by. That's King's Crown. And then bow number 20 after them in the Epoch there. Crabtree from London, Cambridge University alumni. On the inside in the black, that's bow number 19, New York AC. And on the outside, that's an international crew from Ireland, the Tribesmen from Galway. So the Tribesmen from Ireland, they have 30 years of rowing experience, 2 Henley medals, and they have represented Ireland in the past. In the stripes, we have bow number 21. That's going to be Swan Creek Rowing Club from Lambertville, New Jersey. Swan Creek boys are back after a 2-year hiatus from the Charles, and they've continued with strong showings on the Schuylkill and Philadelphia regattas. Okay, behind them, bow number 24 with the red shirts. That's going to be Pacific Rowing Club out of San Francisco, California. All right, so bow 21, Swan Creek passing right through there. And then as we see, looking back at the course through the bridge, we see 2 crews who have just kind of made the turn onto the straightaway. On the outside, we see bow number 23. That's New Orleans Rowing Club. This is their first trip to the Charles. And then on the inside, that's bow 22. These are the Ithaca alumni from Ithaca College. Dave Lutz, Dave Fulton, Ken Fulton, and Todd Connor. So 23, New Orleans. 22 right behind them. That's Ithaca alumni. And in the outside red, that is going to be bow number 29. That is Potomac Boat Club out of D.C. Behind them, on the inside, bow number 26 black. That is Quinsigamond Rowing Center out of Shrewsbury. And on the outside in the black, that's bow 28, Western Reserve from Ohio. Western Reserve Rowing Association out of Cleveland. On the inside, bow number 25, white boat. Those are the Northeastern alumni powering down the course. On the outside, we have Rock Creek men representing the D.C. metro area and rowing out of the Thompson Boat Center. And down the middle in the white, that's boat number 30. That is Mount Baker out of Seattle, Washington. They practice in Seattle and on Lake Washington. Bow number 31, the yellow boat right there. That's going to be Greater Lawrence Rowing. They're a Masters men's crew out of Lawrence, Massachusetts. They row on the Merrimack River out of the Abe Bashara Boathouse. So 30 just passed, and we see 31, the Greater Lawrence Rowing Club, coming through. And it looks like we have 31 entrants in this event, so they should be our last crew in that men's Masters Fours event.
He fixed it on the other end. I think there was a bow reversal.
All right, so that will have wrapped up that men's Masters Fours. Next, we're gonna have the men's Grand Masters Fours. They went off at 10:16 1 minute ago, so we've got a little bit of time before we see them come down the course. Bow one's going to be a CBC boat trying to return and defend their title from last year. Potential challengers could be your own club boat in bow number 4 and 10. Bow number 2, Marin, out of California, was third last year, so they're going to be looking to come hot on the heels of the Cambridge boat and try and eke them out for a medal. We want to take a moment to thank our sponsor, La Crema Winery. So savor the moments at Head of the Charles with La Crema. Join La Crema's tasting room for the finest wine experience, exclusive tasting, and elevating your weekend with La Crema's exceptional wines. Visit La Crema and the official wine of the Head of the Charles at the Fowls Bar next to the awards tent.
Dear God, please just.
I missed my son going left. I can't believe I didn't yell to him.
But it's a different.
They're both on. I just figured that up.
I'm glad you asked. It looks like Weld right has stopped, so we're gonna transition to Weld left here in 2 seconds. So Weld left, don't move your camera. Alright, Weld left, you are fine just the way you are. Weld right,
They have two more.
Whatever you want.
I'm gonna try to reset your camera. Yeah, Weld right, you're true stationary.
There's a bathroom right when you came up the stairs.
All right, so still waiting on our first men's Grandmasters 4s here. We don't yet see them coming around the bend, but I'm sure they will be here shortly.
Also, you've got Tommy Lights coming your way.
Oh, wait.
This is an extra large. And the hat I got the biggest bucket hat. I tried on a medium yesterday.
We'd like to thank our sponsor, Nielsen Kellerman. Nielsen Kellerman is the global leader in rowing performance electronics. You can visit NK's Head of the Charles booth to experience their latest offerings, NK Link Logbook Team, Coxbox GPS, and Coxbox Core, and the rest of their connected ecosystem of products and services. NK wishes all the crews racing this weekend good luck, so thank you, NK. Also want to thank our official boat partner and supplier, Wintech Racing and King Racing. Wintech and King are the official boat partner and supplier of the 2023 Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit their compound and learn why so many teams trust, win, and break course records in their shells. Thank you, Wintech and King Racing. All right, so it looks like we have our first boat in this men's Grandmasters 460 plus event. It is a nice yellow Empacher there, and they are making the turn through the bridge. And yep, that is bow number 1, CBC. This is Christopher Boyd, Christopher Richards, and Richard Sampson, probably one other athlete who didn't quite get his name in the program there. Chris Richards, Belmont Hills coach, knowing this water extremely well, powering them down the course. Behind them will be bow number 2. That is Marin coming all the way from the Bay Area. Patrick Bennett, Steve Johnson, John Thorpe, and Gregory Reinhardt. So that yellow CBC boat with the Belmont Hill oar is coming right through Weld right now. And behind them in the white, that is going to be Marin, bow number 2. Behind them, fluorescent vests, that is going to be bow number 3. That's Catawba out of Charlotte, North Carolina. This crew has won the men's quad head of the Hooch Regatta for the last 2 years. So some experienced scullers in that crew now trying their hand at sweeping. And behind them on the inside, that's bow 4. That is a CBC crew led by Tom Pounds. And on the outside, that's going to be bow number 5. That is Narragansett Boat Club out of Providence, Rhode Island. So bow 3, that's Catawba in the yellow vest coming through. And then, yeah, right next to them we have CBC and Narragansett. CBC on the outside, Narragansett on the inside. They're battling each other hard down this course. And behind them we have a cluster of 3 boats there all fighting each other. Looks like on the inside we have bow number 7 in the red. That's going to be Sammamish Rowing Association. On the outside in the blue shirts, that's Chinnock from Melfa, Virginia. And in the middle in the blue shirts, that's number 9, Rocky Mountain Rowing Club from Aurora, Colorado. Rocky Mountain rowers maybe having a little bit of an advantage training at 6,000 feet of elevation, so they're definitely happy to be here at sea level today. And all 3 of these boats looking really good. Nice to see 3 boats abreast racing hard down the course here. Always exciting to see. Behind them with the striped blades, number 8, that is going to be Riverside. The same Riverside crew that won the Veterans 4 last year with 1 substitution, keeping their average age exactly at 70. And so behind them on the inside, that's going to be number 12. That's Texas Rowing Center. They've got those distinctive Texas flag blades. And on the outside, bow number 15, that is an international crew, Monmouth, out of Wales. In the neon green is bow number 10. That is going to be another CBC boat. Coxed by Susie Klein with John Lambert, John Saxelby, Oleg Simirovsky, and Stephen Morse all powering down the course. Behind them is bow number 17. That's Molesey Boat Club out of England. Previous head of the Charles racers and winners in that boat. White boat number 14. That is going to be Mount Baker from Seattle, Washington. And in the blue shirts right behind them, that's bow number 11, Avalon, out of Chincoteague, Virginia. All right, so we see there bow 14 on Baker coming through, Avalon number 11 behind them. And then right down the middle, in the black tops, white boat, that is bow number 13. These are the USD alumni, San Diego Dinosaurs, hoping to relive the glory days, they say. Well, they're looking pretty good as they come down the course today. Welcome to the USD alums. And bow number 16, red shirts, that's going to be Hudson River from Poughkeepsie, New York. On the outside with the red shirts, that's going to be bow number 18. These are the Ancient Mariners from Seattle. So Hudson River battling Ancient Mariners there. And all crews looking good as they come down the course today. Definitely getting to that point where they're a little bit tired, they're a little bit fatigued, but they're still putting the power down. In the white, bow number 19, that's going to be Ann Arbor Rowing Club out of Ann Arbor, Michigan, rowing on beautiful Argo Pond. All right, coming out of the footbridge here, that's going to be bow number 20 in the white. This is Los Gatos out of California in the Silicon Valley area. Their first time racing at the Charles for this group. The boat spends a lot of time training in an uncoxed 4 and sculling in small boats, but they spent the past few months focusing on preparing for the Charles. They've got Wyatt Keller coxing for them, and then William Kaplan, Jerry Bowen, John Kelm, and Jeff McMillan, all charging down the course here. Welcome to Los Gatos. They appear to be our last entrant in this event. We had 20 boats, and they're bow number 20. So we are now done with this Senior Masters 4s event. Next up, we're going to have the Women's Senior Masters 4s 50-plus event. Got some very strong competitors in this event. Bow number 1 is going to be an RCA alumni. These are some excellent Canadian rowers. Deborah Lloyd, Julie Platt, Sherry Moore, Isolda Penny, and Jennifer Wallinga. Behind them, bow number 2 is going to be Willamette Rowing Club out of Portland, and behind them, Alexandria out of Alexandria, Virginia. So we're looking forward to this event. Cambridge Boat Club owns the course record, but they came in second last year as to a strong Rowing Canada crew that almost took the record from CBC. So the Canadians have returned to defend their title, while the Cambridge crew split into different events this year. So it's going to be a tough challenge for Willamette at number 2, but there's some other crews who are also going to be hot on the RCA alumni heels. We have a British crew from Marlow at bow number 19. They have some Olympians in their boat. Very impressive. They're going to have Kath Bishop, Dame Catherine Granger, Great Britain's most decorated female Olympian with 5 Olympic medals in 3-seat, Gillian Lindsay in 2-seat, and Kate McKenzie in the bow. Coxed by Boston's Lee Heyman, a former HOCR medalist. So that bow number 19 is going to be one to keep a watch on with some fantastic British Olympic talent there. Okay, coming through the footbridge here. Is it going to be bow number 1, the Canadian alumni? And it is bow number 1, the Canadian alumni. Deborah Lloyd, Julie Platt, Sherry Moore, Isolde Penny, and Jennifer Wallinga. They are really moving the boat well. They're drawing from multiple eras, contexts, and Canadian provinces, but this crew trains in Victoria, BC, and rows wheels up. All right, so these Canadian women looking really good coming down the course so far. You can tell there's a lot of experience, a lot of fight in them today. And so behind that Canadian boat is going to be bow number 2. Those are the Willamette rowers out of Willamette Rowing Club in Portland, Oregon. And bow 1 just crossed the Weld timing gate, so they're charging on the Canadian women as we await the Willamette rowers coming up next. Next up, we have bow number 2. Behind them is going to be bow number 3 in the fluorescent pink. That's Alexandria Rowing Club out of Alexandria, Virginia. Alexandria Rowing Club women's +4 placed 5th in the last year's Head of the Charles, and they're looking forward to the 2023 race. So thank you for being here, Alexandria. So 2 just came through Weld, and we've got bow number 3 in the pink. Next up, okay, it looks like the red boat, bow number 4 out of San Diego Rowing Club. They're going to be first. Right behind them is going to be bow number 5, Saugatuck, a crew of women not to be tangled with, they say. Behind them is bow number 7. That is going to be Mount Baker out of Seattle, Washington. And behind them, bow number 6, that's Prince William Rowing Club out of Lake Ridge, Virginia. Behind them, that's going to be bow number 10. That is the Pocock Rowing Club out of Seattle. Behind them with the red hats, that's going to be bow number 9, Hudson River out of Poughkeepsie, New York. And the white tops, bow number 8, that's going to be Oak Neck Rowing Academy. The fearless crew from Oak Neck who keeps coming back for more. They won't quit until they capture gold, they say. Looking good today as they steam down the course. All right, so we have a bunch of crews coming through here. 10, that's the Pocock Rowing Club in the white boat. They just passed through the timing gate at Weld. Then number 9, that's the Hudson River crew right behind them. And behind them in the dark boat with the white tops, that's going to be bow 11. Oh. I see. So sorry, in the white we have bow number 9, that is Hudson River, and then behind them 11, that's going to be Quinsigamond Rowing Club. Quinsigamond Rowing Club rowing out of the Donahue Rowing Center on Lake Quinsigamond. And number 12 on the outside, blue oars, that's going to be Capital Rowing Club from D.C. Behind them with the blue tops, bow number 13, Chinook Rowing Club out of Melfa, Virginia. And on the outside, bow number 15, that's the black boat Narragansett Rowing Club out of Providence, Rhode Island. All right, 13 Chinook passing us, bow 15 Narragansett passing us. Looking very good, all these rowers coming through. Okay, and we have the yellow on the outside. That is bow number 19. That is Marlow from Marlow, UK. And on the inside, that's bow number 14. So in that yellow boat, we have some excellent UK Olympians. All 4 rowers have raced for Team GB in the Olympics. Lee Heyman Coxing, and then we have Kate McKenzie, we have Kath Bishop, Catherine Granger, and Jillian Lindsay. Behind them, bow number 14, that's PNRA Mercer out of Princeton Junction, New Jersey. Behind them in the green unis, that's bow number 17, Peterborough Rowing Club out of Canada. So very exciting to see such an excellent roster of talent here. Just having seen Dame Catherine Granger, Team GB's most decorated athlete. That is really impressive. And in that white boat, bow 17, Peterborough passing through. Next up, bow number 18 on the outside. That's going to be Rochester Boat Club out of Fairport, New York, rowing on the Erie Canal. Behind them is bow number 21 in the white boat. That is a Vesper crew out of Philadelphia. It's their first time racing the 4 with Cox at the Charles, and they're very excited to be here today. Welcome, Vesper. In the black boat, number 20, bow number 22 on the inside, that's going to be Greater Lawrence Rowing out of Lawrence, Massachusetts. On the outside, number 20, we have a Riverfront Recapture in the white boat from Hartford, Connecticut. Behind bow number 20 is bow number 25 in the gray boat. This is Endeavor Racing Alliance out of Mesa, Arizona. 4 Olympians in this boat. Molly Baker from the U.S. and 3 from Canada. Angie, Jane, and Christine reuniting after 39 years. So, excellent crew there. Behind them in the yellow, bow 24. That is Baltimore Rowing Club from Maryland. Coming up in the green tops, we see bow number 16. This is East Bay Rowing Incorporated out of Barrington, Rhode Island. Behind them in the red top, that's bow 27. These are some Cornell alumni. Behind them in the blue boat, that's bow 23, Holyoke, Mass. So great to see all these women charging down the course today. Coming up in a blue boat, that's bow number 26, PCRA out of New Rochelle, New York, Community Rowing Program in Pelham. Gray boat number 30, that is going to be the rowers from Marin, all the way from the East Bay. Always excited to participate here at the Charles, and we are always so happy to have them here with us. On the outside, red, white, and blue paddles is number 28. That is going to be Long Beach Rowing Club out of Long Beach, California. And behind them in the blue boat is bow 31 from Lake Merritt. Those are some scullers from Oakland. The first Charles for some of them. In the white boat, bow number 32, that is going to be a crew from Ottawa. Ottawa's Women's Senior Master 4+. And on the inside with the green unis, that is bow number 25. That is Endeavor Racing. On the outside, bow number 33 in the white boat, this is Dawn Rowing out in Mississauga, Ontario. And bow number 34, we see some local rowers there out of Riverside Boat Club, knowing this course well and moving very well along the Charles today. All right, looks like coming up here we're going to have bow number 35. That is going to be Newport out of Newport Beach, California. They're a master's program that practices 3 times a week on the water with additional cross-training. And so boat 35, Newport, and then boat 36 right behind them in the white boat. That's going to be Concord Crew. So here, the blue boat, bow 35, Newport, and then behind them, bow 36, Concord Crew. So good to see these two crews powering down the course, and that is going to be the end of this event. So that white boat, Concord Crew, we have Natalie Duval, Jennifer Goodman, Ann Proctor O'Keefe, and Colleen Sawitsky, all coming down the course out of Concord, New Hampshire. And that will conclude this event. Okay, and coming very quickly down the course, we are going to trade off here as we get to the Women's Grandmasters 4s.
Thank you so much. So event 22, the Women's Grandmaster 4s, already on the course. Course record is held by Chinook with a time of 20:08 from 2017. That was an incredibly fast year.
Hey, hi, everybody. This is Lisa from CRI, and we're taking over the, where are we? Women's Grandmaster 4s, already coming down the boat, already coming down.
So first across, bow number 1, Saugatuck out of Westport, Connecticut. A group of longtime friends and rowers whose experience is matched by their intensity. Bow number 2 in the blue is Chinook. Chinook is a team made up of athletes from all over the U.S. and Canada who row together at camps, domestic and international regattas. They're holding a good pace as they pass in front of the Weld boathouse.
There's 20 competitors in this race, and last year Saugatuck took it over Marin by a fraction of a second.
And you can see the 2 boats right in front of the boathouse now. Bow number 3 on the Boston side, bow number 4 on the Cambridge side, bow number 4 overtaking. Bow number 4 is East Arm out of Greenwood Lake, New York. Bow number 3 is Narragansett out of Providence, Rhode Island. Narragansett has won this event several times, and all the women are lightweight athletes. East Arm out of Greenwood Lake, New York is a small club that's raced the Charles many, many times, and they love coming back year after year.
Coming through bow 5. Coming through bow 5 from Narragansett. This crew is made up of athletes who've taken up rowing later in life. We love the late in life athletes. Go get them, ladies.
And then not too far behind them, bow number 6 in the red unis with the very distinctive black wave is Community Rowing.
Let's get it, CRI!
You can see a cluster of boats following right behind CRI.
Yeah, we got a real competition going on here. Bow number 8 is bringing it up ahead. Bow 9. We can't see behind the spotters here, but bow 7. So let's see. Coming through is bow 8, North Suburban crew out of Skokie, Illinois. Quinsigamond is on the outside, and Minneapolis is on the inside.
It's a great cluster. Everyone keep an eye as they go through this bridge.
I think we've got a Barbie crew coming up here. Hot pink.
That is bow number 10, Maritime Rowing Club out of East Norwalk, Connecticut. They're comprised of 4 women who row as masters and are either parents of elite athletes or former collegiate rowers or former national team members who just want to have fun.
No lack of talent on this river this weekend, that's for sure.
And you'll notice a little gap here, which indicates that the boats that have already gone by are pushing forward at a pretty good clip and have created pretty significant separation between the upcoming hull. The bow numbers are typically in numerical sequence, so if you see them out of order, that means someone has passed that boat, which is, of course, a great aspiration for everyone that has ever competed.
Looks like 11 coming up here, Hudson River from Poughkeepsie, New York. They've had some successful races through the summer and a first-place finish at Narragansett Sweeps and Sculls. That big cheering that you might have heard just a moment ago was the launch of several Radcliffe boats. We're here at the Weld Boathouse where Harvard and Radcliffe and some other crews launch. Here comes Narragansett. Looking smooth in a banana yellow boat. This is an incredibly fast race with only 20 competitors all moving rapidly upstream.
So bow number 15, White Marsh Boat Club, they are in the teal unis with white hats and teal blades. They've rowed this lineup for years, and they, like many of athletes, look forward to the Charles. We like to refer to it as like the Christmas of rowing.
It absolutely is that. Bows 14 and 13 are heading into our view now. Kind of neck and neck.
So bow 14 is Chargers out of Liverpool, New York. And bow 13 is Chinook out of Melfa, Virginia.
Bow 12 is keeping them right in their sights, though, and has a great line right on the outside. That's Avalon from Chincoteague. And their note is, "Hi, Mom." So to all the moms out there, hi.
Parents do become the backbone of the rowing community, often in college. So bow number 18 in the black hull is Lake Washington out of Seattle. Here once again at the Charles to defend their title from 2022. These 4 friends are thrilled to be racing in Boston. The average age of this boat is 71.
Whoa, really? That's amazing. 71. We got another average age 70 boat coming up. Also, I think another Barbie boat. Is that bow number 16, Survivor Rowing Network? Out of Wilton, Connecticut, the Survivor Rowing Network features cancer patients and survivors who found rowing as part of their rehabilitation program. The network was launched in 2023 and includes 20 rowing programs across the U.S., and that's why they're wearing the pink today. Look at them row beautifully, beautifully up the Charles.
And right behind them is bow number 20, Lincoln Park Boat Club out of Chicago. The average age of that boat is 60.
Those two
And
boats
right
are
on the
neck
inside,
and neck.
bow number 19 with the white hats and the white tops is Conabear out of Seattle, Washington.
Looks like Conabear is pulling ahead, and that is going to be the last of this race to pass by the Weld Boathouse.
So they're just trying to get the best line possible as they head through the bridge. You want to have a clear view, a clear path, and the shortest course. So you want to get through that bridge unscathed. And as you look over to the bridge now, you can see that the crew in white has probably taken a power 10 in order to pull ahead and have a clear line. Next event is actually a really fun event. It is the men's alumni 8. So this is, you know, guys getting together years, decades even
Definitely.
after graduating their glory days.
Yeah,
You know,
recapturing it.
reliving them stroke by stroke and getting back together to race on the Charles.
There are 48 competitors in this. Last year, UW crushed the course record with a blistering 14:30. They're back to defend. There's a Harvard alumni crew at Bow 2, ex-NEMO, which of course has a few national team and Olympic team members, as do many of these crews.
I do want to give a shout out to our sponsors. Actually, as I was walking down here, I passed the Savannah tent. It actually looks really cool. So head of the Charles Regatta sponsor, Visit Savannah, invites you to their Surprisingly Savannah pop-up. It was surprising, I won't lie, when I walked by. Immerse yourself in Savannah's lush landscapes, iconic oak trees, and lush florals. Enjoy Southern delights, feed-worthy photo ops, local artwork, and interactive fun. It is free for all ages. Stop by and experience the charm of Savannah firsthand. WBUR is the official radio partner of the Head of the Charles Regatta, so be sure to stop at the booth at the Weld exhibition venue. Thanks to WBUR, and be sure to tune in to 90.9, Boston's NPR news station. And one more. Wintech Racing and King Racing are the official boat partner and supplier of the 2023 Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit their compound and learn why so many teams trust, win, and break course records in their shells. Thank you, Wintech and King Racing.
Looks like the weather's clearing up a little bit for us now. Probably going to jinx it if I say that, but our sight lines are better. The wind has dropped for the moment.
Yeah, I know everyone was, there was a little chatter yesterday. I think there were a couple photos posted of like glass-like basin yesterday, and the response was, they better enjoy it because it's not going to be there tomorrow.
That's for sure. Not looking forward to that wind tomorrow. Well, maybe it's back. I knew I spoke too soon.
This is where...
Can you just tell me, are those off right now, those cameras? Okay. We just need to know if our voices are still going out over it or not. I was just wondering if you guys are not on the cameras, if the sound is separate. Okay.
It should be, because we can take it on and off.
Yes, I think it's,
These are on all the time.
Okay. We're on all the time.
They'll hear you, they'll know.
Awesome. You can see all those eights rowing downstream, going up to, rowing down to the starting line.
Yeah, actually, it's interesting. Every crew sort of has a different strategy just about how warm to get on the way down, because once you get to the basin, if you're too early, there is a loop that you have to do, and you can't really go too fast for too long.
Yeah.
So staying warm, and especially on a day like today where it's a little wet, you really want the athletes to be warmed up and stay warm so that when they hit that start line, they are ready to go. And that is just one of the many responsibilities of the coxswain in addition to steering, it's not just steering and yelling, it's also strategy, although the steering and yelling are important. But they are really the brain of the boat. They motivate, they steer the course, and they also develop strategy. So as they come up on a boat, possibly if they're going to pass, they are the ones that strategize and maneuver to get the shortest course with the least amount of interference.
Yeah.
It is not a small job.
It is exhausting, actually.
Difficult turn of the race. It is, I don't know if it's an acute angle, but it certainly feels like
it's a tight
it
angle
when
for
you're
sure,
in the boat.
man.
As a port rower, those are the times where I get to take a break because it is the starboards have to put on all the pressure, and the coxswain has to really jam the rudder as tight as possible to make that turn. And you will see, and we'll call out, as boats come through that middle arch, the ones that are far to the left, or the Cambridge side, are actually going to take a little longer to get down the course versus the ones that are really hugging the inside of the turn. And even that, there's a strategy to that. You don't want to be too tight because then you won't actually make the turn. So it's really lining it up to points in the arch and then navigating through and then picking your next point, which is the next bridge. Lining yourself up well for that.
Because, of course, you go faster when you're going straight and not turning. So you're kind of going straight up there, and then you're taking this big, hot turn, and then going straight again and taking a turn the other way through the Anderson Bridge, which is to the right if you're on the Cambridge shore at Weld. And that's not quite as tight a turn, but it's definitely, you can lose a lot of time between Weeks and Anderson. Let's just put it that way.
And some boats are better than others at the tight turns. Some are really good and go really fast straight, and other boats just are more agile on turns. You may see in some of these races what is called a bucketing, which is where two rowers of the same side, actually rowing downstream right now. Maybe not.
Oh, yeah, you can see it, the white.
Downstream right now in the white hull, in the yellow and black unisuits, is a bucket rig where there are
the
two
point of a
ports.
bucket rig? I've always wondered.
So it is to leverage the strength of the crew, understanding these turns and knowing, because with two rowers together, there's just more force in the engine room of the boat. And so based on the strength of the crew, the coach and the coxswain will strategize for this race in particular, where the turns are so critical, whether or not a bucket makes the most sense.
Yeah. That's really good to know. I see them a lot. I love watching the Henley live feed when that's on in June because the commentary is so excellent. It's so professional. And I see a lot of bucket rigs there, and I keep wanting somebody to tell me what a bucket rig is, and they're not. But that's of course without turns, so I'm not really sure why they're doing it. Maybe it's just
based on the power of the boat.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the different colored shells, actually, typically, I mean, you can get a boat painted lots of different ways, but when you see the bright yellow, it is most typically an Empacher. There are black boats that are Vespolis. There are white shells that are Philippes. It's typically you can spot the maker by the color of the hull, but again, lots of colleges have gotten them painted to their college colors.
So we're just waiting for these men's alumni 8s. They should be on the course now. These will be some fast-moving boats.
Yeah, the course record was actually last year. Last year was another fast year. 14.
Last year was good
minutes.
weather.
Yeah, it was
a nice
good
day,
weather.
if I recall.
And that matters quite a bit, actually. So earlier, Lisa commented on potential wind picking up tomorrow. That matters. So if the wind is blowing you know, as a tailwind, pushing the boat up the course. That's helpful, but this course turns so much that it's not possible to
It's
have
never always a
consistent-
tailwind.
That's right. So it will be a crosswind, and then in some cases a headwind, which absolutely makes the boat feel heavier, sluggish, and you have to adjust how you row that piece in order to overcome those challenges. I'm going to give a quick shout out to 776BC. Take your performance to the next level at 776BC, your performance destination at the Head of the Charles Regatta. Shop their exclusive Head of the Charles collection featuring unisuit, tech shirt, and vest. And just for the record, a unisuit, for those of you that don't know, it's sort of a weird word, is the onesie
Here we come.
that is both a top and a bottom connected. Not great for the porta potties.
All right, we can see them in the distance. We're going to start seeing the men's alumni 8 coming through Weeks Bridge. A lot of excitement here as these big boats come up fast. That'll be the University of Washington alumni. Two-time defending alumni 8 champs and current course holder baby Huskies, says their note.
Looks like bow number 2 is actually making up some ground. That is ex-Nemo out of Wellesley, Mass. Mostly Harvard alumni and mostly young.
Mostly young. So they are going super fast.
27,
just looking
28,
beautiful.
26-year-olds, 132-year-olds.
That's the old man. Getting a big cheers. The Harvard boat goes by Weld. All the Harvard crews rowing out of Weld this year.
The next yellow hull is bow number 3, Old Dog out of New York, New York. A crew that is low-key goated when rowing is the vibe.
Whatever that means. We support them.
You can see...
I can already see in the distance we have what looks like a Princeton boat coming. But closer at hand. Bow number 4, Brown alumni. The Brown alumni, that's what they have to say for themselves. You can see them with their brown and white blades.
And you can see as the oars go in the water, when they go in together, there is a splash. The best splash is a V splash with a little maybe heavier on the back splash. And these all look incredibly synchronized, and that is a good sign for hull speed.
Got another Harvard ex-Nemo boat coming up, mostly young people. Bow 6 on the outside.
And then in the bright orange high vis, we've got Fat Cat rowing, bow number 5 out of New York. These are the Princeton stars of the 21st century, and they are absolutely trying to hang on to bow number 6.
Princeton always bringing the style with their black and orange canvas. Looks like that's a Dartmouth boat behind them.
Yeah, there's 3 boats, one right after the other. Bow number 9 in the green and white is, in fact, Evergreen out of Hanover, New Hampshire. Bow number 7, bow number 7 is Evergreen.
Bow number 8, St. Joseph's alumni. The Hawk will never die. And
2 Evergreen boats, just for the record.
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
did
that's
not screw that
confusing.
up. But they are battling it out, 7 and 9. It looks like 9 passed bow 7. Probably just a friendly competition, maybe some shouting as they went by. We've got in the yellow hull and the burgundy jerseys, Temple out of Philadelphia. Go Owls.
Lots of enthusiasm in the notes from these crews.
And then bow number 11 in the black unis is Northeastern alumni. Bow 12, Hobart alumni out of Darien, Connecticut. They placed 14th in 2022. A lot of young folks in these crews, sort of mid to late 20s, couple early 30s, balancing it out.
About 13 in the red hull and the red tops are BMA from New Canaan, Connecticut. They are Cornell alumni. Another bunch of youngsters.
Bow number 14, right on their heels, is Butte out of Weston, Mass., a.k.a. Friday Night Lights BC, a.k.a. H170X Nemo non-Cebus.
That means something to them. You can see the Navy boat coming. Don't even have to know their bow number with those blue and gold blades. They're in a real fight.
So you can see, as we were mentioning earlier about the course, as you look at these boats, 4 right down the alley, headed right to the bridge.
Bow 16 coming through is Billy and Ian's Homemade Hot Sauce Rowing Club.
And then bow number 15 in the gray T-shirts.
Naval Academy.
Graduates of the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland.
They are being chased by bow 18 BU men and bow 17. I think. Purple Calf Boat Club. Williams classes 2017 to 21, still holding on for dear life.
Bow number 19 in the orange shirts is Syracuse alumni out of Poughkeepsie, seeking to improve on their 19th place finish in 2022. Looks like they're having a pretty good row. And then there's a little bit of a gap before you see bow 20 in the black tanks, followed by bow number 21 in the white tanks. Bow 20 is Oregon State alumni out of Corvallis, Oregon, from the Beaver State. And bow number 21 is Queen City Barge Club, who are the Marist College alumni. And a lot of these crews don't have much time to practice. Maybe they practiced yesterday, and then they hop in a boat together and tear it up down the course.
I think for a lot of them, it's being in the boat. It's just being back on the water in the boat. I mean, obviously there's pride at stake, but these alumni crews are revisiting some of their favorite time.
So the white hull and the white T-shirts is bow 23, Blue Cheese Rowing Club out of Santa Barbara, Connecticut. These are the Yale lightweights from the early 2000s, and in fact, their average age is 37, or even a 40-year-old.
Those
in
are
the boat.
They're old.
40 is the new 20, though. Bow number 25 in the black tanks and the orange and black blades is Bucknell alumni. They're celebrating the 40th anniversary of rowing at Bucknell this year, and the Head of the Charles was one of the team's first competitions in the 80s. The alumni are joining the team in Boston to celebrate 40 years.
We've got bow 31 making a big move here. Blue Star from Newcastle, Northumberland. Graduates of Newcastle University between 2020 and 2023.
Bow 27 is George Washington University, and their comment is so old.
Well, they're rowing fantastically well.
Bow 28 right behind them, Holy Cross alumni, rowing under the Holy Cross Alumni Association. This crew has never raced together before, but they look great. I wonder if my cousin, Steve Ruane, is in that boat. I think everyone has too much hair to be a Ruane.
Bow 29, Linwood out of Princeton, training for life.
And then right behind them, bow number 30 in the purple jerseys is Tyrion out of London, University of London alumni.
Some of these folks have come quite a long way. There's a heron flying right down the middle of the course. Buzzing the boat that's on there right now.
Bow number 32 in the yellow hull is the MIT grads rowing real close to their home boathouse.
One of the few boats that row upstream to get to the starting line.
That's right. Bow number 33, Blue Star out of Newcastle, Northumberland. All in lightweight 8s back in the day. Boat average age is about 26. They won multiple national championships, and the crew also contains 2 Henley Royal Regatta winners. You really never lose it, I have to say.
Coming up, we have bow 35 Wesleyan alumni. Right next to them, though,
37.
bow 37 Colby College. Woohoo! Go Mules!
Spoken like a woman sending a lot of money to Colby over the
Yeah,
next 4
that
years.
is exactly what's happening. I'm glad to see them looking so good. Sacrificing Parents Weekend to be here at the head of the Charles are those boys.
Totally worth it. I was just at Parents Weekend at Arizona State.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's raining up there too, so what can I say?
We got bow number 34 in the all black.
Alums in bow number 40, Wisco alums, which includes members of the famed 2008 IRA National Championship crew. Also has a 2012 London Olympian.
We got bow number 36 on the inside, bow number 39 on the outside. Bow 39 is Delaware men's alumni, reigning champions in the Alumni 4. And then bow 35 is Wesleyan out of Middletown, Connecticut. A lot of good jockeying for position right here.
And they are followed closely by bow 38 Tufts. Some
Go
good
Jumbos.
rowers. Elephants have long memories, but unfortunately their fitness doesn't last the same way. Let's go, Jumbos!
My dad went to Tufts, actually. It looks like the next.
No. Yep.
Bow 35, Wesleyan out of Middletown, Connecticut. Has a nice course right down the middle of the river. And then on the, just to their outside of the course is bow 43, making some real moves.
Stetson
alumni.
Yeah, Stetson alumni. This is the first ever alumni crew to represent Stetson and the Stetson Rowing Alumni Association at the head of the Charles. Let's go Hatters!
They're making some great time on the course.
Little break here before the next two eights come through. Wouldn't surprise me if the women's alumni eights are picking up the tail of this pretty quickly. Here comes the Blue Goose, bow 42 from Lewiston, Maine. The boys from Lewiston are back in town for one last ride.
I don't think it's their
Great
last
thing about
ride.
these notes is it means something to them, and they can't hear us.
That's right.
But you all can. Oh, we got a race coming up.
Yeah, two boats side by side. Bow 22 on the outside, bow 44 on the inside. Bow 22 has
Bow 22
definitely trying to pick it up.
MRA alumni from Ann Arbor, Michigan. We got to flip around in our notebook here. Bow 44. Did you say?
I think 22 might have had some challenges
Yeah.
earlier in the course, but they are picking it up and trying to make up for some lost time, and they are looking good. Their stroke rating just jumped up about 2 or 3 feet.
44 is the Deposits from Middletown, Connecticut, from Wesleyan Waters to the Current of Careers.
Yeah, they are moving to get to that bridge first.
Stroking through life together and looking nice.
We've got a cluster of 3 boats together. On the outside is bow 48, and on the inside is bow 47 in the black and yellow. 48.
Bow 48, Purple Valley YC. Williams, class of 21, 22, and 23. Hashtag Grey Group Forever.
And then bow 24 in the orange is trying to also appears to be making up for some
Virginia
lost time.
alumni. Wahoo!
And then we've got right in the middle of this is the black and yellow boat with bow 47.
Virginia Commonwealth. We got
This is
a little
gonna be a real tight
Virginia
turn
race
in
going
this
on right
bridge.
down there. Look at them going so closely through the Anderson.
Oh.
Yikes!
I think there's going to be some paint swapping.
That would make me nervous.
Oh, that is tight. That is tight. 26 in the yellow tanks in the black hull.
Isla Vista from Santa Barbara, alumni of the University of California, Santa Barbara. Go Gold! About 41 are Brock Rowing Club from St. Catharines.
And the cheering for a Harvard crew shoving off the dock.
Looks like an older Harvard crew. A mature Harvard crew, let's put it that way. All right, that I think does it for the Alumni Ace, which was very exciting.
That was super exciting. I'm going to have to go back to the replay on the bridge.
That last one, right, those last three going through, yikes.
As a rower, you just got to keep your head on straight, literally straight. Just look straight ahead. Do not look out of the boat. Just keep going and do what your coxswain says.
Yeah.
It's tempting to look around and get caught up in the moment.
The advice I was given was have your rowers spend their time rowing downstream, look around, take in all the sights, see it while you're warming up so that when you turn around and are racing the course, you're in the boat, you're focused. There's a lot going on the shore here. It's super easy to get distracted if you're new to the head of the Charles. Oh, coming up, we're going to have our women's alumni eights. There are 50 boats in this race. Again, Washington won it last year and returning in bow 1. Brown was in 2nd. Stanford was in 3. And then Wisconsin in 4. All of these boats have super all-star casts. Oh, take it back. We've got one more men's alumni 8 coming through. Last but definitely not least, 48. I thought we called them already. Purple Valley YC. Actually, that's okay. That's the 46, bow 46. Last but not least, remember, you're not racing the other boats here. You're racing the clock. They could, crush this, for all we know. Conshohocken Steelworkers, alumni of Villanova Men's Rowing. Conshohocken Steelworkers refers to their boathouse, which was formerly a sheet metal fabrication plant and whose industrial-like ambiance has been credited with instilling a sense of toughness and resolve in all Villanova rowers. Let's go, Nova. All right, now we're going to have a little break in the action.
And I'm going to finish the shout out to 776 BC. I got distracted talking about unis, and then a race came. So they have an exclusive Head of the Charles collection and an exclusive Boys in the Boat collection developed in partnership with MGM Pictures to celebrate the upcoming release of the motion picture in theaters Christmas Day. BNY Mellon is the presenting sponsor. They are one of the world's leading investment management organizations, encompassing BNY Mellon's affiliated investment management firms and global distribution companies. Thank you, BNY Investment Management, for over a decade of valued partnership.
We should also give a shout out to our volunteers for the Head of the Charles. This is a massive event. There are 12,000 people rowing. It takes an actual army to pull this event off over 3 days. So if you see anybody walking around in a blue jacket and a red bucket hat, those are the people who make this thing happen, and we are super, super grateful to them. They're doing everything from running the cameras, timing, calling the races, putting boats in and out, picking up trash, riding. They have hopefully a cyclists who ride between the various boathouses delivering information. It is a massive operation, and you cannot do it without volunteers. So to all of you who volunteered this weekend, thank you.
Community Rowing.
Community Rowing.
The Head of the Charles is happy to partner with Community Rowing to bring sportive rowing to more than 7,000 youth middle schoolers in Boston and Cambridge public schools. This all happens through CRI's Let's Row program. To learn more, visit communityrowing.org.
Community Rowing is an amazing place, working very hard to introduce rowing to anyone who wants to row. This has traditionally been a sport viewed as one for the elite, and the fact of the matter is you can do it. Anyone can do it. Come on over to Community Rowing, check out our Learn to Row programs, and join us on the river.
Concept 2 is the official oar and erg supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Erg on the real-time loop on Concept 2's free erg data app to race on a course that's never closed. Stop by Concept 2 to check it out. Forgot your water bottle or hat? Head over to Concept 2's new apparel offerings at their booth. Thank you to our partner Gentle Giant Moving Company, the official logistics partner of the Head of the Charles. Gentle Giant is the force behind regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year. Gentle Giant is currently hiring. Stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn more.
All kinds of vendors selling all manner of rowing gear, outfits, tchotchkes, you name it, on both sides of the river. A lot of really interesting stuff. If you're a rowing nerd, this is your paradise. Check out Adager Row on the Boston side, and I believe there are also vendors over here on the Cambridge side.
Did you know that Adager is regatta spelled backwards?
I did not, and I am so glad to know
You're
it.
welcome.
I thought, it's funny, I thought it was French for a long time, and it was some, archaic French rowing term, Adager Row. Adager Row, Regatta Row, now we know. Oh, I think we got a boat coming through Weeks now. Yeah. Probably Wisconsin. Excuse me, Washington. Oh, boy, Washington. Huskies will be mad at me for that one. Bow number 1, University of Washington alumni. Classes of 27 to 2023. Whoa, here comes some boats moving super fast through Weeks.
They are cruising. They just nailed that turn.
That's
too.
amazing.
That was
Look at that.
Brilliant course. That is bow number 2 in the black unis and the white blades. USA, they're out of USA, obviously. The Brown women from Dedham, Mass, actually. Brown Women's Crew was founded in 1974. Since its founding, they've won 7 national championships. Brown has competed in all 26 NCAA champs since its inception in 1997. That is impressive.
A proud history of women's rowing at Brown. Not surprisingly, bow 3, alumni of Stanford University, features just a few Olympians and national champions in their boat. That's bow 3, just coming up on Anderson. Followed by bow number 2, Brown. Cannot miss the Princeton boats, the Fat Cats, in their black and orange, rowing beautifully down here. These rowers are just so amazing in these boats. Coming up on Fat Cats is bow number 4, the Wisco alums, graduates of the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Just a few ties to the national team, 2024 Olympic hopefuls, former national team, world champions, Olympians. You know, the usual kind of boat makeup in this event.
There's some good spacing here between these first 5 boats and the next couple, who you can see the different courses being steered through Weeks. On the closest to the Cambridge shore is bow number 7 in the yellow jerseys, which is University of Michigan alumni. And that is bow number 6, right next to them on the Boston side in the black tops and the red blades. That is Southern California out of Los Angeles. They placed in the top 6 last year and are hoping for a better finish this year.
Just coming out of Weeks is bow number 8, Bula Bula. Guess we know where they're from. That school down in New Haven. This Yale Women's Crew alumni boat features athletes from the most recent graduate class of 2023. So last year they were probably here as student competitors. Now they're here as alumni competitors.
So they should really be crushing it, right? Their fitness should be peak.
Yeah.
No excuses. And then it looks like bow number 9 in the black hull and the white blades, followed by bow number 11. A lot of moving around.
Yeah,
on
bow
this
number
course.
9, King's Crown, Columbia Women's 2020s alumni, and bow number 11, Penn alumni. This team traveled to England to race at the Henley Royal and Henley Women's Regatta.
And then behind bow 11, also in black. Yes, 13 followed by 12. Lot of motion
Going to
on
be
the course.
so. These are 2 Radcliffe boats, bows 13 and 12, both Radcliffe alumni, and we're here at the Radcliffe Boathouse. So we're going to expect a big cheer when they go by. Going to be a lot of noise. You can hear it. These Radcliffe alumni boats are looking beautiful in their black and white. Moving smoothly through the water. The wind's picking up a little bit.
Then we've got bow number 10 out of Great Britain, Tyrion from London. These are University of London alumni.
You can still hear the Radcliffe faithful cheering them on.
Then bow 14 in the white hull and the black tops. That is Stanford alumni.
Someone's coming up on their inside. Bow number 16 coming up on the inside is a Rutgers boat.
Rowing with CRI blades.
Yeah.
And then followed by them is bow 15 with a sweet paint job on that black hull. Looks like Brown University alumni. Look at the bow
Look at
of
that,
the boat.
yeah.
It's very intimidating.
It's got their brown bear on it. Awesome. We got 17 X-Boat, which is a data-driven speed in a boat full of strong, fast, and beautiful Bates alumni rowers. Followed by 18, I believe. BMA out of New Canaan, more Cornell alumni.
And then we've got bow 19 in the yellow hull. Evergreen out of Hanover, New Hampshire. One might assume those would be Dartmouth.
Yeah.
Women's alumni. Followed by bow number 20 in the red, white, and black.
Northeastern, more Huskies. He knows a lot of Huskies.
Are a lot of
A lot of Huskies.
I'm actually teaching at Northeastern this semester, so I think technically I too am a Husky.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
You're surrounded.
I'm surrounded by them.
Okay, and the black and white striped blades. Bow number 22, Saratoga, out of Saratoga Springs, New York, home of the Head of the Fish. And if you have not rode the Head of the Fish, you have not lived. The awards for the Head of the Fish are
Yeah,
the head,
the
of,
head
a
of the
fish
fish.
on a plaque, and it is legendary.
24 on the outside, 23 on the inside.
So 23 is Connecticut out of Norwalk. The crew barely missed requalifying this year. They are mostly comprised of 2014 high school crew and a few alumni. And then Georgetown, bow number 24, out of Washington. Friends of Georgetown entry contains rowers from both open weight and lightweight programs.
Got the paint job on 27, about to go through Anderson.
Do you know stripes make you faster?
I've heard Riverside rowers say that. It's good branding. We got a whole crew coming up here.
Okay, we got bow number 25 in all sorts of different blue uniforms. That is Rhode Island women out of Kingston. These are the URI alumni. I guess it is alumnae. Is that the feminine version of alumni?
Well, it is in Latin alumni. Yeah.
All right.
You can
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, we'll just shorten it to 1.
Bow 31 is coming up on the outside there, and they look like they are from Texas because they've got stars and longhorns and all that stuff going
They're
on.
making some moves on
Yeah.
bow number
Oh, look at the
26.
blades, yeah.
On the inside, Toronto alumni out of Ontario, returning crew since 2015 with a mostly new crew this year. But you can see everyone is making some speedy
Looks like
moves
they got
on
some
this course.
BC.
Bow 28, a lot of cheering, so one can only assume Radcliffe alumni.
And one will be right. Bow 27 following closely. Friends of WPI.
Nice.
Radcliffe boat moving very fast coming up to Anderson.
We've got in the red and white, looking a lot like Boston University, DeWolf out of Boston, Mass. This is the BU lightweight rowing alumni. BU will celebrate 50 years of women's rowing in 2024. And then bow 30, Clemson alumni out of South Carolina. They are from all over the world. The Orange family staying hydrated and getting our catches in, not just on Lake Hartwell. Go Tigers.
Go Tigers indeed.
Pretty big gap here. This is actually good spacing
Yeah.
for the next boat coming down the course. The course will be clear. There's much less likelihood of clashing or any sort of obstruction. They literally can just row their race, which can be to your advantage. I will say, once you go under, don't crash under this bridge. That would be terrible. Once you go under this bridge and turn the corner, there is a really long stretch of a long turn with not too much on the way of crowds, not too many boathouses, and that's where you really have to
Interesting
stay
turning
focused.
action happening down there at Weeks. But right now we've got Bow 33 Trinity College alumni.
Yeah, a couple boats just through the Weeks Bridge, taking all sorts of different courses.
I'm thinking this is another Colby boat coming up here.
Certainly appears to be with the blue unis and the big white C's. That is bow 35.
Well, they're calling them Mesalonsky, which must have something to do with Colby. They said they'd submit their information once they had a crew sorted out. Well, it looks like they got one sorted out because they're looking pretty good.
A lot of crews say that. They are followed by bow 38 in the white and blue, who are followed by bow 36.
Duke alumni, bow 38, bow 36. St. Joseph's alumni, the Hawk will never die. This is Duke celebrating the 25th year of Duke women's rowing being a varsity sport.
And then we've got bow 32 in the blue and yellow. That is the Simmons College alumni out of Boston. Competitors range in graduation year from 97 to 2022. They are racing in memory of Coach Nikolai Kermakov.
Bow number 34, UVM alumni.
We got bow 41 in the yellow, orange, and navy. That is Tufts University out of Somerville, Massachusetts. Recent grads from the Tufts Women's Rowing.
Inside.
Bow 37 on the Boston side in the maroon boat.
Crabtree out of London. All alumni from Cambridge University's winning women's blue boats from the boat race between 2018-2020. Bow 40's got to be a Tufts boat. Those looks like some blue jumbos there. They sure are.
Oh, there was just a steering maneuver taking place between bow 43 and bow 39. That was tight.
Bow 43? 42. Bow 42, another fat cat boat. Should have known that by their black and orange. And then black and orange, WC Washington College women's rowing. 44, coming up on the outside, Queen City Barge Club, Marist College women's alumni. There's a whole pack coming through right now. 47, another Crabtree boat. 48 old collegians from Dublin. They don't look like they're rowing like old collegians. They look like they're rowing from very young. It's their first time entering a women's 8 to the head of the Charles. They're excited to be here. 46 in the yellow hull, more Navy Masters, graduates of the Naval Academy, serving or have served as officers in the United States Navy and Marine Corps.
43 in the black hull with the white shirts and the bucket rig.
The bucket rig on bow 43 is from, appropriately, Buckingham, Brown and Nichols School right here in Cambridge, Mass. Actually, there's no bucket
Strike the
rig.
bucket.
We take it back, but it
Sorry.
sounded good. .45 is a boat out of Fordham. Newly reunited crew.
21 in the white hull.
2020, another crew of Yaleys, Bula Bula. This one features more athletes from the most recent graduate class of 2023.
They are followed by bow 45. No, 49. Sorry, 49.
49, a Boston College crew. Go Eags! We might be seeing the last boat, just having come through weeks here.
It must be 50. It's really hard to see the pound numbers with like a braid.
I know. That's right.
And last but certainly not least, right down the center of the course is bow 50, Blue Goose out of Lewiston, Maine, proud Bates College alumni.
Looks like they've got a rower sitting out at the moment. Hope it's not an injury.
It's actually like the last thing you want to happen.
Yeah.
You feel so bad
I know,
having
I
these
know.
7 women row you
Could
down
be an
the course.
equipment issue. It's a long way to row with 7 rowers. Now we're
And
gonna,
that wraps up the women's 8 alumni.
going to be some noise here as some Harvard boats come back to the dock after their races.
Oh, yeah, no. I want to give a special thank you to the Hyatt Regency Boston, Cambridge, the official hotel of the head of the Charles Regatta. From views of the Boston skyline to a stroll along the Charles River, immerse yourself in New England charm during your stay at the newly renovated Hyatt Regency Boston, Cambridge. Visit the nearby tech hub of MIT and Kendall Square, as well as Harvard University. Embrace the best of Beantown, technically Cambridge. And if you have not been to the MIT Museum, my
that's a great
dad
museum.
highly recommends it. So take that for what
The
you
MIT
will.
Museum is a lot of fun. It's really, really interesting. Yeah, we're having some of that New England charming weather today.
Yes. Just cold enough and wet enough to be a little
Gray
bit
enough.
biting.
Yeah. The wind is definitely gusty. We're having a few moments where it's like blowing gusty and then, calms down a bit. So it's going to be really tricky for crews to be navigating that out there today. They're all figuring it out as they row downstream to the course. My boat has CRI. We have to row all the way from CRI in Newton all the way downstream to the starting line. So for us, it's Newton. It'll be about a 15K row.
And
That's a
I
lot.
row out of Riverside, which is a super close 1 mile from
That's
the
nice.
start line.
Yeah.
It's actually very well positioned too, just because you cross the start, the adrenaline is sort of
Yeah.
like settled in, and then you pass the boathouse.
Yeah, that's
Get
exciting.
another little boost.
Yeah.
Want to give a shout out to La Crema Winery. Savor the moments at the head of the Charles with La Crema. Join La Crema Tasting Room for the finest wine experience, including tasting, and elevate your weekend with La Crema's exceptional wines. Visit them at they are the official wine of the head of the Charles at the Finnish area launch site bar next to the awards tent.
But they're busy today.
The mulled cider tent would
That's
be busy
right.
today.
The mulled cider tent. The coffee tents. Our next race is going to be the Men's Masters 4. There are just 18 competitors in this. Ex Nemo won and set a course record last year. They're back, followed by Potomac, and then a crew from San Juan, Puerto Rico, back for the third place finish. GB, Great Britain has 3 crews starting bow 6, bow 12, and bow 18 in this race. So that's the Men's Masters 4s. 40 plus is their age category. They will be starting at 11:40, which they should be on the course now, actually.
While we're waiting, I'll go through a couple more sponsors. I actually don't know how to pronounce this. Is it LaCroix? Or LaCroix?
I think we call it LaCroix in this country, but if we were French, we would call it LaCroix.
All right. Well, that word, sparkling water, is the official sparkling water at the head of the Charles Regatta. Head down to Adager Rowing and Fitness Expo to try one of their many zero-calorie, naturally flavored waters. And thank you to Meet Boston for the continued support of the head of the Charles Regatta. The Meet Boston mission is to elevate Boston's vibrant neighborhoods and diverse people, amplifying their stories and sharing them locally and across the globe. Be sure to stop by the Weld exhibition and visit the Meet Boston truck.
We're just commenting that our sight lines up here are a little challenged to see the bow numbers.
Yeah, we're like in the epicenter of operations. There's
It is actually pretty exciting. We've got a lot of timers up here who are actually calling official times. This is one of the official timing spots on the race. If you go into the results, you'll see times at Riverside, Weld, maybe CBC, and then the finish.
Yeah, and sometimes...
here we come.
You know, obviously you can tell if a boat is past another boat, you're doing well, but sometimes they'll call out the times. And I remember rowing in one of the years, and I could hear the announcer at CBC saying, Riverside Boat Club is in first place. You've never seen us pick up and pull harder in your life. It was like, oh, geez.
All righty.
We got to hold on to it.
We've got boats coming down the course now. Our first boat, bow number 1 for sure. Ex Nemo.
Wait, no.
No, that must be. Yeah, okay. But our next 2 boats coming right through weeks now are in a real tight race already. Bow 2, Potomac Boat Club. Potomac Boat Club is the oldest rowing club in the Washington, D.C. area. And Bow 3, Club Nautico de San Juan, back from San Juan for another row down the course. We are not having San Juan weather here today. You can always tell when a Harvard boat's rowing by. Making a lot of noise. They got some cowbells out there.
Can really never have enough cowbell.
Bow 4, Western Reserve from Cleveland, Ohio. A little bit of a break. These are coxed 4s. And as is the case in most competitive boats, the coxswain is actually in the bow, lying down. And they have to, be about the size of a 12-year-old because those are not made for people my size, certainly.
don't know when exactly the Bowcox 4 came into existence, but I remember rowing in college, which was after the printing press but before the internet.
Yeah.
And they would sit much like the eights, right
Yeah.
in front of the stroke.
Same. That's what it was like when I rode in high school. But I tried to get into a bow loader this season, and not happening. It's just not happening.
That's how I feel about bow seat in any boat. Like, if you haven't greased the gunnels, it's just not happening. Bow 5, Pocock Rowing Club out of Seattle, Washington. This is the men's competitive team sporting the new club name Pocock Rowing. Bow 6 out of Great Britain is Tyrion. This is the University of London alumni. And then Bow 7, Community Rowing out of Brighton, Mass. This is the Comp Men's Masters 4.
Let's get it, CRI. We seem to have an 8 right in front of the bridge trying
That
to
is
cross the river.
ugly.
That looks like not a thing
That
one
is
would be doing.
Oh, my God.
That's terrifying.
Oh, yeah. There's a 4 that has had to stop completely.
Is that a 4 down there?
To route around this 8. How did that 8 even get there?
I don't know. Obviously, we weren't paying attention. That's crazy, and they're not
Anyway,
able to stop the race.
How
So
psyched are the boats that made it before that 8 showed up?
Exactly.
Here is bow number 9 in the
oh
red
man,
and black. That is Prince Williams out of Lake Ridge, Virginia. This is Masters Rowing on the beautiful Occoquan Reservoir in Woodbridge, Virginia.
fortunately, what's happened is that boat has sent folks way, way, way wide on that turn, which is really
It's actually incredibly dangerous for the people in the 8.
yeah. Here comes bow 10, Chinook. A not-for-profit team made up of athletes from all over the U.S. and Canada who train together.
Oh, it is a dumpster fire under the Weeks Bridge right now.
Yeah.
I can't stop looking. It's like a train wreck. Okay, but back to the race at hand. Bow 8, Lake Oswego Community Rowing. Men's team is ready for a strong showing in the 4. Brett Nickel and Don Garrett raced against each other when they were in college, but now they have come together to row the head of the Charles.
That's very nice. Bow 15's coming up. That's the Minneapolis Rowing Club from the Twin Cities of Minnesota.
I'm actually going to be there next weekend.
Oh.
Bow 12 on the Boston shore in the white and black shirts.
Molesey from Great Britain, regular head of the Charles competitors and past winners.
Oh, past winners. They are being followed by bow 16, I believe. There's a lot of activity in the tent right now.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like
Chicago is bow
wow,
16. Oh, I see what we got. We got a 4 in trouble.
The 4 is in trouble. They are just trying to get off the
right
course.
over to
That
come
is
off
bow
the course.
number 11. They are just coming to the dock.
Bow number 13 is coming by us. Bow Bowdoin College Polar Bears.
And bow 14 on the Boston side.
PNRA Mercer.
It looks like bow 11 is taking on water. That is unfortunate.
Yes, they are definitely taking on water there.
Bow 17, did you get them?
No. Bow 17, Hudson River, out of Poughkeepsie, New York.
Bow 18 in the white unis.
Bow 18 is another British boat, Rex, from Chester. They've raced together since university.
Well, that was exciting.
That was exciting. Not sure what happened. I'm wondering if there was a... Bow 11 was Fairmount out of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And they've just pulled up at Weld here in front of us and hopped out very quickly. I think there was a some kind of
if
incident
they,
up ahead.
Oh, was that the last boat?
Nope, we got one more
One
coming
more.
through, I see.
Fascinating.
Well, we're all going to wonder what happened there.
Of course.
That's
Stay tuned. Who
looks
said
like
Rex?
everybody's okay, though, which is the
Yeah,
important
that's
thing.
Exactly right.
Is this bow 2
Bow 2, Potomac,
Potomac?
that matches. It's red.
Okay, that's an interesting thing. We thought we saw,
Sometimes,
but, there's some
boats
more fours. The
Have a
problem is,
late start.
excuse me, our next race is also alumni fours.
No, this was Masters.
I know, this is the one we're on, Masters fours, but our next race is alumni fours, so it's a little confusing.
Well, maybe this is
I mean, maybe that's about. That's not a Bowden boat. Okay, well, guess what? We're in the alumni fours now, folks. And that's bow
Surprise.
2. Delaware won this race last year, and they'll be back at bow 1.
Ethan's got those 2 boats. He'll start preparing for the boats that are going to come across the bridge. Yeah. Ethan, you're on those?
So it looks
Bow-
like
Yeah,
bow
bow
4.
4 is a Bowdoin College boat of Polar Bear alumni, and then bow 1 is Delaware men's alumni, reigning champions and course record holders. It's a great day to be a blue hen.
All right, and it looks like we've got 3 more. Oh, wow, there's a lot of water
in
coming
that
out of that boat on
Oh
the
my
dock.
goodness.
Ooh, Betty. Okay, we got 3 boats coming down the course. Bow 5 is the white hull.
Bow 5 MRA alumni, coached by the illustrious Dr. Sedgley Waterworks, DDS.
They are followed by bow number 6 in the green and white.
More evergreens, and we know where they're from. Dartmouth alumni.
And then bow number 3 in the white tanks and the white hull.
That would be Hobart alumni, who placed 4th in 2002.
It's a good showing.
All right. Got some nice looking checkered blades coming up here.
That is bow number 7 with the high-vis orange hat in the stroke seat.
More Bowdoin College polar bears. Bowdoin's making a good showing in these fours.
And then we've got bow 8 in the white tanks with the blue stripes.
Grand Valley alumni.
So stroke seat is the seat that looks like it's at the back of the boat, but they're actually the first rower since the rowers are facing backwards. And they set the pace for the entire boat, and they will be getting a stroke per minute reading from the coxswain and often have a strategy worked out for the start, and then you sort of hunker in for the body of the race and then bring it up again for the sprint. Bow 10 is approaching. That is Emory alumni out of San Jose, California. This crew is composed of Emory crew spanning 1999 to 2023.
I think it's 13 coming.
And then bow 13, Belmont Hill, right here in Belmont, Massachusetts. This is Belmont Hill School alums from various classes. Sort of a good excuse to get back together again.
I see bow 9 on the inside on the dark hull.
Bow 9 is Brock Rowing Club out of St. Catharines, Ontario. This is the alumni boat. And
11 way out.
And then bow 11 is BC High alumni, Needham, Mass. This is the Boston College High School alum.
Some very natty orange stripes coming by, and these RIT alumni from Rochester.
And then bow 15, which is Northwestern alumni out of Evanston, Illinois. They're comprised of rowers from the past decade, all of whom who have raced here at the Charles before.
Bow 18 sporting some bucket hats. Purple Calf Boat Club. More Williams alumni. Class of 23.
The bucket hat made a comeback this year.
It did.
All of the volunteers, in addition to the snazzy Vineyard Vines jackets, also received a bright red bucket hat.
Very large bucket hat. It's got to be.
The advantage to the, identifiable outfits is that you're noticed from far, far away.
Bow 17 are the Fat Cats from New York, a 2001 Princeton Odyssey.
21 in the black unis.
That'll be Friends of Vanderbilt from Vanderbilt alumni. Got a little cluster coming up here.
The cluster is 19 in the lead, followed by 20, followed by 16.
So that's Iona alumni in 19, Loyola alumni in 20, and Holy Cross alumni in 16. First day, the Holy Cross boat says this is the first day they've rowed together. They're doing a pretty good job, I think.
Not too shabby.
There's an example of that bucket rigging out there.
Oh, yeah, there it is for real.
Got 22 and 23 will be coming up soon. That is Purdue Crew alumni, and 23 UVM. The Cats are back in town. We have a hard time seeing through the timers, but they're doing important work, so we don't want to get in their way.
Ultimately, they decide who gets the medals. Bow 24 in the checkered blades.
Penn State. Nittany Lions. One of the weirdest looking mascots in all of college sports, the Nittany Lion. But their blades are sharp and they're rowing really well together.
All right, and then we've got bow. Sorry. We've got a lot of folks jumping up on the timing side. That looks like bow 25 in the white hull.
'25, Friends of WPI, and 26, more Blue Hens from Delaware.
That's got to be a good mascot, the Blue Hen.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
I mean, it's no Buckeye, but I think it's still
It's
pretty
no
good.
Otto the Orange. Otto the Orange is, I think, the best mascot in college sports. I'm going to say it. I'm just going to put it out there. Colby is a mule.
A mule.
A mule
Okay.
named Morty. Yeah.
When I think of like aspirational sports, I think of mules.
Yeah.
Often.
Well, apparently they were back in the day. Their football team was doing very well, and they were being called a dark horse because nobody knew who they were. And so the college newspaper said, "We're not a dark horse. We're a white mule."
All right.
Opposite of a dark horse. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
There's just a lot of knowledge being shared in this segment of the Head of the Charles, and I just want to say you're welcome.
Yeah. College mascots. That was a major part of my daughter's college search. What's their mascot like?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, what about the banana slug?
Oh, the banana slug. Fantastic. One of the best. If
Yeah.
you're going to choose, that's definitely one. A couple Harvard boats just launched here and are making their way across the river. So that was our alumni fours. We get a women's race now. How about some women's masters fours? Excellent.
Yes.
21
women's
competitors
Masters
in the
four.
masters fours.
This race has got some Charles River All-Stars, not has-beens, still All-Stars in it. Crews from all over the place. Ohio, Vancouver, California. It's an awesome event. The average age is 40 plus for this. That's the Masters category. And Greenwich Crew at Bow 1 returns as the head of the Charles after winning in 2022. 2022 was a fast year for fours. However, they will not go unchallenged as the Sammamish Rowing Association and River City Crews, they were on their tail last year and they've returned, taking Bow 2 and 3. But, not to be trifled with is Bow number 4, Vancouver Rowing Club. This is their 10th run at the Charles, and I have to tell you, back in the day, I rode in a pair with one of the members of that boat.
Oh, wow.
They called us Tower Number 1 and Tower Number 2 because
Wow.
we were both over 6 feet tall. We went on to try out for the national team. She made it. I didn't. I'm not bitter about it, but still stings
we're
a
still
little.
thinking about
yeah,
it.
Yeah. Thank goodness for
Motivation.
therapists.
Ongoing
really.
motivation.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is a good lineup of folks. So yeah, the average age has to be over 40, and you will see a huge range. There'll be the average age of 49. You'll get some boats as low as 40, which means some of their rowers, for example, Boulder, Colorado, and here comes back
We
a
got a
Radcliffe
Radcliffe boat docking now.
out of Boulder, you've got a crew with the average age of 40, so they've got folks in their boat as young as 32 and as old as 51 to average it out.
So these rowers should be coming down the course soon. They launched at 11:58, and I have the sense things are running really quite on time. No delays.
Which is pretty impressive given the few mix-ups we've
Yeah.
seen. Sometimes that can derail things. I do want to give a shout out to Rival Kit USA. They're delighted to be the official kit partner of the Head of the Charles. Come visit their pop-up to shop technical garments and club kit at the Adige Row venue. Speak to Rival Kit about your club's technical kit today, or visit rivalkitusa.com to see the full range. And I believe kit here is referring to your gear.
your fit, man.
Your fit, yeah.
Yeah.
Your kit fit.
Fit on your gear.
Nielsen Kellerman is the global leader in rowing performance electronics. They actually developed the Cox Box, which is the little PA system that goes in the boat with a mic on the coxswain's face, and that's how she communicates with everyone past stroke, because it's really hard to hear past that.
Back in the day, they would, when you see The Boys in the Boat, which opens Christmas Day, and I know you're all going to go watch it, because what fan of rowing isn't, you'll see coxswains with little tiny megaphones strapped to their heads.
Yeah, they looked like deranged ducks.
Yeah, they do. Now we wear a fetching elastic strap around our head with a microphone on it that plugs into the Cox box, and the Cox box plugs into a system in the boat which both amplifies our voice down the boat so folks can hear us, and also gives us a stroke reading so we can know how fast our boat is going and help our rowers achieve the rates they want to achieve.
And the fancy ones now have GPS to tell you how fast you're going and where you are. All right, it looks like the race is underway. I'm going to give these boats a little bit longer to get closer to us so that folks within earshot know what we're talking about. Looks like bow 2 is out front, as foretold by the intro we read. Sammamish Rowing Association out of Redmond, Washington, has made a fast and furious start, passing bow number 1.
I think
who are in the blue, and that is the Greenwich crew out of Coscob, Connecticut.
I think bow 4 just came through the bridge, but they've got somebody right on the outside there, right with them.
Oh, yeah. All right. We got 2 crews.
It's got bow 4 and bow 5 coming through together. Bow 4 is a boat out of Vancouver.
Yes, this is the world-famous Vancouver 4 with Elizabeth, Alice, Lindsay, and tower number 1, Stephanie Geoffrion. They're back for their 10th run at the Head of the Charles, and they are pushing for the W. Let's go, Vancouver. Bow 5, right next to them, battling it out, is Western Reserve out of Cleveland, Ohio. Let's go, Steph. And then we've got bow number 3 in the white and black, River City out of West Sacramento, California. Hot on their tail.
Followed by, closely, bow 6, Carolina Masters Rowing, who want to thank their teammates back home for their support. They're happy to be returning to this great event for the 6th time.
Yeah, this is a tight race. These boats are clustered heading into these bridges.
Here comes bow 7, another boat from Sammamish.
They put out quite a few boats.
They
this
do.
season.
They come a long way and they row hard.
Look at this cluster coming through the bridge here.
gosh.
Wow, there's like 6
1, 2,
boats.
3, 4, 5, 6
all
boats.
clustered very close together on the Cambridge side. Bow 8, and on the Boston side, bow 9.
Bow 8 is Lincoln Park Boat Club, and bow 9 is Green Lake from Seattle. Green Lake competitive team has grown from 6 members in April 21 to more than 30 today. Then we got
There are 3 boats,
3 close
red,
together.
blue, and green, right across the river right now. The green boat is bow 13, blue boat is bow 10, and the red boat is bow 11.
So 13, Boulder, rowing at altitude in Boulder, Colorado. Bow 10, Avalon. Hi, Mom. And bow 11, you said. Atlanta Rowing Club rows on the Chattahoochee. Look at that. They're coming through all together. This is going to be an
That's going to
exciting
be
little
tight
turn up here
and
at
fun in the bridge and cozy. So bow
Anderson.
12 is right behind them, and if I were bow 12's coxswain, I would let that shake out before I head
That's
into
right.
that bridge.
Bow 12 from Western is going to let these 3 figure this turn out. That's exciting looking. Can't see through the tall bodies
Looks like
there.
actually that Boulder crew, which it was the young one we mentioned, made a move and pulled ahead
Yeah.
to safely pass through the bridge. That was impressive.
And one of the other crews may have yielded. That's an important thing about this race, is that you have to be smart about it. It is smarter to yield and let the other boat move ahead than to risk a crash, a penalty, damage, injury, anything like that.
All
It's
right.
hard, but you can do it.
It is hard because you just want to go.
You just
want to
go. You just want to go fast.
All right, we got in the high vis, sort of red orange is bow 15.
Bow 15, Genesee from Rochester. It's celebrating their club's 15th anniversary.
It is. All right, and then we've got bow 13 in the navy blue kit.
Bow 13.
Yep.
That's boat also from Boulder. Maybe we called the Boulder one wrong earlier.
Sorry. Bow 19 is blue and green unis.
19, Riverfront Recapture, and I think 14's out there, East Bay Rowing.
That is going to be another tight cluster through that
Oh,
bridge.
yeah. Look at
and
that.
then the easily identifiable Fat Cat Rowing in the orange and black, bow 17.
I think that's bow 16 up there in the high vis. And that's got to be a Fat Cat boat, yeah. Oh, boy, that's going to be tight.
Like what I'm saying.
That's all right.
We'll work it out.
Here we go.
Friends. It's only been 3 hours.
Yes.
It's fine.
Bow 15, Genesee.
And then in the yellow kit and the white boat is bow 20, right neck and neck with bow 21 in the red and blue.
Bow 20 is Slack from San Diego. 2 athletes rowing their first head of the Charles this year. Bow 21, Capital from Washington. And we still got a few competitors to go, although those are the last ones in the number order. We've got a couple more boats coming down.
With the MIT Blades in the black unis
Okay,
is bow number 1.
No, we're seeing the women's alumni fours coming up now. Bow number 1 from MIT, a bunch of young alumni from MIT. So this race, these boats are making up a lot of time on the race in front of them.
Yeah, they're being followed pretty closely by bow number 2 in the black hull.
Brown, Remember the boats, the first 4 boats are typically seeded in what they finished in last year. There are 26 competitors in the Alumni Fours race.
Actually, MIT set the course record. Bow number 3 in the blue hull is BHRA. That is the Bromfield Acton Boxborough High School, located in Harvard, Mass. And then another Fat Cat boat, which is bow 5. That's the Princeton Lightweight National Champion alumni. A lot of cheering for the great return of the Radcliffe boat.
The Radcliffe fans are loud and proud here today.
And
They're
then we've got
taking a boat out, and that's
bow
what all
number
the cheering's
4,
about.
the Simmons alumni, coached by the late Nikolai Kermakov. This is the 3rd time this lineup has raced the head of the Charles, including once in college. Stroke seat is the novice coach for Simmons Rowing, and bow seat is the Cox for Riverside Boat Club.
Wow.
Who knew?
Princeton boats with their fancy tiger stripe canvas, looking awesome.
Bow number 6 is approaching out of Kingston, Rhode Island. This is the University of Rhode Island women's alumni. And I wish I brought a winter hat and gloves.
Yeah. Whoa. We got a lot of wind up here again. Bow number 8. Oh, no, it's this one here. Bow number 8, DeWolf. That's going to be some BU alumni celebrating 50 years of women's rowing in 2024. So they're looking forward to a big anniversary.
And then we got bow number 7 in the blue and white blades and the white tops.
That's a boat of Nobles alumni. Looks like they've got a bucket rig going there too on that Nobles boat.
Yep. Most usually in the 4s, that happens in the middle, and then the stroke and the bow are the same.
All right, we got a group of boats coming up.
You want to shout out the numbers? That is a Radcliffe boat, so get ready for the cheering. 13's making some real good time. That's Bowdoin out of Brunswick, Maine. They are the Polar Bears, and they have made some great progress on this course today. Bow 9 is from Tokyo, Japan, Hitito Subashi, and they are alumni from HUBC, Harvard University Boat Club.
Awesome checkered blades on 11.
That's Penn State. There's the cheering we warned you about.
Can you hear them?
That bow 12 is GVSU alum out of Princeton. And bow 14 is Gordon College out of Wenham, Mass. These are the first 5 alumni of Gordon College rowing program, which became a sport at the school in 2018. Bow 17 is BMA out of New Canaan, Connecticut. These are the Cornell alumni. Bow 20, moving. Purdue from West Lafayette. This is their alumni crew. 21, Lafayette alumni out of Eastern Pennsylvania. These are grads from the last 2 years, progressing from 10th to 5th to winning the Collegiate 4. So grateful to be rowing on the Charles again.
We're going to have 23 and 16 coming up. A
All
lot
right.
of boats coming up all together now. It's a very exciting race.
16 is Greenwich Academy out of Greenwich, Connecticut. Gators forever, obviously. And what was the other one? 23, Brock Rowing Club out of St. Catharines, Ontario. This is the women's team alumni.
Looks like we got a real race coming up between 19 in the red and 25 in the yellow.
19 are the Wisco alums. They're graduates of the University of Wisconsin-Madison.
25. I think that's going to be a Big Ten matchup out there.
Bow 25 is, University of Michigan alumni. Nice, battling it out. It's very motivating to be neck and neck with a boat.
Here comes Bow 19.
Bow 19 is another Wisco alum boat.
And Bow 22.
And Bow 22, Amherst alumni. Amherst College, class of 2022 and 2023.
Sporting their Amherst purple. '24 is on the inside in green and 26 on the outside in black. 26 pushing on 24. 24 holding them off.
24 is Loyola out of Baltimore, Maryland.
26.
And 26 is Northwestern alumni out of Evanston. This is comprised of rowers of the past decade, all of whom have raced on the Charles before. You know, we were talking earlier about how even with rainy conditions or gusty wind, it's such a gift to be able to row this race.
It really is. And I think we're particularly lucky, those of us who just get to row on this river regularly. It gives you an advantage in a race like this, although so many of these rowers, I mean, one of the great things about this race is people who come back year after year after year. And these rowers are really expert at navigating.
Yeah, that's 100% true. The home course advantage is real here. I want to give a big thank you to the Department of Conservation and Recreation, the DCR. They manage the parklands that today's race takes place in. The head of the Charles has been in partnership with DCR since 1965 and could not pull off the race without the incredible support that we receive from the state. Thank you so much to all of their staff and all of the police and all of the rangers and the maintenance folks who help keep these grounds in great shape all year long and then allow this event to take place.
Another shout out to our volunteers today. Said before, this regatta requires a cast of thousands to make it happen. People are doing everything from filming, announcing, putting boats in the water. People are housing athletes who come from all over the world. We cannot do this, make this regatta happen without the volunteers. So we thank them. If you see somebody in you can't miss them because there's thousands of us, blue jacket or a CRI red bucket hat today, those are some of the volunteers who are making this event happen.
Oh, nice. Way to plug CRI.
Yeah, well, you know. Just give a little shout out.
Visit the DoorDash Food Village at the Weld exhibition and be treated to the options including Flower Bakery and Cafe, El Jefe's Taqueria, Blackbird Donuts, Blue Ribbon Barbecue, Tony C's, Lily Peas. Come visit the DoorDash Food Village and enjoy these Boston favorites.
El Jefe. I could use a little El Jefe right now. We're getting ready to see the men's Masters 8s come down the course. This is going to be a big race with only 16 competitors, but they are going to be moving very, very fast. The average age, so the average age of the boat has to be 40 plus in Masters. The winning boat last year was Marin, all the way from Green Bay, California. They were followed by a Fat Cat boat and then Old Glory out of Melrose, Mass.
Good old Melrose, really known for its rowing pedigree.
But you know, that's it. Everybody in Boston rows or they play hockey, apparently.
Yeah, or both.
Yeah. Wind's definitely picking up here in the tent on the balcony. Hey, we given a shout out to Easy Dock yet? Easy Dock is proud to be the official dock supplier and official sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. They'd like to welcome every crew team to this year's event and invite you to visit the Easy Dock booth to see our low-profile dock, which exceeds FISA and U.S. rowing standards and was designed specifically for the rowing community. You'll see Easy Docks all over the river, particularly down on the Boston side.
Not all lunches are created equal.
It was cool. We got the hole. We got, they were coming across the turn, like to the bridge.
That's some pretty good damage on that. Nice big old dent.
And all day long, crews are rowing downstream in front of us, rowing downstream to the start line. Happily, it's good to see crowds, even in these less than ideal conditions, on the Weeks Bridge and on Anderson Bridge, cheering on their rowers. One of the rowers in the boat I'm coxing tomorrow asked me last night, I'm not going to be able to hear anything. I said, you're going to hear them. You're going to hear them.
You can hear them.
You're gonna
Absolutely, especially at the bridges. You're
Yeah.
like peak tuned in. It's actually amazing when you're rowing, especially down here at Anderson.
Yeah.
And then coming around the corner heading towards Elliott, you really need the extra pick-me-up.
You really do.
You absolutely can hear folks.
Right.
So that long curve just past here where it gets a little quiet, our crew felt like we had to rebrand it because it felt so like no man's landy that we started calling it Slaughter Alley just to be especially vicious.
Between here and Elliott?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I'm going
That's
to use
where
that one
you're supposed
tomorrow.
to really dig deep, you know, because
Yeah.
there's not a lot of external motivation.
Well, that's the hard. That to me, that feels like one of the hardest parts of the course because it's just you're 2 miles in there. You know, it's that middle piece that is so hard to keep your motivation up. Once you see Elliott, you know you're heading for the barn. You know you could just dig in and make it. And of course, when you start, there's all that adrenaline. But the middle part, sort of after Anderson, can be hard. And that turn is so long, so long.
It is. One year we had the great fortune of actually being next to another boat. So we were
Ooh.
able to battle it out back and forth, and then we finally pulled ahead through the bridge. But that's probably our best time because we were constantly
Yeah.
motivated by the competition.
Yeah, it's IRO and Directors Challenges, which are have a wider range of competition in them, and sometimes we like to be in the back of the pack so that we just have a clear path. But definitely having another boat around you is totally motivating. If you pass them, you've got a total boost. If they pass you, you just got to dig in and go harder.
The Head of the Charles is pleased to once again have Teddy Peanut Butter as a proud supporter of this year's regatta. Teddy Peanut Butter is all natural and the perfect fuel for your rowers and elite athletes. Have you had your Teddy today? And
I
then
have
in
not.
all caps, which seems appropriate, the Head of the Charles would like to thank and salute the United States Marine Corps. To get more information about the Marines and see how they can build our nation's leaders, try your hand at the pull-up challenge. Please stop by their booth at the Weld exhibition. You'll be happy to know we just got lunch.
We're very
So
excited.
we won't get
okay,
hangry.
Thanks. Well, we're going to eat them.
Get the good life. We're proud to announce that Vineyard Vines is the official style of the 2023 Head of the Charles Regatta. Stop by their locations at Attager Rowing and Fitness Expo and the Weld exhibition area and check out their limited edition gear. They are the folks that put together the volunteer premiums that you see walking around, the hats and the jackets.
Dan's getting us lunch. What's he getting? Like lunch? Because after like one of Joe's pizza. I'm literally just gonna go. I need to go. Where's Joe's pizza? It's down the street.
Okay, so much for lunch, because here come the rowers. Go ahead. Event 29, Men's Masters 8s. These boats are going to come flying through the Weeks Footbridge. Probably going to be the fastest boats we've seen, I think. We've got, not surprisingly, bow number 1, Marin, from Green Bay, California. Marin Rowing loves the head of the Charles Regatta. And I think there's a Fat Cat boat right behind them, Princeton Lightweights from the 1990s and beyond. It's just beautiful to watch these boats.
They still got it, you know?
Yeah, they're rowing beautifully. You can hear their coxswains. Really digging deep here. That's it, gentlemen. Oh, yeah. Coxswain in the Marin boat has a spiffy-looking boater on, I think. Fat Cats, followed by bow 3, Old Glory from Melrose. They are the John Parker School for kids who can't row good and want to do other stuff good too. Swear to God, that's what it says.
Bow 4.
Bow 4, Penn AC. Long history of working hard and racing. Bow 5, Blue Cheese Rowing Club, former Yale Lightweights. So we've got a bit of a break between them and the next crew, which is making a beautiful turn under that bridge. Wow. That was really nice. I really hope that's the Crimson Death Barge, because I just want to be able to say that again. I think it is. They look like they're wearing crimson. We're starting to hear the L's for Harvard from below, so that's got to be a Crimson Death Barge, bow 6. Former college rowers who's all spent time in the infamous Death Barge were inspired at a 25th reunion to resume rowing, and now they do it all the time. Their motto is, it's not just a boat, it's a state of mind. Which might be what a lot of us say about rowing. Looks like that's bow 8. Navy Masters from Annapolis. Death Barge is looking good going by. Very smooth, very smooth. I'm guessing that's going to be a northeastern boat, bow 10. It sure is. You can tell by their blades. Then we've got a boat all the way from Mexico, Antares from Mexico, bow 7. They're a group of Mexican rowers who are excited and look forward to race the head of the Charles 2023, and they are looking terrific.
Real wide turn coming out of the Weeks Bridge.
Yeah, look at that.
Getting right back on track, though.
Bow 9 coming up. They took a wide turn, but they're actually moving really nicely back onto the line. That's Avalon from Chincoteague. Hi, Mom. That's what the Avalon boats. Bow 11 in black is the Black Sheep from Great Britain. They are a small club crew from the UK. Bow 14 are Brown alumni coming up in the yellow.
And then bow 13 in the red shirt.
Bow 13 is the Warren Boat Club. Warren Rowing was created by former Harvard lightweights in 1982 and is named after Mrs. Warren's rooming house at Henley. That's a pretty deep inside joke there, probably. But it's another Harvard boat, so there you go.
Bow 16 with the white blades and the black X's on them.
Bow 16, the Olden Bears, little punny there. They're cow rowers from the Golden Age, when the pre-race meal was steak and eggs, the hills were ablaze, and we only had one boathouse on the Oakland estuary. So something like the time of dinosaurs, apparently.
Bow 15 on the Boston side. The beige.
Oh, okay. The Bow 15 is another boat from the Naval Academy. 2000 heavyweight rowing team. The boat consists of veteran Marine Corps officers, F-18 pilots, submarine officers, intelligence officers, and one Navy doctor. So they are pretty much set for anything that might happen to them in this row.
And the red is bow 12.
Hey, it's CRI coming up, Bow 12. This is our military veterans sweeps team. We may be able to see their blades have a skull with cross blades and wearing a military-style beret. These guys are out every morning, rowing hard, and we're so proud of them. It's a terrific veterans program we have at CRI. So let's go, CRI! Alrighty. Sandwich time for me.
The rain has definitely picked up.
Yep.
So the next event 30, is the Women's Masters 8s. Again, the average age is 40. Course record was set in 2022 by Capital Rowing Club. There are 14 boats in this event. Returning for 2023 after their record-setting run, Capital returns to the Heather Charles to defend their title. The Ottawa club that was on their tail last year is not competing, which allows Texas Rowing Center to chance Capital down the course. I think they mean chase. The Masters 8 40-plus club event is comprised of crews whose athletes average over 40-plus. These athletes may come from competitive clubs, recreational clubs, alumni associations, and more. This is usually where the hometown clubs duke it out a little bit. Riverside, Gentle Giant out of Somerville. Surprised not to see CRI in this event.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they entered in, I think they're doing a director's challenge, but it may be sort of a mixed comp team, non-comp team. We've got like 4 in the mixed 8 for the director's challenge, but I think their comp boat this year was the women's 4 that went by earlier this morning.
And the women's Masters 8s are on the course. First boat just crossing under Weeks Bridge. Making good on last year's course record setting row. Capital Rowing Club out of Washington, D.C. is bow number 1, coming down the course at a great clip.
Make him look pretty. We got time.
Bow number 2, just about in front of the boathouse, is the Texas Rowing Center Masters women. They raced at Masters Nationals this summer. They brought home 7 gold, 9 silver, 9 bronze medals across all age categories. They are the winners of the Women's Points Trophy, the Club's Points Trophy, and the Overall Points Trophy. TRC women have shown true speed on every coast and competitive regatta in the U.S.
I don't think they left any medals for anyone else.
All right, following right along in order, bow number 3, Everett Rowing Association out of Everett, Washington. They're thrilled to be back in Boston this year, and they're looking forward to an epic race. They are committed, confident, and determined to use last year's placement in the 40+8 as a springboard to higher success. Say it with your oars, ladies. Bring the boomsticks. And then bow 4, Endeavor Racing Alliance. This lineup screams spectacular, obviously. Great women, incredible athletes, but mostly just really good friends getting the job done.
6 ahead of 5.
Bow 6 has taken the lead ahead of bow 5. Bow 6 is BIAC out of Redwood City, California, and bow 5, Chinook out of Melfa, Virginia. This team is made up of athletes all over the U.S. and Canada who come together for domestic and international regattas.
Libby McCann is rowing in the Chinook boat, coolest cat on the Charles River. I'm guessing that's her with the pink hair. Can never miss her.
All right, we've got a battle going on right here between bow 7 and the mighty Riverside women. And bow 9. Bow 8, Riverside Boat Club right here in Cambridge, Mass.
Those stripes getting a big
Go,
cheer.
ladies.
Probably a cheer for the Radcliffe boat coming out, but
bow
we're
9
really getting some
in
rain
the red,
now.
white, and blue is Sammamish Rowing out of Redmond, Washington.
We got 10 and 11 coming up here.
10 and 11 are neck and neck. Bow 11 is out of Canada, Argonaut Rowing out of Toronto, Ontario.
Sporting
and
some great
bow
stripes
10
there.
is River City, West Sacramento, California. Right as the rain picks
Rain
up.
is really picking up now. Well, you know, it's breaking the surface tension on the water so they can go faster.
Is that what they say to make you feel better?
Yes, that's what we say.
All right.
Okay, here's coming up here.
12 Gentle Giant Rowing Club out of Somerville, Massachusetts, where all the cool kids hang out. Gentle Giant's an amazing nonprofit that offers free rowing to all of the students at Somerville High School, of which my kids took great advantage. Thank you, Gentle Giant.
Thank you, Gentle Giant. Followed by 7.
Bow number 7 out of Lyon,
Lyon.
France. Cercle Évrion Lyon. This crew is an entire crew of cancer survivors, and the French program Évrion Santé, which could be translated by Rowing for Health. They already raced in Venice and are during the European Indoor Championships in Paris this year. It's wet, folks.
It is pouring now. Wow.
In case you haven't heard, it might rain later.
Bow 7 looks like they're not quite sure what they're
Bow 7
doing.
is pivoting.
Line there. I think they were just waving at the shore. So this rain is just filling up the hull on these boats. When they pick these things up, when they get back at the dock, it's going to pour down on them again.
In the high-vis hats, we've got Bow 14 in the black and green unis. Just switching my page here. That is East Bay out of Oakland, California. EBRC is excited to race. Gotta
Next
check
up,
back
I think,
in
is
with them
Bow
at the end of the race
13.
and confirm that's still true.
Bow 13 from Long Beach. They get to row on the 1932 Olympic course in Long Beach, where it's probably not raining today. In fact, I can confirm it's not raining in Southern California because my cousin-in-law just messaged me that she's listening in. Hi, Barbara. And it's sunny and dry there. We've got a Harvard boat launching below us. A lot of cheers.
We're watching all the way through the tunnel stop.
Not a lot of wind, but definitely pouring.
Yeah, the rain is falling a bit sideways. I won't lie.
Yep.
I'm not sad to be announcing today.
Yep, I'm going to
Under
agree with
this
you on that
tent.
one. I would not want to be sitting up at the start waiting for my event to start.
No.
Speaking of, coming up soon will be the men's club fours. Union Boat Club holds the course record for this in 16 minutes and 5 seconds, which they set in 2013. No one's going to be setting a record today, unless it's a record for inches of water in the boat.
Right. Deep field of competitors. Riverfront Recapture maintains the #1 bow seed, coming off a successful gold medal podium at Dadvale. Fairfield, bow number 3, should not be ignored, as they have a strong starting position to challenge both Riverside Boat Club, bow number 2, and Riverfront Recapture, bow number 1. In addition to the slew of American crews, we're also joined this weekend by several crews from Canada and Germany. Riverside got a little cheeky, and in their bio wrote, "Farewell and adieu to you Spanish ladies." I wonder who fills out these,
That's interesting.
the racing applications.
And at what point in the day
and
or
how
night.
many beers they've
Yeah,
had.
exactly.
These are just thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah, these boats are, well, it's a water sport, right? That's what we do. We get wet.
I just keep wanting to get closer to the middle.
Hold on while we adjust our positioning here a little bit.
Just a little monsoon damage from the water coming off the tent. Thank you.
There goes the Harvard
All right.
boat.
More Harvard boats launching into the
They're looking a little piratical
the
down
Tempest.
there. Bandanas on their heads. Had messages taped on their backs. We keep getting cascades of rain off the top of the tent here.
I'll tell you, the fans still out there.
Yeah.
You are the diehard.
We
you
love
win
you,
the
fans.
Grit Award. Thank you for hanging in there and cheering these
You know,
crews
there's a lot of
on.
parents out there.
Really, really. And you know, when you decide to be a parent, no one tells you this is part of the job
No
description.
one told you. No one tells you. That
And
should
yet
be in
here
the
you
manual.
are. So thank you, parents, for supporting your kids.
I have a friend who says the coldest she ever was watching a crew race, and she's from Colorado. All right, we've got our first boat coming through Weeks now. We're guessing this will be Riverfront Recapture, but we'll see when they get a little closer. Oh, they got a boat right on their tail, though.
Oh, Riverfront Recapture followed very closely by Riverside.
Woo!
Riverside
Farewell and
making
adieu
a
to
nice
you
move
Spanish
here.
ladies.
Very tight.
Yeah.
1, 2, and 3, it looks like real close. Riverside not letting go. It does look like the spacing has closed a bit since the start, but 3, as noted in the intro, not to be ignored. Fairfield, Connecticut is really pushing, but boat number 1, Riverfront Recapture out of Hartford, is setting the pace, but followed very closely by the Riverside Masters men. Farewell and adieu to you, Spanish ladies. Farewell and adieu to you, ladies of Spain, for we have received orders for to sail for Old England, but we hope very
calling this
soon
race.
we shall
I'm
see
up here
you
with Colin
again.
Lee right now. Say hi to the folks at home.
Hello, hello.
And bow number 3 is looking to build on success of the last season with the 3rd place finish in this event and a Dadvale gold medal.
Did you call 4?
No, Riverside! Did not call 4. Bow 4
Greater Lawrence
is New York Penn AC out of Pelham Manor, New York.
What is that one? Here comes bow 5 coming into view. That's Greater Lawrence. Looks like maybe we're getting a little rain. Stop in here. Hearing some horns on the bridge. Something's going on. Bit of a traffic jam. Is this another Riverside boat? No. Yes, this is. This will be bow 7.
That's another Riverside boat.
Oh.
Blow the man down, bullies. Blow the man down. Go Stripes. And then we've got in the red hull, bow number 5. It looks like Power Rangers.
Power
to me.
Rangers, bow number 5. Greater Lawrence. Bow
And
number
then
6.
Bow number 6 in the blue unis and the black hull.
BIAC out of Redwood City, California.
And then we've got bow number 9 in the white unis and the black hull.
New York Athletic Club. Loving those Power Rangers. Not letting the rain get in the way of their spirit today.
Bow number 8 in the green unis and the white hull.
This is a top 4 for Michigan State crew. Looks like some Virginia
And
Cavs
then
down there. in
bow number
10.
10 in the orange unis with the black V.
They're coming. These are the young guys.
Virginia Rowing Association out of Charlottesville, Virginia. That is bow number 12 in the red hull with the red unis.
Bow 12 all the way from Calgary. A mixed experience and first-year athletes. Some first-time rowers here at the head of the Charles. Then we got a real
and
race.
We have 2 boats right next to each other. On the Boston side, bow 15 in the white, and on the Cambridge side, bow 13 in the black hull.
Okay, that's obviously a Harvard boat. Bow 15, you can hear him. You can hear him calling it. And bow 13 is Texas.
Nothing like passing right in front of your boat.
Right in front of your own boathouse. That's awesome. Those guys are getting a huge push out of this. Some awesome looking blades coming through next.
That'll be interesting to see how they fare through that bridge. No one's yielding in this
No one's
particular
yielding. They are
situation.
both going full bore through it.
Bow number 11 in the yellow unis was Independence Rowing Club out of Nashua, New Hampshire.
Some awesome blades there.
And in bow 14 in the yellow Empacher is Washington College from Chestertown, Maryland. This team captured a guaranteed entry in this event last year. Bow 16 in the red unis with the white is Austin out of Austin Rowing Club, Masters Racing Team out of Texas. In the white hull, bow 17 with the black t-shirts and the UMass blades is UMass out of Amherst, Massachusetts. Bow 18.
Bow 19. Can
Looks
you tell
like
it's
West
another
Point.
Harvard boat coming through.
That's right, West Point. That's the Army crew. And then bow 19 in the white unis is
That's a
Harvard,
Harvard.
which would explain the cheering. And following behind them in the
Bow 21, a CRI crew. Comp men's. Let's go, boys. Ooh, their coxswain looks miserable. Great. Yeah, I'd put your raincoat on. I know. Got a boat way, way, way out on the buoy line. Bow 20, Cambridge Boat Club. Says it's a new crew. Bow 26 is Westside Rowing Club from Buffalo, New York. Wow, that Cambridge boat's pulling in there.
And bow 22 in the white hull with the white tanks is Notre Dame out of South Bend, Indiana. Whoa, Cambridge has decided to adjust course.
In a
right
big way.
now. All right, let's look to our next cluster of boats coming down. Bow 24 in the orange and black checkers is Clemson out of South Carolina. Recently lost their boathouse and construction is in progress. That's sad. Bow 23 in the magenta unis is Flower City out of Rochester, New York. Hailing from Rochester, Flower City is the premier young adults rowing club providing competitive rowing for experienced rowers.
Bow 27, UNC, men's crew from Chapel Hill. Their first entry of a second boat for UNC in over 5 years, and they are thrilled to be able to represent.
And then we've got bow 28 in the black boat and the white unis, which is Baltimore out of Maryland.
Bow 30 is a Vesta rowing club from Great Britain.
And then 29.
25, Westside Rowing Club from Buffalo. And bow 29, Vesper, not to be confused with Vesta. Vesper from Philadelphia. Their bio just says rowers. That's what they do.
Simple
they row.
and true.
And they're all rowing really fast now to try to get down this course.
Yeah.
But
That's motivating too, frankly.
yeah, it's
You
not going to
just
make them
wanna-
any drier, though.
You want to be done. When my son was little, he used to say, "I want done," and I feel like that's capturing it.
That's how it goes, folks. Gonna get a big cheers, this Radcliffe boat. Docks. Oh, someone's coming through the bridge again.
In the black hull with the maroon, oh, maybe they're not maroon. It's just so wet. And the black tank tops is 32. UC Davis out of Davis, California. And And then in the bright blue boat, bow 31, Long Island University out of Greenvale, New York. This is a brand new team in their second year of competition, led by 2016 Paralympic silver medalist Jacqueline Smith.
We've got a whole bunch of boats coming through now. Taking a whole variety of lines around that turn.
.37 is the BU men out of Cambridge, Mass.
They're making a nice move there. Really pulling up.
And then we've got a little cluster of boats coming down. We got bow 28, bow 35, and bow 34 all together. 28 is Baltimore.
34 Lake Union and 35 Grand Valley. Wondering if you can even hear us over the rain right now. It is so loud on the tent.
Assuming you can hear us, bow 33 in the maroon unis is Gentle Giant out of Somerville, amazing community organization that provides access to rowing for everyone. And bow 36, Bulldog out of Lincoln Park, New Jersey.
Bow 39's coming in, a group of BC Eagles alums. They're doing a great job. We're so proud they've managed to make it to Elliott. Never mind. Two-seat looks like he'll lose his breakfast in the next 150 meters. Maybe that's supposed to be like what they're thinking right this second as they come by us.
And bow 40 is San Diego Rowing Club out of San Diego. The Young Bucks from San Diego Rowing Club coming off of multiple wins at Masters Nationals. 40 passing 39, right in front of the...
Really nice. Pushing each other right up to the bridge here.
Yeah, they're making a move. They want to get to that bridge free and clear. And then in the white hull with the red deck, bow 41.
Bow 41, St. Thomas from St. Paul, Minnesota.
And then we've got bow 43 in the navy unis with the lighter blue stripes.
The Münchner Ruder Club from Munich, Bavaria.
Oh, that was a good accent. Bow 44 in the white hull is also from Germany. Angaria. Hanover, Niedersachsen.
Niedersachsen.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Our ladies club foursome proposed the trip to the USA to support them locally, but also to have that regatta experience. We would also like to enter. So they did.
So they did.
I love it.
Here's bow 45. Union Boat Club, which claims they're a work in progress. They're, honestly, any boat that's getting through this race today is doing a terrific job. Getting a bit of a break in the rain. So many more boats coming.
Bow 42 is Binghamton out of New York. This is the first time the Binghamton crew has been at the head of the Charles since 2018. Love it. And then we've got bow 51, which is LaSalle Rowing out of Philadelphia. These guys are half of their second varsity 8, and they're young and eager to prove themselves against the best competition in the world.
Followed by bow 50, Lincoln Park Boat Club. Coming soon, says their bio.
Bow 48 in the recognizable MIT Rowing Club stripes.
It's looking
and then
great
bow
on those stripes.
52, Lincoln Park Boat Club.
52 is really pushing them right up. The rain's lightening up, and crews are totally taking advantage of it. Settling themselves back in. We've got another Radcliffe boat launching, hence all the cheers.
Bow 49 is Green Lake out of Seattle with a crew of both new and experienced rowers. And then bow 53, Newport out of Newport Beach, California. 3 alum from Orange Coast College and USC alumni.
I think that's bow 46, Friends of Vanderbilt, with some spiffy-looking blades.
And then bow 47 is Club Nautique de Sherbrooke, a crew made of coaches and athletes eager to join forces to participate in the world's biggest regatta.
That may be it for the men's club fours. I don't see any more coming up.
Now? All right, are you ready? Bill? You ready? Oh, okay.
1:30, sorry.
Just kidding. Just kidding. As you were. As you were.
You get us for another 25 minutes.
You didn't want to start early.
Dave, do you see the damage? You gonna see it? Oh, was that the Fairmount boat that just got off?
Yeah.
Wow. It's been a while. What do you need? It's the size of all the way to the fiberglass. The size of the guy's hand. Right.
So what event are you on right now?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Waiting for women's club fours. 32.
We want to thank our sponsors. Head of the Charles is pleased to once again have Teddy Peanut Butter as a proud supporter of this year's regatta and George Naslis's favorite. Teddy Peanut Butter is all natural and the perfect fuel for your rowers and elite athletes. Have you had your Teddy today? Vineyard Vines is the very proud sponsor and official style of the Head of the Charles Regatta 2023. Stop by their locations at Attager Rowing and Fitness Expo and the Weld exhibition area and check out their limited edition gear.
And of course, you can, all of us volunteers are sporting Vineyard
Vines. Is the premier sponsor of the Head of the Charles. As a leader in performance health and age management, Senegenics applauds the athleticism, the skill, and the determination of all the competitors here. At work, at play, at life. Achieve your best self with Senegenics. For more information, visit Senegenics.com. The Head of the Charles is happy to partner with Community Rowing to bring the sport of rowing to more than 7,000 youth middle schoolers in Boston and Cambridge public schools. This all happens through CRI's Let's Row program. To learn more, visit communityrowing.org. I want to put it in a big shout out to the Department of Conservation and Recreation. They manage the parklands that today's race take place in. The Head of the Charles has been in partnership with DCR since 1965 and could not pull off the race without the incredible support we received from their organization and hardworking staff, their rangers, their maintenance folks. It's really quite an effort.
So we're getting ready now to see the women's club fours. They should be showing up any minute. They started at 104. There are 52 competitors in this category, which is huge. The last year's winner, Vesta, did not return this year. So Georgetown is going to be in the opening spot here, followed very closely by BU Women, Radcliffe, and Boston College. This is going to be a good, fast race with a lot of terrific young female rowers. Going to see some representation from CRI, probably from Riverside. The rain is lightening up for them, which is we're all happy about. I'm sure the crews rowing up to the start line are happy about it too, but I think it's getting a little windier. Definitely getting a little colder.
It's all about the layers. It's all about the layers. Yeah, that's another piece of the puzzle here is you rowing up in layers. You strip down because you don't want to be too hot during the race. You throw your gear in the hull of the boat. It pours rain.
It gets wet.
It gets
You have
soaking
to
wet.
wring it out before you start.
Yeah, it's heavy. It's heavy. Lots of 8s rowing downstream to the start.
Do we have some youth events this afternoon? We haven't seen any youth events this morning. I'm assuming they're all coming up.
That's where the steering gets real interesting.
Oh, that's a lot of fun to watch, yeah. I have to say, though, I'm a little envious that youth quads get coxswains. Because,
yes,
exactly,
right,
as you
because
noted.
they move
Exciting.
quickly.
They move quickly
and bridges don't move quickly. So the two shall never meet.
Not a good combination.
Yeah, in a 4, the race is a bit longer than in an 8. Personally, I'm a fan of the 8, but the 4, it does feel a bit heavier. Same coxswain weight, less people to pull them.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's definitely a little more mental grit in the 4, and I think
the
pushing.
4 is also more sensitive, isn't it? Don't you think? I mean, an 8's just a bigger, heavier boat, so the little thing isn't going to be noticed quite as much. But in the 4,
Right.
if someone's off, everybody knows it quickly.
Easier to steer the 4, though.
Yeah, same reason, because it's sensitive. I agree.
So the club events, the past events we've just seen are all masters, where the average age of the boat had to be 40, or alumni, where there is no age. But the club is an open event. And so while they don't have to enter the average age, some crews have, and we're just seeing a range of 26, 21, maybe as 32. So it's just
Yeah.
a younger set, more competitive category.
The course. There they are
All right,
coming on the
and
course. The
event
course record
30.
was set in 2021 by Calgary.
All right. First boat is under the Weeks Bridge with 2 boats following right behind very closely.
Coming in on a
Looks like
nice
bow number
pair
1
coming under the bridge there.
is leading the pack.
Bow number 1 out of Georgetown.
Followed by bow number 3.
That's Radcliffe. They're going to get a big cheer when bow number 3 goes by here, you
We've
know.
already passed bow number 2, which is
Bow number 2
pretty
is
awesome.
BU women.
Everyone's
We've got
just
some real
realizing
local
that.
rivalries going on here. BU, Radcliffe, Boston College.
And
Looks like
then-
BU's pressing on that Radcliffe boat, though, aren't they?
And then bow number 4, Boston College out of Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts. Go Eagles. You can hear the Radcliffe.
You can hear the cheers as the Radcliffe boats go by. Sorry.
Bow number 5 in the red unis on the Boston side with the white blades is Austin out of Austin, Texas. That's the Austin Rowing Club Masters Racing Team.
Looks like they're followed closely by bow number 6 from San Diego.
And then bow number 7 in the white hull and the black unis is Pocock Rowing out of Seattle, Washington. This is the women's competitive team out of Seattle, sporting the new club name Pocock Rowing Club. This is the second year in a row this shell has been representing in this race.
About 10 out of Columbia, making some good time on here, catching up to the rowers that started ahead of them.
And then behind them, bow 11, Dartmouth out of Hanover, New Hampshire. And then we've got a big cluster of boats that have just passed under the Weeks Bridge. Bow 9, bow 13.
Flower City from Rochester.
Bow 13.
Bow 13 is Penn. 12, Connecticut, some more Huskies. And 8, Old Dominion, a top 10 finisher in 2022. We got some high vis coming out of the bridge. We can see them. Can't see their bow number.
And you'll see these two boats, bow 9 and bow 13, heading into the bridge here. They are neck and neck. Certainly 9 is jockeying for position, but 13 is making a pretty strong push.
Bow 16 out of Fairfield, looking to keep their run of guaranteed entries in this event.
So the way you get a guaranteed entry is that you finish, typically I think it's in the top 5% of times, and you are then guaranteed an entry for next year, which is a gift for sure. Bow 15 in the white unis with the black sleeves is Holy Cross out of Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. They placed 19th in 2022.
They're followed by 18, Northeastern University. And 17, Lincoln Park Boat Club.
And then we've got a bit of a gap in the course. So this is pretty typical, actually. When a boat goes to pass, the other boat that they are challenging will typically pick up the pace, and you will see that gapping will occur between the various hulls. So the next two on the course that are battling it out are 19 and 20.
20 is from Sacred Heart in Fairfield, Connecticut, and 19, Lake Merritt from Oakland, California. They are so excited to be back here, requalifying. And it's two of their rowers. It's their first time at the head of the Charles in bow 19, Lake Merritt.
So then we've got two more boats, bow 25 and bow 24. Again, battling it out for position at the bridge.
Bow 25, Duke, and bow 24, MIT. Let's go Beavers.
Bow 22 is Marist out of Poughkeepsie, New York. And then right behind them, bow 21 and bow 23. A lot of jockeying for position here. 21 is George Mason out of Fairfax, Virginia. It's the largest public higher education institution in the state of Virginia. 23 is Potomac out of Washington, D.C., founded in 1869. Potomac Boat Club is the oldest rowing club in the Washington, D.C. area.
Bow 27 coming up in the blue unis, BIAC from Redwood City, California. These guys
and
are
then
feeling
the white hull and white tanks. It's bow 25. That is Duke out of Durham, North Carolina.
I think we've got a Purdue boat coming up. Bow 28. Then a bit of a gap. I think, yep. 26, Vanderbilt.
The rain has let up significantly, creating much more favorable conditions.
Always tell Purdue by the P on their blades. Big golden P. Oh, we got a whole crowd that's going to come through that bridge together. This is going to be fun.
So right through the Weeks Bridge.
And here comes our CRI boat, I think.
Leading the pack is Bow 32 in the red unis with
That's
the
our
wave.
CRI. Let's
Cambridge
go, compliments
rowing
for.
Out of Brighton, Mass. And then there are 5 boats right behind them, having just cleared the Weeks Bridge. Bow 35 is Vesper out of Philadelphia. Bow 31 is Minneapolis Rowing Club from the Twin Cities. Bow 29 is MITRC, MIT Rowing Club out of Cambridge, Mass. They're just a little community college down the river, if you haven't heard of
A
them.
vocational school, really. Little Charles River humor there. MIT also notes their name on their blades, and they have the spiffy striped tops.
Bow 33, Angaria out of Hanover, Niedersachsen. Group of former competitive athletes who got together after a break and enjoy rowing with and having a lot of fun. In the last few years, they've raced together again in various regattas in Germany. To keep motivation high, decided to row the head of the Charles.
Bow 30 is all the way from New Orleans. And I think it's Bow 34 out there. The Chaos Club. Chaos is a club for all who are addicted to rowing. They row at Jordan Lake in the Research Triangle of North Carolina. A little bit of a break, and then another cluster of boats just clearing the Weeks Bridge. Is that another MIT boat? Ahead of them, about 37, MIT grad. Probably a grad school boat. And it looks like there's 2 or 3.
We've got Bow 38 in the blue hull on the Cambridge side.
From Long Island University, Bow 38. Their second year of competition, first time in the head of the Charles.
Bow 39 in the silver hull on the Boston side.
Michigan State.
And then Bow 40 trying to thread the needle right up the middle.
Another one of those Texas Rowing Center boats that won all the medals and all the points at all the regattas.
All right, and the next trio of hulls coming down the middle of the river, Bow 41 is in the center in the lead. That's Los Angeles out of Marina del Rey, California. And then on the Boston side, it's Bow 43, Stetson out of DeLand, Florida.
And then 36.
And then 36. In the green hull, Binghamton out of New York. And they have the infamous bucket rig. Not really infamous, I just made that part up. But the bucket rig where the 2 starboards are right next to each other in the boat, and then the 2 ports are in the stroke and bow seats.
Got a boat from nearby Endicott, Mass. Coming up, Bow 42.
Their campus is literally on the beach. It is a beach campus.
That is not a bad thing.
And then in the purple unis, bow number 45 on the Boston side, Amherst College. They are the 1872 national champions. Never let go of your national champions.
1872.
Just keep on
Wow.
hanging on. Hundreds of years later, just...
Very distinctive white oars coming up.
Bow 47, Monmouth University, West Long Branch, New Jersey, also known as the Garden State, for those of you that may have forgotten that. And bow 46 in the black unis and
Bryant
the blue and yellow
University.
bades out of Smithfield, Rhode Island, entering their second year as a D1 program. First time ever entering more than one event for the Head of the Charles.
I don't think I've ever seen completely white oars like that before. It's like color rush uniforms in the NFL. Ooh.
Just less
Harvard
concussions.
boat cutting right across the course here. That's a little bold.
Bow 52 from Calgary Rowing Club out of Calgary, Alberta, is a first-year senior crew. That is the red hull. They are followed by bow 48 in the blue unis and the white hull from Detroit Boat Club out of Michigan. 4 gals that want to row.
And they're doing a great job at it. Bow 49 is Mount Baker, which practices on Lake Washington in Seattle. And they're still coming down the course.
We got 2 more boats next to each other. Bow 44 in the black hull with the red unis, and bow 14 on the Boston shore. So that often
From Bergen
indicates a
County.
late start, out of order start, or some sort of malfunction
Bow 14 from
earlier in the
LaSalle.
race.
They're moving very quickly. And Bergen is on the inside here.
And then bow 51 is Virginia out of Richmond. Yeah, one more coming down. I'm betting bow 14 just was late to the start and is making up for lost time. That is bow 50. Pride out of Medford, Massachusetts. Pride Without Water is a non-binary Boston-based team. They row out of Gentle Giant Rowing Club in Medford. This is their first year competing as a team at the Head of the Charles. Congratulations.
Yeah, good for them. Doing a great job coming down the course. And it looks like that is the end of that Women's Club 4. So I think we're going to hand it over.
We're handing it over, but you should know that we're handing it over to like seasoned veterans
Yes.
who are basically going to
Done this
make us
before.
look like just amateurs.
But this has been fun. It's been fun. I've enjoyed
been
it.
fun.
Enjoy calling the race with you. Yeah.
All right, we'd like to introduce Bill McGowan and Kate Sullivan, sort of legendary rowing fame.
Thanks, Sherry, very much.
I resemble that comment. Thank you. Yeah, Kate and I have known each other for 30 years. I taught you how to row, didn't I?
My first time on a barge
Yes.
was steered by Bill McGowan. It was terrifying.
The rest is history.
If I recall, you made us row across the river just to get us across the river, and you said, okay, we're never going to do that again.
That's
It
right.
was a disaster. We all just sort of flailed.
So just show me what you got, and I hope it stinks. And it did, and it was fun, and that was the last time to get away with that. These are such big events, Kate. We're only going to be here for a few events. We're going to be covering event 33, Men's Club 8. And that has like what? 36 boats. And then event 34, Women's Club 8, they have 40 boats. Followed by Men's Champ Single. That's small, but a lot of talent, 22 boats. And then I think we wrap it up at that point with somebody coming in after that. You're going to continue? Good.
I'm here.
There you go.
So, Bill, I have to say, this is one of my favorite parts of the course. I love this vantage point because you can see what goes on during coming out of Weeks Bridge, and you can also see what's going on going into Anderson Bridge. So there's a lot of change up in this section of the race.
Yeah, we're up on a balcony, if you didn't already know it by looking at the live stream.
But it's great because this section of the river, people have really tried to make a lot of they tried to pass the boat in front of them on the powerhouse stretch. It's a nice straightaway, and if they don't make it there, they've got to take a hard turn underneath Weeks Bridge, and then they have a little bit of space to try to pass somebody again before Anderson. So it really makes for some interesting racing in this section of the river.
That's for sure, Kate. And just to let you know, I'm previewing some of the comments that are in the printout materials here that we announcers are looking at. And just to be clear, we are often announcing what someone else submitted. So if it sounds a little offbeat, don't shoot the messenger. Some people have some very curious things to say. And I'm making sure it's always been somebody overlooks this to make sure there's nothing too harsh. So far so good.
Well, and often boats are coming fast and furious, and you have no opportunity for commentary as it gets a little jumbled here. So it was a fast morning, Bill. Certainly there were some fast times posted, a couple of course records. That's unofficial. I haven't looked at the updated list. That's making sure that people didn't incur any penalties. But certainly in raw speed, there were 4 or 5 course records set. I think.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Well,
very fast morning.
You and I have been rowing for a long time, but it's actually beneficial when it rains like this. It breaks the surface tension and causes boats to go a little faster. You can Google that. I can't tell you any more than that. But all that said, I've heard it from reliable sources that when it rains like this, the boats can move much faster through the water. Unless I'm in the boat.
But this morning was nice. It was very flat conditions and not great spectating weather, but really nice rowing weather.
So, Kate, why don't you talk about some of our sponsors while we have some downtime here?
Thank you to the Hyatt Regency Boston Cambridge, the official hotel of the head of the Charles Regatta. From views of the Boston skyline to a stroll along the Charles River, immerse yourself in New England charm during your stay at the newly renovated Hyatt Regency Boston Cambridge. Visit the nearby tech hub of MIT and Kendall Square, as well as Harvard University. Embrace the best of Beantown.
So while we're still waiting for the first sight of the first boat in this men's Club 8, let me read to you what's printed here in my program. After setting the course record last year, the boys from Harvard are looking to keep their #1 bow seed by clinching another victory this year. The Crimson will need to hold off bow number 2, Brown University, who only came seconds behind last year's record-setting pace. In addition to the collegiate powerhouses, we are joined by several high-performance clubs and crews from the UK. So we're going to see a lot of talent out here, apparently, even though it's just club.
And Bill, as you mentioned, Harvard set the course record last year in this event.
Yes, 14 minutes, 20.881 seconds, right down to the thousandth. Again, 36 competitors in this event.
Thank you to our partner, Gentle Giant Moving Company, the official logistics partner of the head of the Charles. Gentle Giant is the force behind regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year. Gentle Giant is currently hiring. Stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn more. Get the good life. We're proud to announce that Vineyard Vines is the official style of the 2023 Head of the Charles Regatta. Stop by their locations at the Attager Row and Fitness Expo and the Weld exhibition area and check out their limited edition gear. And Bill, I have to say I was really pleased with this year's gear because I left Maine without a jacket.
These jackets are awesome. I don't know what the material is, but they breathe really well. They're not clammy,
Nope.
and I'm really happy with mine.
Nope, very, very nice. Because I really needed a jacket.
Well, you got lucky today. What?
Men's Club 8 on the way in 30 seconds.
Over the start.
And we could see our first boat approaching Weeks Bridge.
Let me get my binoculars out for you, Kate.
Thanks, Bill. Well, they appear to be the right color. And they are flying, Bill.
Just a reminder, this is against the clock, and they've got company coming as they pass through the middle arch of the Weeks Footbridge.
But they are making the most of the open water in front of them. Nice empty course. Steering a very nice line here. Well, I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say that is Harvard University. And that also looks like bow number 2.
I can't tell, but
Yeah, his
brown blades, yes.
Yep, that is Brown University. Trying to chase him down, but I think Harvard's opened up a little bit of margin here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can hear the crowd and the listening audience here about it. We are at the Weld Boathouse, which is the Radcliffe Women's Cruise, so do the math, and that's why it's so loud here.
But it looks like these two boats have opened up an even wider margin on the next boat coming, with striped blades, I might add.
Yes,
So-
Kate, it's here comes in the yellow boat with the blue and white striped blades from Riverside Boat Club in Cambridge, Mass. Kate's a longtime member there. I was there briefly in the 80s and 90s.
Yep.
The second oldest club in the country, isn't it?
No, that would be Narragansett. Narragansett
Okay.
and Detroit fight it
You guys
out.
must be third.
Union.
1869
Union
for you
beats
guys.
us.
All right, here we
Yes.
go. Right in front of Weld right now, Riverside Boat Club.
And I'm containing myself from cheering for them, but they look fantastic. No, that's our Club 8. That's our club guys, yeah. Now they've opened up a line here. Bow number 4 is another Harvard University boat, and you can hear the crowd bringing them home. Rowing at a nice crisp pace here. But bow number 5 is challenging them. That is the Naval Academy. Feeling very at home on the water today. And that does look like BU. Bow number 6 rowing in red in the yellow boat. And that is another brown boat wearing blue. Don't let the blue unis deceive you. And they are bow number 7. And that is bow number 8, Dartmouth, wearing green. A little more consistent spacing here between these boats. This is probably similar to how they left the line. Maybe opening up a little bit of breathing room. But now there's a pretty good size gap. And I believe that is bow number 9, wearing red. That looks like BU Men's Crew. I believe. And followed by their neighbors from upriver. Bow number 10 is Northeastern Men's Crew.
It says U.S.
Nice job, NU. And now we do have a bigger stretch that have been opened up. And these A's so far have been negotiating the course very, very well. No big dust up coming over under the bridge. Now I believe
Bound number 10 says it's just USA. They are rowing in Northeastern unis and blades. And sometimes the visitors from out of town carry these things, but Northeastern University, sure enough.
And bow number 11 in red, that is Potomac Boat Club down in D.C. Great boat club. A lot of great racers there. And that is bow number 12.
From Holy Cross, yep. Where they row on Lake Quinsigamon. That's where I learned how to row. Quinsigamon means the place where they fish for perch. How's that for trivia?
And Bill, we now have bow number 13, more stripes approaching. That is another Riverside 8. They are, that's a very deep program. They're fielding 2 club men's 8s this year.
Shall I read their entry? Dare I? No, I'll pass
I would
on
say
that.
no.
We'll pass on that. Get a little cozy up here, though, Kate. Let me see what the bow numbers are.
They are a little cozy here. In the blue shirts, that is Riverfront Recapture from Hartford, Connecticut. And 14 in the red boat, all the way from Great Britain. Those are Tideway Scullers. So Riverfront Recapture has accomplished our first pass of this race. Well done. And now we've got a couple boats side by side coming up the river. And they've got to sort this out before they get to Anderson. You can get 2 boats side by side.
Coast Guard on the inside.
So
on the outside.
bow number 16 is Coast Guard Academy, and they are wearing white with the orange stripe. And bow number 17, that's an MIT boat from Massachusetts Institute of Technology downriver. All right, this is going to be interesting as they come into Anderson Bridge here. You can, in fact, fit
Squeezing
2 boats
in on
through,
Anderson.
but it's not a lot
Inhale,
breathing room.
boys, inhale to get through that one. Meanwhile, back on the course in a white boat.
And 19 is the Tufts University. I'm sorry, that was 18 actually, the white boat. And that's Potomac Boat Club in D.C. And bow number 19 is Tufts University, wearing pink. Very fashionable.
It's a pretty good gap here, Kate. This is often an indication of a little fender bender downstream, but we'll see what this number is and see where they're placed in the whole hierarchy, if you will. Let me get my binoculars on.
And while it's nice to have some open water and have the river to yourself, there's nobody pushing you, so it's a little bit harder. And that is... I believe that's bow number 20. And that is West Point. And hopefully they have the discipline to focus on this race as they're all alone here with no company, nobody to push them. Bow number 21. They are wearing a yellow boat, white unis.
That's MIT, Kate. From further downstream, if you're not familiar with the course here.
In the yellow boat with the black unis, that is bow number 23, Northeastern University. And that's their B entry. They have a couple of entries in this event as well. in the red boat, that is bow number 22. That is the MIT Rowing Club. And they're followed by bow number 25 in the black boat, and that is Georgetown. Bow number 26, black boat, black unis. That is Colby College. This is a balmy, warm day for them here.
Maybe a cool, wet day, but when you're out there working this hard, you don't even notice it. It's actually a little refreshing. But once you get over the line, you really want to get some shelter right away and get dry.
Well, and I'll correct that. That's black and blue unis for Colby. And there's a big gap here now. Now we still have a few more boats coming up. So these guys have really opened up. A huge gap in the crowd here. Wearing maroon, that is bow number 28. That is another Harvard University crew. They are a graduate crew. And they are followed by bow number 29. That's a Harvard Business School crew. So, with their famous dollar sign blades, yes. And double Harvard boats here in front of the hometown crowd. Oh, now we've got 4 boats coming. So this will be an interesting mix.
It's a very tight pack here.
First one is bow number 30 from Newcastle. That is Nico Gardner, and they're followed by bow number 32, Middlebury, with their cow blades. Bow number 24 wearing high vis. That is JL rowing. And on the outside, that made a nice move. That is bow number 35. That is Penn. And we've got more stripes coming now. That does look like bow number 34, Riverside Boat Club. And they are followed by, with big Y's on their back, that is bow number 27, Yale graduate crew. In the brown boat with the funky paint job, that is bow number 33. That is Chicago. And that does look like bow number 36. In the crosses on the blades, they borrowed equipment from BC. That is Vesta Boat Club from Great Britain. And then bow number 31.
Yep.
Bow number 31, that is another. Oh, sorry, that is Rowing in Color, separated by sea, but when we come into one boat, we are the toughest beast in the water. That might be the field.
So many foreign crews borrow local equipment. You can look at the boat, know the boat and the blades, And it ain't them. It's visitors borrowing stuff or renting it. But
I kind of like your idea about having the, getting some of the,
well, now the dust has settled in front of Weld. I'll make an announcement on behalf of Community Rowing Incorporated. The head of the Charles Regatta is happy to partner with Community Rowing to bring the sport of rowing to more than 7,000 youth, middle schoolers in Boston and Cambridge public schools. This all happens through CRI's Let's Row program. To learn more, visit communityrowing.org.
Concept 2 is the official oar and erg supplier of the head of the Charles Regatta. Erg on the real-time loop on Concept 2's free erg data app to race on a course that's never closed. Stop by the Concept 2 booth to check it out.
Getting right down to business on event 34. Already coming into sight, the Women's Club 8 event. The course record held by Brown University is 16 minutes, 9 seconds, .902, established in 2014. And here they come. And they've got company coming right behind them.
Now, bow number 3 has already made a move, and they are coming in first. That is Yale from New Haven, Connecticut, coming down the course first, but they are bow number 3, and they are followed by bow number 2, Radcliffe. You can expect to hear some cheers shortly. Boy, Yale is putting it down, though. Radcliffe getting a boost from the hometown crowd. Bow number 1, Drexel, is approaching the boathouse now.
Hear that Radcliffe crowd as the Radcliffe crew passes right in front of their hometown boathouse.
And they are sitting up and rowing strong. In the yellow boat in the middle of the river. Sorry, that is bow number 1. That is Drexel. And behind them, though, in this duel, bow number 4, closest to us, that is Georgetown. And bow number 5 is USC, University of Southern California. And in the red boat, we have bow number 6. And that is another MIT, that's an MIT entry. In the blue and white outfits, that's bow number 7, San Diego Boat Club, followed by 8, more stripes, that is Riverside Boat Club. And this pack has also opened up a bit of space. Bow number 10, that is Kansas. And Kansas is wearing the blue and red shirts, and in the black shirts, that is bow number 9, that's Boston College with the very distinct crosses on their oars. Now, this certainly looks like Dartmouth coming next. And that is Dartmouth from Hanover, New Hampshire, with the green blades and the D's on their back. So this is going to be interesting when these 3 boats get to the bridge. They're just starting to, they've got a little bit of room. Now, Bill, it's hard for these 8s to turn. You know, and you really want to pull this corner as close to that Boston bridge abutment you can, and it's hard to get these eights to take that corner.
You're referring to the Weeks Foot Bridge?
Yes, up at Weeks Bridge, for
sure.
sure.
How many times have we gone through that? It can be pretty cozy there. It's a very hard turn. Not nearly as hard as Elliott, which is a couple bridges down, of course, but still, it's a very challenging turn. It's all about starboard pressure and lightening up on the port side. And that was a pretty cozy group going through there as they approach Anderson Bridge. Slightly out of range of our right here. Let me see what we have in front of us in the white boat.
Bow number 13, wearing black and red, St. Joseph's from Philadelphia, followed by 12, and that is Colgate University. On the outside, wearing maroon, that is UMass Amherst. And they are passing bow number 14, which is closer to Cambridge here. That's Marist College. And bow number 16 is approaching. That's Eastern Michigan. Bow number 17, the red and white of Boston University. And following them, bow number 18. And that is Old Dominion from Virginia. Those are, in fact, Husky blades. Bow number 19, white boat, and the red, white, and black blades. That is Northeastern University's women.
Might be one of those custom unis they did just for this occasion. I don't think they ordinarily row in that outfit, but sometimes they make a very special fashion statement at this important race.
On the yellow boat on the outside, that is MIT, and bow number 20, again with those distinctive crosses on the blades, that's Boston College. Both local crews, they see each other every day on this river. Bow number 22 in the silver boat, that is Tufts University. Another local crew, but they train over on the Mystic.
Another big gap, Kate.
For sure.
Yeah.
Now,
then you usually see them come around the corner in a heavy pack, which usually illustrates some collision generally, but we'll see.
Well, what's interesting the way they do it now, if you are finish in the top half of the race, you are seated, and then the bottom half of the race is a lottery. So it can be any speed, anything. So it can get really dicey in the back part of these big races. We've got 3 boats through the bridge now. Bow number 26, I think, is leading that pack. George Mason. with the orange blades. That looks like bow number 23, rowing in color. And passing them right now with the very distinctive oars with the white shafts. That is bow 28, Monmouth. Yep, Monmouth University. Bow number 30, white boat, white unisuits. And that is LaSalle rowing out of Philadelphia. We've got boats side by side here. The first one on the Cambridge side is bow number 24, and that is another JL boat, and that is a clothing company that works all these regattas. And they are being passed by 31. 31 is moving, and they are from Zurich, that is Belvoir, from Switzerland, making the most of this day. Bow number 32 in the white boat, College of the Holy Cross. Bow number 25. Bow number 25 in the black boat is Harvard Waves, team of Chinese students, scholars, alumni, and friends of Harvard University. And they are followed by bow number 27, also in a black boat with white unisuits, and that is HKS. It's the Harvard Kennedy School. And then bow number 29, wearing maroon, is Gentle Giant. And that's a rowing club founded by Gentle Giant Moving Company. Bow number 34, wearing white and red, that is Sacred Heart University. And in the yellow Empacher, that is bow number 36, Princeton. And there's one you don't often see at the back of the pack. And then again, we have more stripes in bow number 35. That is Riverside Boat Club. A lot of depth in that club program at Riverside.
Just a reminder, a total of 40 boats in this event, so there's another gap going on here. Let's see what this next one is here.
That is bow number 33, white boat, black jerseys, and that is Harlem River Rowing. And they say they're a scrappy organization with no boathouse and just 4 shells. Good for them. Well done, Harlem River Community Rowing. Bow number 40 is coming up wearing black, and that is West Point, and they are on the Boston side. And on the Cambridge side, bow number 38, that is hold on, we're checking that number. Yep, that boat wearing red, that is Narragansett Boat Club, wearing special outfits for today, so I did not recognize those unisuits.
Certainly colorful outfits, but it's rather chilly out there for this type of gear. Hope they warm up when they get off the water.
Narragansett is a tremendous club. They run really quality programs, very, very fast. That is bow number 39.
London, Connecticut.
Connecticut College rowing. And bow number 37, wearing red. That is Ottawa Rowing Club. And it's made up, a crew from Ottawa. Pretty straightforward. We're waiting on event number 35, the men's championship doubles. The course record was set by Sinkovic and Sinkovic in 2014 in 15 minutes 40 seconds. I'm not going to go out to the 100th like Bill. That's the Cy Cromwell Trophy, 1000th, excuse me. And there are 19 competitors in this event. Many of the top finishing crews from last year have returned to this year, allowing Andrew Riato and Thaddeus Bebek, who were 6th in 2022, to claim bow number 1 today. They will be chased by Riverside's Emil Eunice and John Mannion, who came in only seconds behind Riato and Babek in 2022. At bow number 12 are beach sprint gold medalist Chris Back, rowing for Next Level Coastal. And bow number 16 is a combo of Canadian Paralympic medalist Andrew Todd, rowing with his former teammate on the Canadian lightweight squad, Mark Henry. Are the U.S. scullers Ian Richardson and Jimmy McCullough at bow number 17. Thank you to the Department of Conservation and Recreation, the DCR, who manages the parklands that today's races take place in. The Head of the Charles has been in partnership with the DCR since 1965 and could not pull off the race without the incredible support we receive from their organization and hardworking staff. Thank you, DCR.
Looks like it's mostly a United States crew in this event, mostly Americans, but there are some international crews, and sure enough, they're coming around the corner right now.
We've got 2 doubles coming out of the bridge, and 2 more not far behind. Bow number 2 is challenging bow number 1. Bow number 2 is Riverside Boat Club, Emil Eunice and John Mannion. I guess they were a little upset that they lost to bow number 1 last year. Bow number 1 is by their side right now, Riverside and Stripes. Bow number 1 with the red singlet in bow. However, bow number 4 has made a huge leap here. They're next coming up. They're from Great Britain. They're Windsor boys, and they're wearing, they have a dark boat, dark blades. And behind them is another boat, dark blades. And that is bow number 3 from Dartmouth. And they're lightweights, they say. And this is interesting going into Anderson here as these boats are heading into the bridge together. Very nice. That was well managed by both crews. Bow number 5 in the white boat, that is Gordon College. Malachi Grant and Dean Tengen. Bow number 8 has made a huge jump here wearing red and white. Another Great British crew from Leander. Okay, 9 is in the white boat, and that is Oklahoma City. And bow number 7 in the black boat, Federation Montgasquic Sport Aveyron and Penn-AC. And now we've got a bit of gap as all of those boats were absolutely flying. And they're going to get cozy in this bridge. And they're going in together. Now coming out of that bridge, they're going to want to be on the Boston side because they're coming up to the big turn. So those boats are going to want to get clear of each other so they can both get the line they want. This white boat, black and green singlets, looks like bow number 5, and that is Gordon College. Bow number 11 in the yellow boat, that is Gentle Giant, and they are followed by bow number 13 in a white boat, University of Calgary Rowing Club. Bow number 10 from the Netherlands.
Where are they going?
And they're taking a wide line. Bow number 14, wearing orange. That is New York Athletic Club. Followed by bow number 15, and that from Union Boat Club, hometown favorites. Oh. Well, we had a little dust up before the bridge here. Made it through. Bow number 16 is Delta Dace. They're a Canadian crew. 18 is in the black boat, and that is Farm Boy Navy and White Marsh Boat Club. And bow number 19 is Middlebury Alum with their cow blades. Bow number 12, Next Level Rowing. It's a club that consists of coastal rowers, which is great. Followed by bow number 17. And that is a Penn-AC Texas Rowing Center composite boat, and they're wearing green.
Every time something really cool happens, can you instantly tell Grant? Yes. Just hold down and scream at him.
Right, you're good to read it.
Oh, they have all gone through. Okay, great. Pairs. No, thank you, Kate. It's a very difficult boat, but they've only been on what you say last year they did it, but regardless, it's a very competitive, very difficult.
The men's elite pairs.
Yeah.
Everybody's favorite boat.
Not.
Easiest one to flip, for sure. Dust ups or have a little.
It's
more
a rite of
consequential in that
passage.
boat.
It's a rite of passage to flip it.
Okay, so for those of you who aren't as familiar, the boats we just watched were doubles. It's 2 rowers with 2 oars each. Lots of stability. A couple things would have to go wrong for them to flip that boat. But in a pair, it's 2 rowers, 1 oar each. Not much has to go wrong for them to flip that boat. I'm assuming these guys, as they are elite pairs, that they know what they're doing, and that shouldn't be an issue.
Is it any wonder that there were originally only 5, but now it's just down to 3? I'm surprised there were 3. There were, what, 8 bridges in this race? I don't know. It could be a typo. We see 5 names here, then we see number of competitors 3, but we'll see how this plays out. Let's read this. It says, this is an invitational event highlighting some of the best pair rowers in the world. The pair is one of the most difficult boats to row, and only the most experienced rowers would want to take on a course like the Charles. You got that right. All rowers in this event are members of their respective national teams this year, featuring crews from the United States, Spain, and Ukraine.
And then we have 2 other entries on our list from U.S. Rowing. Now, pairs, these boats are probably rigged with a tow, meaning they have a rudder that is operated by swiveling your foot to steer the boat. That's not easy to do at pressure, I'm going to say. It's difficult to hold your foot cocked to the side when you're, flying down the course. And it's one thing to do it on a straight course, which is where pairs usually race, but now they're taking on some really significant turns here. So they may be using pressure from the oars to steer as well. But these guys have their work cut out for them. This will definitely be the most challenging race of the day in many ways. So, Bill, let's talk a little bit about penalties. In that last race, we did see a boat go outside the buoy line, and when you do that, you incur a penalty. Now, I haven't raced in a while, but I believe it is a 10-second penalty per buoy.
There is a 10-second penalty, but I don't think it's assigned when the penalty is to the rower's disadvantage. By virtue of going outside in that distance, they are, in essence, taking much more time than that 10 seconds would have been established. But all that said, it's a penalty when you cut it tight and you're going on the wrong side of it. But all that said, they really made a very sad course here. I don't know what compelled them to steer the way they did, but that shows what Kate was talking about earlier. The bow person, the person rowing in the bow, is controlling the rudder with usually their right foot. And they got to spin their heads around and do a lot of twisting in addition to just put the blades in and pull. So I'm quite certain it is a 10-second penalty, but it's too bad. They came a long way to get here.
It is tough to overcome a penalty like that, and certainly, you see people miss more than one buoy on occasion. There also have been instances where buoys have been out of alignment, and if you miss a buoy out of alignment, we're actually looking at one near Weeks Bridge right now. I don't think it's really a problem because people don't cut the course that tight, so it shouldn't be an issue. But you could, in theory, miss a buoy that's out of alignment and you still miss the buoy. It's your job to be inside the buoys no matter where they are.
Kate, have you rowed a pair on this river before?
In fact, I have.
I have. I've done it twice. Maybe gotten through 6 bridges, and that was more than I wanted to do. I was going very lightly. I wasn't competing at all. It's nervous.
I once raced a pair at Masters Nationals, and
That's a straight line.
I took a turn about as big as the one at Weeks in that race.
But it's supposed to be a sprint race, Kate. Memo.
We started in lanes 1 through 6, and we all ended in lane 6.
I've seen that. Looking over the field for this next event, event 36, the men's pair, there's no course record because this is probably the first time. And sure enough, the coming interview will turn over to the cameraman.
We do have boats underneath the bridge, and there's a couple of boats that are in it together. And we'll see if there's been a change of order yet. And we can see where steering is coming into it already. This is a tough corner. This is a tough corner when you're a coxswain. And bow number 1 is still in the lead, and that is U.S. Rowing. But U.S. Rowing has, I believe that is Spain. Bow number 2, that is Spain, that is pressing them very hard. So Spain has already made up the distance that they were behind at the start. So this race is a time trial. Boats leave the start about 10 seconds apart, and Spain has already nearly made up that distance.
And a considerable amount of open water between the first 2 boats and the next 2 boats. And this is a tight bridge to go through. Watch the cameraman catching this as they test their skills through the Anderson Bridge.
Yep, so now they're going to tackle the bridge together. Their oars are close to their hulls, but they're well done. Okay, they made it into the bridge. I don't know if they came out on the other side, okay, but they went in well. Bow number 4 has moved, and that is a U.S. Rowing entry, and they are followed by bow number 3 from Ukraine. How about a round of applause from Ukraine for their ability to train and compete with everything that's going on at home? Well done, Ukraine. We might be waiting on one more entry, and they may have scratched. They may have gone swimming.
It says men's elite pairs invitational event. That is one invitation I would politely decline. But good for them. They're out there in the rain under less than stellar conditions, and it looks like just 4 of them. There were 5 on the roster. 3 said they might be there, but it looks like 4 showed up, and let's hope they all make it successfully to the finish line. But the granddaddy of them all, the Elliott Bridge corner is 140 degrees. That's up ahead waiting for them, right?
The big turn is tough.
Yeah.
And in my humble opinion, and everybody steers it a little bit differently, I always think it's better to take your turn before weeks and then, get your turn started before you go through the bridge. And the same with Elliott. You need to get that turn done a little bit more before you get through the bridge. You're turning all the way into it, but you need to keep going a little bit to get through that bridge on the right course. Now, Bill, it looks like our next event is the Women's Championship Doubles. The course record was set by Hogworth and Jansen in 17 minutes, 27 seconds. And this is the Craig Swayze Trophy. There are 20 competitors in this event, with many of the top crews not claiming their top-seeded bow numbers after last year. This event could be anyone's race. Local favorite Riverside is starting at bow number 1. Watch out for White Marsh Boat Club, featuring Adriana Borson and Sophia Lewis of the 2023 U.S. national team. 2 young competitors averaged just 19 years of age, including the BU crew of Kylie Lau and Zoe Muir, rowing for BU at bow number 12. And at bow number 17, the Oklahoma City Scullers, Ruthie Lacey and Lucia Oni, the youngest competitor in this event at age 18. And we're also joined by international competitors from Great Britain, New Zealand, and Uganda in this event.
I don't think I've ever seen a crew from Uganda. Wow. That's great.
Hats off to them.
No doubt about it.
It is a long way to travel.
Well, if you're lucky and you get out of the rain, you can head over to the Hyatt Regency in Cambridge. That'd be a nice place to be to get out of this rain. Thank you to the Hyatt Regency Boston Cambridge, the official hotel of the Head of the Charles Regatta. From views of the Boston skyline to a stroll along the Charles River, immerse yourself in New England charm during your stay at the newly renovated Hyatt Regency Boston Cambridge. Visit the nearby tech hub of MIT in Kendall Square, as well as Harvard University. Embrace the best of Beantown. Do they still have that revolving restaurant on the roof? Remember that?
No, that was at the hub.
Oh, okay.
That was the hub at the Prudential.
Gotcha. No, they had a revolving one there.
At the Hyatt?
Yeah.
I do not remember that.
That's the one that looks like a pyramid.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a revolving restaurant. I don't know if it's still working. It's awesome. Regardless, it's a beautiful view.
Savor the moments at Head of the Charles with La Crema. Join La Crema Tasting Room for the finest wine experience, exclusive tasting, and elevate your weekend with La Crema's exceptional wines. Visit La Crema, the official wine of the Head of the Charles, at the Falls Bar next to the awards tent. And if wine isn't your thing, LaCroix Sparkling Water is the official sparkling water of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Head down to Attager Row, Rowing and Fitness Expo, and try one of their many zero-calorie, naturally flavored waters.
Looking at the camera here, looking at what they're showing on the live stream, a beautiful view of the Charles River. You can't tell, it's kind of nasty out here right now, but as far as the video is concerned, it looks very beautiful. A little bit of fall color. We didn't have that much color this year because so much rain, I think. I'm not an expert in these fields, but
No, they said it was because it was
it's because of the
wet.
rain. Okay, good.
But that shows you, that illustrates how extreme that turn at Weeks Bridge is. And you can see, that's why this perfectly illustrates my point that as you're heading upriver, you want to take that corner before you get to the bridge. Start your turn so that you don't swing wide after the bridge.
Yes, my motto was stay off the bike path.
When you were rowing?
Yes.
Very good.
Yes.
That's a worthy goal.
Stay off the bike path. Sounds fair. Let's talk about Meet Boston. Thank you to Meet Boston for the continued support of the Head of the Charles Regatta. The Meet Boston mission is to elevate Boston's vibrant neighborhoods and diverse people, amplifying their stories and sharing them locally and across the globe. Be sure to stop by the Weld exhibition and visit the Meet Boston truck. And to be clear, that's M-E-E-T. All right, now we're talking sponsors here. I'm addicted to Teddy Peanut Butter. Maybe you are too. The Head of the Charles is pleased to once again have Teddy Peanut Butter as a proud supporter of this year's regatta. Teddy Peanut Butter is an all-natural, perfect fuel for rowers and elite athletes. Have you had your Teddy today? Yes, in abundance.
Bill, I love how many spectators there are on Weeks Bridge right now.
Despite the bad weather, it's very well attended. Those are the real diehard fans, parents and friends alike, but they're determined to be here.
And
I believe the weather's supposed to be more cooperative tomorrow, a lot nicer. Is that correct?
I think it's supposed to be a bit windier, though.
Okay.
So it might be nicer to watch. I don't know if it'll be nicer to row.
Oh, yeah.
I'll take rain over wind any day.
Remember the year it snowed?
I do.
Oh, boy. Would you row that one? I told him to start without me that year. It was really
I think
tough.
I did, but I don't think it was snowing when I rode.
Oh, yeah. And what was the year of the washout? Was that 96?
96.
Yeah.
I remember it
unforgettable for
well.
us. Oh, we got something coming.
Holy moly. It looks like we have a bit of a mix-up already. That is bow number 3 coming first, wearing black. That is White Marsh Boat Club.
From one of my favorite towns, Conshohocken, PA.
I love Conshohocken. Never been there, but I love the sound of it. And behind them, with stripes, that is Riverside Boat Club. Chloe Lewis and Megan Coombs. They say they're two gals who reach too much at the catch after rowing with people bigger than them. And bow number 2 is in the white boat further downriver, and that is Undine from Philadelphia. But wow, White Marsh is really setting the pace here today. We are at just past the halfway point at this point in the river. Thank you. That red boat is bow number 4. And that is MIT. They're followed by bow number 5, wearing blue and black, Gordon College. And behind them is bow number 8, who's made a nice move here. That is another Riverside boat. That's Jillian Zeef and Jen Sorley. And bow number 12 is in the lead in this duo. That is Radcliffe, followed by number 12, the BU women. 13 is in the red boat. From New Zealand, that's West End Rowing. Sophie Lauren Corradini and Katrina Lauren Melbrat. Bow number 14, white boat, light-colored singlets, and that is Anika Ayuga and Louisa Nearshul. And they are followed by bow number 7, wearing maroon and gold, and that is Gentle Giant from here in Somerville, Massachusetts. Bow number 5, Gordon College, Lucia Hopkins and Tiana Fox. Bow number 18. They're moving very well from the New York Athletic Club, wearing the high-vis pink. And then this double, the duel here is bow number 17 in the black boat. And they are from Oklahoma City, Ruthie Lacey and Lucia Orney. And in stripes, bow number 19, that is College Club Seattle Riverside Boat Club composite, Kira Twist and Loretta Trevino. And they are followed by bow number 20, wearing white and blue, from Cambridge, Cambridge Boat Club. That's Caitlin Trotter and Addison Lucy. Now, it may have been in that last race that a boat went through the right-hand arch of Anderson. I couldn't quite see from my vantage point, but if that is the case, that is also a penalty. And that will cost you in time. Bow number 16 is in front of the dock now, and that is the New York Athletic Club, Katrina Petroff and Lauren Barrow. Our next race is the Women's Elite Pairs. Here we go again with the pairs event. This is an invitational event highlighting some of the best pair rowers in the world. The women's event features crews from Australia in bow number 1, the U.S. in bow number 2, number 3, and number 5, and Spain at bow number 4. The Australian crew is here to cap off an outstanding season with medals in 2 World Cups and the World Rowing Championships. Bow seat in the Australian crew is a gold medalist from the Tokyo Olympic Games, Kelsey Rielich and Molly Brugman. Fresh from the women's 4 at the 2023 World Rowing Championships, will be joined by teammates in bow number 3 and number 5, with the Spanish entry rounding out the field at bow number 4. Stop flapping my gums. I have black coffee. Lucky you.
How long is you drove here, right?
I'm considering driving back. 5 hours. That's not in the rain. I don't know. I might have to. You guys need water? Don't. There's the car. Thank you. Oh, there's more. I didn't realize that was water.
Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
BNY Mellon Investment Management, our presenting sponsor, is one of the world's leading investment management organizations, encompassing BNY Mellon's affiliated investment management firms and global distribution companies. Thank you, BNY Investment Management, for over a decade of valued partnership. And it looks like we have a pair coming down the course. They're through Weeks Bridge very nicely. Wow, they are moving. And that is bow number 1 from Australia, Jessica Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre. The Australian pair is coming off a great World Cup and Championship year in 2023 with gold medals in the World Cup 2 and 3 and a silver medal finish at the World Championships. Both athletes also rowed in the Tokyo Olympics, with Jessica taking gold in the women's straight pair. Straight 4. And they are absolutely flying. Bow number 2 is coming next. And they are U.S. rowing, Kelsey Rielich and Molly Brugman, women from the straight 4 at the World Rowing Championships. Very nice rowing here. I mean, they're beautiful. Bow number 4 is next, and that is the Spanish Federation. Over on the Boston side, that is bow number 5, U.S. Rowing. Olivia Coffey and Erin Relick. Ooh, and they are awfully close to each other. Bow number 3 right there. And that is Princeton. Oh, that was some friendly rowing there. These women are amazing, though. Very strong, very fluid, beautiful rowing. I'm ready. I didn't feel it still. It was a lot. The next event is the men's championship singles. The course record was set by Andrew Campbell in 2014, and it's the Lawrence Curtis Trophy. His time was 17 minutes 11 seconds, and there are 22 competitors in this event. One of the premier big events at the head of the Charles, the Champ Singles. It's returning after a second place finish in 2022. Chris Carlson claims bow number 1 in this year's challenge. He will be challenged by a tight pack of international champions, international medalists, and Olympians alike. Thomas McIntosh, bow number 2, joins us from New Zealand after placing 3rd in the 2023 World Championships and was a member of the gold medal Olympic 8 in Tokyo. Paul O'Donovan of Skibbereen, Ireland, Olympic gold medalist and 2023 World Champion in the lightweight double, is in bow number 4. No, that's part of Radcliffe. It's part of Radcliffe, the old Radcliffe campus. The B school doesn't start till over there, so I don't know. Take your performance to the next level at 776 BC, your performance destination at the Head of the Charles Regatta. Shop their exclusive Head of the Charles collection featuring unisuit, tech shirt, vest, and be the first to access their exclusive The Boys in the Boat collection. Developed in partnership with MGM Pictures to celebrate the upcoming release of the motion picture in theaters Christmas Day. Sanagenics is proud to be a premier sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. As the leader in performance health age management, Sanagenics applauds the athleticism, the skill, and the determination of all the competitors here. At work, at play, at life, achieve your best self with Sanagenics. For more information, visit sanagenics.com. The Head of the Charles Regatta is happy to partner with Community Rowing to bring the sport of rowing to more than 7,000 youth middle schoolers in Boston and Cambridge public schools. This all happens through CRI's Let's Row program. To learn more, visit communityrowing.org. I'm standing under like the one real strip. Do you want me to like right on my head?
I think this side is saggy. Do we need to like?
Yeah, I think we just have to keep hitting it.
No, that's not worth it. Make sure
Now we're waiting on the men's championship single. We have a little information on various athletes. Bound number 1, Chris Carlson. He was the University of Washington class of 2019. Thomas McIntosh from New Zealand was a single sculler for the New Zealand national team, finishing third in the 2023 World Championships in Belgrade. He was also a member of the gold medal New Zealand 8 at the Tokyo Olympics. Bound number 4, Paul O'Donovan of the Irish national lightweight double, coming off a gold medal at the 2023 World Championships. He's been one of the top lightweight athletes in the world for nearly a decade, with medals in the lightweight single and the lightweight double at the World Cup, World Championship, and Olympic level. And Clark Dean, Harvard class of 2023, Tokyo 2021 Olympian, raced in the men's 4, straight 4, finished in 5th place, set the world's best time for both U19 and U23 men's single sculls at the 2018 Under-19 World Championships. And our first competitor is through Weeksbridge. And this is bound number 1 coming first. That is Chris Carlson from the University of Washington class of 2019. And he is moving very nicely for sure. But we've got a couple boats close together now. Bound number 3, New York Athletic Club's Elliot Putnam is next in the white boat, and he has passed New Zealand's Thomas McIntosh. And we've got 4 boats approaching now. And 4 closer to Boston. That is Paul O'Donovan from Skibbereen of the Irish national team. Fall to row it, Paul. Followed by bow number 5 from Boston Rowing Federation, Clark Dean. He's a Harvard alum, as you can tell by the crowds. Bow number 7 on the outside, and that is Soren Kozik. And he is being pressed by, or just squeezed past, bow number 6, Ben Davidson. And both are from California. It's nice they came all this way to race each other. As my announcing partner yesterday pointed out, you know, there's one winner of the race, but there's a million little battles that go on. And, you know, you watch these happen as these folks are trying to get past each other. Bow number 8 in the white jersey, also from California, that's William Leganzowski, followed by bow number 9, wearing a red hat, Texas Rowing Center's Kevin Cardno. Bow number 10 from New York Athletic Club, that's Sam Melvin here on the Cambridge side. Red hat. Bow number 11. White boat, white singlet, white blades, black hat. That is Andrew LaRue, also from California. He's from Oakland, and he's a Princeton grad. Bow number 12 wearing green. That's Cooper Tuckerman from the Green Racing Project up at Crafts Ferry in Vermont. Bow number 13 in the yellow Van Duzen from San Diego Rowing Club. That's Tom Pezic. He's on the U.S. national team from 07 to 21. 5th at the 2023 NSR in the single. Bow number 15 from Riverside Boat Club, that's William Drescher. He says he's a hobbyist sculler, professional Oreo eater, and he's chasing the dream. And he is squeezed by bow number 14 from Long Beach Junior Crew, that's Thomas Graves. Last year he won the Cedar Master Single and set the course record for that event. Eighteen's on the outside. That is Rhett Burns from Philadelphia. 16 is next, and that is Zachary Petronic. Bow number 17 from Great Britain, that is William Young. And bow number 20 from California, that is Andre Potapkin. Stroke of the men's double at the Tokyo Olympics. Bow number 19 in front of the dock now from the New York Athletic Club, that's Robert Sherman. Bow number 21, wearing red, is Paul Marcy from Potomac. And he is followed by bow number 22, James Francis from the New York Athletic Club. James represented Team USA in the under-23 World Championships twice. In 2017 in the men's lightweight single and in 2018 in the men's lightweight quad, winning bronze. Big gap here. That might be it, although I think the lightweight singles might be coming up. I think that's more a double that might have scratched that's coming up the river now. So we are waiting on the men's lightweight singles, event number 40. The course record is held by Paul Fox in 17 minutes, 24 seconds, and it's the Ernest Arlett Trophy. There are 18 competitors in this event. One of the longest-standing head of the Charles records now enters its 39th year. Will this be the year that the men's lightweight singles break the 1984 course record? Doubtful. Seattle Scullers David Oren Smith placed fourth in the 2022 head of the Charles and claims bout number 1 today. He will be challenged by Riverside's Casey Hoschel, a member of the 2023 National Lightweight Quad. And it's a tough afternoon to break course records. Some did fall. This morning. So this might be a double that's going by, might be from New Haven, Laurel Kay and Laura Savarese. They may have missed the start of their race, and so they're running the course now from the champ doubles. Easy Dock is proud to be the official dock supplier and official sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. We'd like to welcome every crew to this year's event and invite you to visit the Easy Dock booth to see our low-profile dock, which exceeds FISA and U.S. rowing standards and was designed specifically for the rowing community. We do have a boat approaching Weeks Bridge. Nice corner on Weeks Bridge. Now that is someone who took the turn before the bridge. Well done. And now he's hugging that buoy line over on the Cambridge side. That is exactly how you should row this course. That is bout number 1, Seattle Scullers David Oren Smith 4th place at the 2022 Head of the Charles. Bow number 2, wearing the squiggly stripes from Riverside. That is Casey Hauschall, 2023 national team member in the lightweight men's quad, followed by bow number 3, X-Boat. That is Ashton Knight. Bow number 4, wearing the black hat, Golden State Rowing Club's Christopher Carlskund. And he is starting his 4th year of rowing. That's amazing. He's doing very, very well. Bow number 5 from Row House in Miami. That is Rodrigo Silva Urbaneja. He finished top 7 ahead of the Charles 2022. And he's striving for top 3 this year. Bow number 6, wearing the skinny stripes. That is RISD Rowing Club from Providence, Rhode Island, RISD. I didn't know they had a rowing club, and he is rowing very well. That is Michael Kiselev. He's co-founder and captain of the rowing team. Bow number 7 in the yellow boat from Potomac, Andrew Weinstein. Bow number 8 has stripes on the oars. That is a Riverside rower. That's Chris Crawley. Number 9 also in a yellow Empacher from Upper Thames Rowing in Great Britain, Tom Foster. Bow number 12 wearing yellow. That is Undine's Dylan Hartwick.
We got
13 on the Cambridge side from Narragansett. That's Elias Diabes. Green oars is bow number 16, Seattle Scullers, Perry Olix. And bow number 13 from Narragansett Boat Club, Elias DBS, is on the Cambridge side. And in the blue boat is bow number 14 from Undine, Matthew Grieshaber. Bow number 18 in the red boat is from Conshohocken. That is Justin Schmidt. Bow number 11 in the white boat from Prince William. That is Francis Robinson. The white boat is bow number 10 from Potomac, Michael Gallagher. Bow number 15 in the black boat from Nereid, Brendan Behrens. Charlie did announce this year. He's like a real live announcer. Oh my God! Like he doesn't even know anything about role. His voice is it's amazing. You sound really good though. This is you. I can't, like everyone, I can't hear myself. And I love the concha hockey. I'm from there. Are you really? Well, I will. I'm actually fine, and actually, I no longer have a spotter, so thank God. I have two chances to hear the numbers between these two, so it works, and then I have these binoculars here if I'm really in a pinch, so. We're waiting on event number 41, the Women's Championship Singles. The course record was set by Kathleen Bertko, and it's the Cambridge Boat Club plate, and the time was 18 minutes 33 seconds. Number of competitors is 25. This is one of the premier big events of the head of the Charles. Emily Calafels of Cambridge Boat Club and U.S. national team returns after a 2022 HOCR gold medal performance to defend her title. She will be again challenged by four-time Olympian and gold medalist in Tokyo, Emma Twigg, who came in just second shy of besting Calafels in this race last year. Christy Wagner, fresh off a bronze medal in the women's double at the 2023 World Championship, starts at bow number 3 with her doubles partner from Worlds, Sophia Vitas, back in bow number 5. Kara Kohler, who was 4th at the 2023 World Championship in the women's singles, starts at bow number 4. And we have our first competitor approaching Weeks Bridge. That crashing noise behind me is water dumping off the tent.
Event 41 coming down.
And that first boat through the bridge is, in fact, bow number 1 from Cambridge Boat Club, the host club of this regatta. That is Emily Calafels. She's a U23 three-time medalist in the single, two-time senior national team member in the quad. And she is followed by New Zealand's Emma Twigg. And she's consistently been one of the top scullers in the world for over a decade, with top accomplishments including winning gold at the Tokyo Olympics in the women's single. Emma has continued her top performance in 23 on the World Cup and World Championship level. Can I just note that Emma is also 36 years old? She does not appear to be slowing down. But at the moment, Cambridge Boat Club appears to be holding the margin. Well done. In the yellow boat, bow number 3, that is Orion. And Christy Wagner racing for Orion, followed by bow number 4 in the white boat, Texas Rowing Center's Kara Kohler. Bow number 6 has made a move already, And from Cambridge Boat Club, that's Michelle Shesher. And bow number 5 is the white boat with the black and blue singlet. TRC High Performance, Sophia Vitas. She was in the national team women's double. Looks like bow number 7 wearing yellow on her uni from Ukraine. That is Katerina Duchenko. And bow number 8 is pressing her from Cambridge. That's Margaret Fellows. Bow number 9, close to Cambridge Boat Club here from Sarasota. That's Molly Reckford. And bow number 10 in the green boat from Orion, Lauren O'Connor. She is nicknamed Loco and was a member of Team USA on the sculling side. In the pink boat, that is bow number 11 from Orion. That is Karina Fettner. .14 is over on the Boston side on the white boat. And that is Green Racing Project's Emily Delman. Bow number 12 in the black boat from San Diego Rowing Club. That is Mary Coletta. Bow number 13, the white boat from OKC HP Center, Sierra Sidrus. She walked on to the novice program at The Ohio State University in the fall of 2015. 18 on the outside in the yellow boat from Orion, that is Savannah Bria. And 15 is on the Cambridge side, closest to us in the white boat, that's Hannah Fitz. She says she's powered by Vermont maple syrup and data. Bow number 16 from DeWolf Boat Club. That is Sarah Mayetta. Her 10th head of the Charles. She raced her first head of the Charles in 2013 Youth 4. Raced the next 2 years in the Youth 8. And 4 years after that in the Champ Women's Lightweight 8. Bow number 22. I have no information on bow number 22. I'm so sorry. And bow number 21 in the white boat, Green Racing Projects, Sarah Busey. You might know her from Hydro. And in the yellow boat, that is bow number 23, Boston Rowing Federation, Emmeline Lawrence. Bow number 17 in the black boat from Orion, another one from Orion, Julia Batson. They are a dominant presence in this race today. Bow number 24, another entry from Orion. That is Catherine Flynn. Although, you know, that is not. That is from Riverside. That is Sarah Rowe. The numbers here are a little bit messed up, but that is definitely Riverside Stripes, and that is Sarah Rowe. How fitting she became a rower. Event number 42 is coming down the course. This is the women's lightweight single. The course record in this event has stood since 1992. Now, bow number 1 has opened up a great lead. She might be taking a run at that. And she is a local favorite from Narragansett Boat Club. This is Bridget Kennedy. And she is rowing very quickly. Nice clip, very springy. She just looks fast. Nice job, Bridget. Bow number 2 in the black boat from King's Crown in Hoboken. That's Liza Ray from Columbia University 2020. Bow number 4 in the yellow boat from Penn AC, Riona McCormick. She rowed for Boston University. Welcome home. And she knows this course. Bow number 5 is coming now from New York Athletic Club. This is Alex Moores. Represented Team USA twice in the Under-23 World Championships. Bow number 3, Texas Rowing Center, Louise Kushter, is being pressed now by bow number 7 from Conshohocken. That's Ashlyn O'Brien. Bow number 6 from Riverside, here on the river. Local favorites. That's Kelly Franklin. And in the blue boat, we have bow number 9, another Riverside member. That's Natasha Hurt. Now this is bow number 19. This may be Cicely Madden. Bow number 8 from Lake Merritt. That's Olivia Camuzzi. So it looks like we had one woman from the champ singles that rode in the lightweight event. She may have been late getting to the start for some reason, or there may have been an equipment issue, and they started her with the lightweight race, it looks. Now we're waiting on the Directors Challenge Mixed Doubles. There are 45 competitors in this event. The Directors Challenge Mixed Doubles is a fantastic event that allows for some creative pairings. Leading off at bow number 1 are last year's champions from the College Club of Seattle, Melissa Perlstein and Roy Cohn. Elizabeth Pratt and John Winter return to bow number 2. And in bow number 3, Sean Wolf teams up with Christina Cavallo, the U.S. national team member and beach sprint champion. Thank you to the Department of Conservation and Recreation, the DCR, who manages the parklands that today's races take place in. The Head of the Charles has been in partnership with the DCR since 1965 and could not pull off the race without the incredible support we receive from their organization and hardworking staff. Thank you, DCR. Savor the moments at Head of the Charles with La Crema. Join La Crema Tasting Room for finest wine experience, exclusive tasting, and elevate your weekend with La Crema's exceptional wine. Visit La Crema, the official wine of the Head of the Charles, at the Falls Bar next to the awards tent. And if wine is not your thing, LaCroix Sparkling Water is the official sparkling water of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Head down to the Attacher Row Rowing and Fitness Expo to try one of their many zero-calorie, naturally flavored waters. Rival Kit USA is delighted to be the official kit partner of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Come visit their pop-up shop, technical garments, and club kit at the Attacher Row venue. Speak to Rival Kit about supplying your club's technical kit today or visit rivalkitusa.com to see the full range of products. The Head of the Charles would like to salute the United States Marine Corps. To get more information about the Marines and to see how they build our nation's leaders and try your hand at the pull-up challenge, please stop by their booth at the Weld exhibition. And get the good life. We are proud to announce that Vineyard Vines is the official style of the 2023 Head of the Charles Regatta. Stop by their locations at the Attacher Rowing and Fitness Expo and the Weld exhibition area and check out their limited edition gear.
Oh, so the start line's here, though, right? Or that's
It is quite the route. We're further up, one bridge up from there. That's Weeks. Oh, that's Weeks. Way up there. Oh, I'm sorry. So we're the next bridge up. We're the next bridge up.
Got it. Okay.
That's that ferry turn. Yes, that is a ferry turn for sure.
Where do you think most of the crashes come?
Weeks and Elliott. Elliott probably has more. Because it's like they're both hard turns. Because you have to. BNY Mellon Investment Management, our presenting sponsor, is one of the world's leading investment management organizations, encompassing BNY Mellon's affiliated investment management firms and global distribution companies. Thank you, BNY Investment Management, for over a decade of valued partnership. And we have our first director challenge mixed double through the bridge. That is bound number 1, College Club Seattle, Melissa Perlstein and Roy Colvin. And it looks like they have about even spacing with bound number 2, Elizabeth Pratt and John Winter. And they say they're a former Olympic rower +1. I'm not sure who the +1 is. Bound number 3, also kind of even spacing here. This might have been about how they left the line. Stanford lightweight women, Sean Wolf and Christine Cavallo. Big gap these three have opened up. In fact, that is bound number 7 next. They're moving. That is Christine Molvig and Gabriela Huerta. Gabby's an Olympian from Sydney, Christian, former national Danish rowing team. And they have passed several boats. Bound number 4, the white boat with the multi-green tops, Sarasota crew. Gregory Simmons and Ann Marichal. Bound number 5 is the white boat. That's Maine Coast Rowing's Donald Townsend and Leslie Critchko. They're husband and wife. Bound number 9, white boat, blue blades, Cambridge Boat Club. And it doesn't say who they are. It says they will be newlyweds. Racing a month after their wedding, Andrew is an Olympian and Alex is a former national team. Bound number 6, black boat. Station L's Lars Ripley and Dorothy Atwood. Bound number 10. That's Janine Gmelin from Switzerland and Mark Schimmen from Switzerland. And they're rowing for Upper Thames. Looks like bow number 11 from the city of Cambridge, Christopher Ware and Kate Ware. And they were winners of the Mixed Masters C doubles at the British Rowing Championship. So I think the city of Cambridge you're talking about is not the one we're in. Just guessing. Bow number 8, Laura Fournier and Kyle Vio in the red boat is bow number 13 from San Diego, Sean Durkin and Sarah Pickus. Bow number 14 in the white boat from Nashville, that's Brinna Olshansky and Detmar Kudelwacher, two former national team members in their respective countries. Bow number 16 in the red boat, Angry Beavers, that's Charlie Inman and Sophie Blackburn. In the yellow boat, bow number 12 from Northampton, John Moss and Julie Hetler. Followed by bow number 17 in the white boat from Station L, Tara Jones and Scott Urbach. Bow number 18 in the black boat, Station L, that's Penny Long and Evan Halpern. They've been a duo for a decade with a combined 50 years of sculling. Bow number 15, black boat, white hats, Cimarron Rowing Club, Sarah Rizzer and Jamie Corman. And club based on Lake Elmo, Minnesota. Bow number 19 in the yellow Empacher, that is Station L, Lori Jensen and Philip Voles. Bonded by their love of Empachers, cheese, waffles, and the perfect finish. Bow number 20, close to the Cambridge shore, from Narragansett, that's Jean Lambert and Bjorn Stansteed. In the high vis tops, that is bow number 21 from Quinsigman Rowing Club, Harry Stongerath and Jennifer Wallingford. Approaching in a blue boat on the Boston side, Rocky Mountain Rowing Club, Karen Gress and David Stevens. Pardon me, that's 24 in the blue boat from Dallas. That's Maria Esway and Dylan Chan. About 22 is on the Cambridge side from Rocky Mountain. About 23 in the white boat. Texas Rowing's Lauren McGee and Eric Cornett. Black boat, high vis on the Boston side is Greenwich crew, Lane Marmon and Alex Thomas, and black boat high-vis jerseys on the Cambridge side is Saugatuck's Andrea Schlee and Daniel Schlee, husband and wife. Rowing together and remaining married, they say. 26 is in the white boat. Minneapolis Rowing Club, Jill Cooper and Barry Gustafson. Bow number 30, white boat, blue blades from Cambridge Boat Club. That's Cynthia Tingle and Mark Callahan. Oh, we have all kinds of boats coming now. In the high-vis pink. High-vis pink is bow number 31 from Quinsigman, Amy Mayer and Matt Beaton, former director of Environment and Energy for the state of Massachusetts. Bow number 32 in the red hats. That is Sarasota County Laura Turd Dust and Jim McNamara. In the black boat on the far side is bow number 29, and that is from Rivanna, Timothy Rooney and Stacy Reed. In the red boat, bow number 36, Bainbridge Island Rowing's Anthony Odo and Andrea Chimay. Black boat, blue tops, bow number 28 is Ostego Area Rowing, Andrea Thies, Langhorn, and Keith Langhorn. Black boat number 35, red hats. Sarasota, James Body and Jill Vitkus. And bow number 34, they're swapping paint there in the high vis. Bow number 34, Saugatuck, Bill Gardner and Kit Huber. Red boat number 37 from Mendota. That is Lila Middlefort and Andrew Kellen. Bow number 38 is the white boat from Nereid. Arthur Ware and Sylvia Hellu. Well, that little gaggle went relatively well. Bow number 39 in the red boat from Lake Oswego Community Rowing. That's Nathan Skalski and Rosalind Sitz. Followed by bow number 40 in the black from St. Catharines, Vanessa Moores and Brian Thorne. Oh, that is bow number 42 in the black boat with the blue blades. Cambridge Boat Club's Margareta Zeza and Carlo Zeza, incredible competitors that often win their events. Margareta is 66 and Carlo is 87. And they're fast. Bow number 45 approaching in the yellow Empacher from Swan Creek. That's Steve Platt and Andrea Dinnan. Ready for a waterfall.
Yours is bad.
It's a bad part. Horrible
It's just like a lot. 40? Yep.
That was 4-0. And that is bow number 40 coming now. St. Catherine's, Vanessa Moores and Brian Thorne.
44 is coming in on the inside. 40 right here? Deep in. On the base.
40 approaching. Ready. Mark.
Thank you very much for the help with the numbers.
No problem.
It's a little dicey.
Yeah.
And bow number 44 is approaching the dock. From Avalon, this is Catherine Yeager and John Leisinger. Catherine and John are racing together for the first time. They met last year at Masters Worlds in France and fell for each other. She's primarily a sculler and he's a sweep rower, and they've learned that a dash of humor and grace goes a long way to make a successful pair. We are awaiting event number 44, Paramixed PR34s. Course record, U.S. Para-National Team. The Ellen Minsner Trophy. There are 2 competitors in this event. Do not mistake this small field of 2 entries for anything less than a spectacular display of the top U.S. para-rowing talent in the PR3 category. This collection of athletes altogether have amassed a whopping 6 Paralympic silver medals and 16 World Championship medals, 1 gold and 15 silver. Each crew is in their original international lineup, and starting at bow number 1 are the silver medalists from this year's World Championships. With that silver medal, they also secured a spot for the U.S. in the PR3 Mixed 4 at the 2024 Paris Paralympic Games. Averaging just age 20, most of this crew, save Ben Washburn, who graduated from Williams College last spring. Crew members Alex Flynn from Tufts, Sage Harper from Sacred Heart, Skylar Dahl from University of Virginia, and coxswain Emily Eldracker from MIT all are pulling double duty this weekend for Team USA and their college programs. Starting right behind them is bow number 2, the veterans who have returned from Tokyo Paralympic Games, and some with the intent of competing for one of those coveted seats on the 2024 Paralympic crew next year. Led by coxswain Karen Petrick from URI, and her experienced multiple medal winning crew are John Tanguay from Columbia, Charlie Norden from Gonzaga, Danny Hansen from UW, and Allie Riley from URI. This is the first time these crews have gone head-to-head, setting the stage for a very competitive race today.
They just passed Riverside. The first one on 44, and 45 has launched as well. Is the start as well. So you probably have like 3 to 4 minutes. You can look through, you can see if that one's open. But that one's not open then. Oh, it's a beautiful brick wall right where you know. I haven't been in like prior renovations.
Yeah, so the cameras will come with us. The HDMI is going to stay here. The lights are going to stay here. Yeah, but just the cameras can stay. So, and then that's not ours. sort that out later.
Are we disconnecting the audio cable? But because that's connected to Sonic, so can we use that in the thing? To disconnect the audio and then use it in the thing? Oh, sure. There's more? Do you want more?
No, I've got this one. I installed.
Sure.
I think the audio, I think that's right. They were saying.
Because this is our audio jack
Yeah.
coming out of it.
Did you say, or sorry, did Grant or Brendan say that the audio cable sticks in here at the box?
It should probably.
Yeah.
I would say.
I would call Grant. Just to make sure, but yeah. We have 2 more events, right?
Yes, Pararowing events.
So the pair events. What kind of people row the pair events?
That has wins missing usually. That's pretty cool. So there's that for them. So there's power mixed fours. Mixed and fusions. I'm not sure what that means. I forget. I used to know.
Those are like a different.
Yeah,
but I couldn't. Never seen. Never searched this out.
I can't figure out whether I want to try more or not. I just really want to get more in bed. And I'm going to say,
Yeah, like mechanically, like how does it work? Did we say a lead that HC might be here though? Cool, sounds good. We'll keep that in mind. Think that.
We do have the first boat coming through. Again, this is the Para Mixed PR34s. And this is bow number 1 from U.S. Rowing. Emily Eldracker, Ben Washburn, Sage Harper, Skylar Dahl, and Alex Flynn, silver medalists from the 2023 World Rowing Championships in Belgrade, Serbia. Ben Washburn and Skylar Dahl are newcomers to the crew, while the veterans are Sage Harper, Alex Flynn, and coxswain Emily Aldracker. Fun fact, Emily also was the U.S. flag bearer at the opening ceremony of the 2023 World Championships in Belgrade. And they are being pursued By bow number 2, Old Glory Boat Club. Karen Petrick, Allie Riley, Danielle Hansen, and Charlie Norden and John Tangay. Tokyo Paralympic Games silver medal crew. This crew was the lone medalist for the U.S. in Tokyo Olympics or Paralympic Games. The crew were together for the 2019 World Championships as well. Karen Petrick and Allie Riley competed for the University of Rhode Island, Danny Hansen for University of Washington, now of hydro fame, and Charlie Norden for Gonzaga, and John Tangay for Columbia. Each athlete in a paracrew must have qualifying physical or visual disability. PR3 is a classification category where athletes use their legs, trunk, and arms in the rowing stroke and do not require significant equipment modifications.
Anything goes. Sorry. I need to call actually Brett to see if he can get there.
That would be dangerous.
Okay, here we go. This is event 45. They're the ones off. Scheduling problem.
Coming up right very fast.
Bow number 1 was leading that race. That's Unity Boat Club. Annalise Ludvigsen, Cole Hundlet, Leslie Collins, Skylar Smith, and Luke Arnold. Bow number 2 from NorCal was Blessing Tung, Catherine Myers, Josh Trammell, and Troy McFadden. Bow number 4. From Port Rowing, that's Aaron Bosgang and Jacqueline Smith. Bow number 1 was Unity Boat Club, Annalise Ludvigsen, Cole Hundlet, Leslie Collins, Skylar Smith, and Luke Arnold. Bow number 2 from NorCal, Blessing Tongue, Catherine Myers, Josh Trammell, and Troy McFadden. Bow number 4 just went by us, and that was Gina Leishweiner, Andrew McClellan, and Daniel Sullivan. And I don't have information on Kathy, who is in the boat. But Gina, Kathy, Andy, and Dana have over 70 years of collective experience as masters and para rowers. Each medaled at this year's Masters Nationals, but are rowing together for the first time at the head of the Charles Regatta. This event is similar to the previous event. However, the inclusion events allow for mixed ability crews, meaning that each crew has a combination of athletes with and without disabilities. The inclusion events were held in the head of the Charles for the first time in 2015 and have steadily grown over the years. And this year's regatta features the strongest field ever in both the inclusion fours and inclusion doubles. Inclusion rowing makes events like the head of the Charles more accessible to a broader range of people by combining experienced rowers with athletes with disabilities. Unity Boat Club started this event at bow number 1, followed by newcomers to the inclusion scene, NorCal. The CRI Inclusion 4 at bow number 3 features Matt McLaughlin, who won the inaugural Head of the Charles Inclusion Double back in 2015 with his partner, Josh Crosby, along with his longtime teammate, Tom Disculo. And this is bow number 3 in the red boat. From Community Rowing, local favorites. Matt McLaughlin and Tom Disculo row with CRI's para program and were among the first athletes to compete in inclusion races at the head of the Charles. Today they are rowing with 2 women from Potomac Boat Club, Barbara Plum and Alicia Waters, and a CRI Comp Girls Cox, Evelyn Mace, who's 15 years old. The boat is coached by Lucy Battle. Now you can see your coxswain urging them forward here, steering a very nice line down this course. It is so difficult to row this race when you don't have other boats on top of you. So these races that have small numbers in them, it's very, very difficult for these athletes to be motivated. When there's a boat behind you, it tends to push you along a bit faster. The next event, number 46, is the para mixed inclusion doubles. The course record was set by Hauser and Scott, 19 minutes 11 seconds, and that was in 2021. And there are 27 competitors in this event. This field of 27 inclusion doubles is the largest in the regatta's history of the event. The inclusion double got its start in 2015 as a way to expand access beyond the Paralympic disciplines and include a broader range of disabilities in the competition. In the inclusion doubles, the bow seat typically acts as a guide rower in addition to being a competing member of the crew. The event today has several divisions within it, and the main distinction being para. Both athletes have a qualifying disability, and inclusion. One athlete has a qualifying disability, the other does not. And among these two divisions, we have 3 para rowing categories. PR3, these crews will use sliding seats. PR2, a fixed seat category where the para rower uses their full upper body only. And PR1, another fixed seat category where the para rower uses a fixed seat and just their upper trunk and arms when competing. BNY Mellon Investment Management, our presenting sponsor, is one of the world's leading investment management organizations, encompassing BNY Mellon's affiliated investment management firms and global distribution companies. Thank you, BNY Investment Management, for over a decade of valued partnership. Take your performance to the next level at 776 BC, your performance destination at the Head of the Charles Regatta. Shop their exclusive Head of the Charles collection featuring unisuit, tech shirt, vest, and be the first to access their exclusive The Boys in the Boat collection, developed in partnership with MGM Pictures to celebrate the upcoming release of the motion picture in theaters Christmas Day. The Head of the Charles is proud to announce Cenegenics as premier sponsor for this year's regatta. Featuring the latest advancements in medical diagnostics and performance health age management, Cenegenics helps you reverse your biological age, partnering with you to achieve peak fitness, focus, and energy. Visit thecenegetics.com to learn more about their customized health optimization programs and schedule a performance health assessment for yourself. Easy Dock is proud to be the official dock supplier and official sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. We'd like to welcome every crew to this year's event and invite you to visit the Easy Dock booth to see our low-profile dock, which exceeds FISA and U.S. rowing standards and was designed specifically for the rowing community. Thank you to Meet Boston for the continued support of the Head of the Charles Regatta. The Meet Boston mission is to elevate Boston's vibrant neighborhoods and diverse people, amplifying their stories and sharing them locally and across the globe. Be sure to stop by the Weld exhibition and visit the Meet Boston truck. We are now waiting on event 46, Para Mixed Inclusion Doubles. There are 27 competitors in this event. The course record was set by M. Hauser and M. Scott, 19 minutes, 11 seconds in 2021. Like many of the other races today, there is plenty of experience in this event, and with 27 boats, we're very excited to see this event expand.
Everyone has started. He's going.
Bless you. You all right? That's a little ground.
He almost went over the railing.
They've all pooped.
It's nice that there's a few people on the bridges, but yeah.
I'm sure the teams are connected with these boats.
Oh, here we go.
They're moving. That's a good thing.
These are right in the way.
Oh yeah, pulling for geese. You gotta love it.
You can see that one goose that's like, oh nope, okay. What's the bow number here?
We have a boat through the bridge, and it is certainly moving along. And that is bow number 1 from Portland Boat Club in Oregon. Carrie Connell and Todd Voigt. Carrie used to row here at Riverside Boat Club. It's exciting to see her back on the river. Todd won silver at the 2023 World Rowing Championships in the PR3 mixed double, qualifying the boat for Paris in 2024. And Carrie is Todd's able-bodied training partner from back home in Oregon.
There's that. Just feathers. It's like somebody did a. Somebody hit a feather pill with a bat.
It's always an experience to have that happen. Like the first time it happened in your boat.
Yeah.
Now they have opened up an impressive lead here on the field, which is now coming much closer together. 3 more boats have come through the bridge at Weeks. Bow number 2 in the red boat from Cambridge Boat Club, Brooke Wolford and Andrew Wygren. Andy competed at the 2019 and 2022 World Rowing Championships in the PR3 Mixed 4 with Coxon. Brooke coaches at PNRA Mercer and competed in the Coastal World Championships last year. And bow number 3, who looks to be maybe about even spacing from them from what they might have been sent off at the start at. That is Gordon Rowings, Grant Varink, and Caleb Bresley. Gordon College has sent competitive inclusion and paracruise to the Dad Vale Regatta each year. And bow number 5 has made a move. And they are rowing under head of the Charles. This is Dieter Rossley and Will Stoddard. They represented South Africa at the Paralympics in Rio in the PR3 Mixed Coxed 4. He's a rowing inclusion representing the University of Johannesburg, South Africa, at the head of the Charles with local partner Will Stoddard, who rows for Bromfield Acton Boxborough under coach Holly Hatton. Bow number 4 in the blue boat, Port Rowing. That's Aaron Bosgang and Jacqueline Smith. Jacqueline Smith is the head coach at LIU Post. led to silver women's novice 4 at 2023 Dad Vales. Smith was a member of the U.S. Para Team in 2013 to 2020, two-time world champion and 2016 Paralympic silver medalist in the LTA 4+. Aaron Bosgang is a varsity boys head coach at Port Rowing, former Yale lightweight Eastern Sprints 2019 Job Cup champion, New York State champion for Port. Bow number 6 is on the Cambridge side. That's Three Rivers, Steph Sidlick, another former Riverside member, and Aiden Porter. This husband and wife double looks to build on their 2022 result and continue to create more speed in the 2023 race. Aiden competed at the U.S. Para Trial. Stephanie is an associate professor of chemistry at Carnegie Mellon. Aiden is a pediatric nephrologist at University of Pittsburgh Medical Center. Bow number 7 is on the Cambridge side. You'll notice there's some red, white, and blue blades on that boat. From Canberra, that's Corne de Konig and Catherine Ross. Catherine Ross is an Australian 4-time Paralympian and silver medalist. Kat and Konig are coached by world champion and coach and Paralympian Australian coxswain Renee Domashens. In the red boat, that is bow number 9 from Catawba. That's Henry Durand and Kate Cavaza. Thank you. Bow number 11 is on the Boston side from Triangle Rowing, Brady Hart and Patrick Newman. And bow number 8 is over on the far Boston side. That is West Side Rowing Club's Ian Shucken and Madison Eberhard. And bow number 13 is coming quickly here. White boat, and Stroke is wearing a lovely teal top. And that Three Rivers, that is Alicia Barris. And I don't know who she's rowing with. I'm sad to say, because they look very good, and they're moving very well. Bow number 15 in the middle of the river in the black boat with the maroonish top and bow is Capital Rowing Club, Stella Smith and Lauren Fish. Capital is excited to have a second boat racing in this event. Lauren participated in the U.S. national team trials this year in the PR3 women's pair. Bow number 10 with striped blades. That is Rocky Mountains, Natalie Ormond and Diane Straub. Diane Straub rowed for Ohio State University and was last at head of the Charles in her 20s. She returned last year to masters rowing. Natalie Orman learned to row in Bonn, Germany on the Rhine 10 years ago and is creating a new club called Peak Rowing. Bow number 16 in the white boat. That is Endeavor Racing Alliance's David Peters and Aaron Jewell. Aaron Jewell rode in college at San Diego State, remained very athletic through her 20s and 30s and into her 40s when she experienced a severe dehydration episode and collapsed, crashing into her kitchen island. Her status is semi-quadriplegic. She came back to rowing during COVID restrictions and continues to find more range of motion. In the white boat is 14 from Capital Rowing Club, Ingrid Clark Marshall and Ibram Onifeko. And in the red boat is 19. From Community Rowing, local favorites, that's Cassandra Eddy and Brooke Moss. Cass Eddy started rowing at Skidmore and then attended college there. She's recently become a para-rowing trainer at CRI with the Para High Performance Group under Coach Beth Knoll. It's her first head of the Charles as a para-athlete and as a sculler. Number 17 in the silver boat, that is Hawkeye Community Rowing, James Duncan and Emily Yang. And in that orange boat, that's bow number 18, Westside Rowing Club, Patricia Mangan and Andrew Mangan. Andrew represented the U.S. at the 2022 and 23 World Championships in the PR1 men's single sculls, rowing today with his sister Mary, who rowed for Nardin Academy for 4 years and is currently a Radcliffe lightweight rower, which explains the huge cheering section on the dock. Bow number 17, red boat, some blue blades in there. Hawkeye Community Rowing, James Duncan and Emily Yang. James Duncan is a PR2 rower out of Iowa City rowing with Hawkeye Community Rowing. He participated in the U.S. Rowing Para Development Camp last fall and won the men's PR2 single at the 2023 Youth National Championships. His partner today is Emily Yang, who rows for Acton Boxborough. Bow number 21 is a red boat with red blades. From Great Britain, that is Sudbury, Sophie Brown and Valentin Petro. She was the first adaptive rower at Sudbury Rowing Club in the UK, was the first adaptive rower to win at Women's Henley, and went on to win twice more this year, dedicated to racing in able-bodied category. Second appearance at the HOCR. You can hear more in her own voice in an interview with Steady State Network, but really just like anyone else, she says she's just wobbly. This is Sophie's second head of the Charles. Her partner this year is Valentin Petro, an accomplished rower out of Riverside Boat Club. $25 is on the Cambridge side, and that is Fort Collins, Adrian Berlin and Daniel Berlin, visually impaired father Dan with son Adrian as his guide. In 2021, they completed the Boston Marathon together. And they are in a heated race right now with bow number 20 out of Community Rowing. That's Noah Bloom and Megan Brundage. This is Noah's second head of the Charles after qualifying for a guaranteed entry last year's head of the Charles. Megan Brundage is a very familiar face on the Charles and is founder of the Women's Rowers Professional Network. She is a research scientist at Moderna Pharmaceuticals when she's not out on the Charles. Bow number 22 in the white boat. That is Unity Boat Club Spencer Sprague. Unity Boat Club is a program dedicated to unlocking potential through its unity and inclusion in rowing. UBC takes a three-pronged approach to enriching the lives of athletes and their sport itself by integrating youth, military, and adaptive teams into one goal. Today, Coach Spencer Sprague rows with Adeline Lee, who rows with CRI's Para Group. Two more boats battling it out down the course here. Bow number 24 over on the Boston side from Community Rowing. That is Lisa Chango and Narika Mehta. Lisa has visual and hearing impairment and uses her experience to pioneer assistive technology through her work at Perkins School for the Blind. This is Lisa Chango, second head of the Charles. She is an adaptive technology trainer at Perkins School, and she rows CRI and is partnered with Narika Mehta, a longtime inclusion rower out of CRI. And bow number 27 wearing a white boat with blue, and that is from Northampton. I do not have their names other than another Steckel team, a mother-daughter double. Bow number 23 is the white boat wearing blue from Adapted Rowing from Philadelphia. This is Maya Rosenberger. She's 16. Maya Rosenberger made a notable entrance into the rowing scene in her first season with Philadelphia Adapted Rowing. At the 2023 Beata Regatta, she secured first place in the women's 2X, or the women's double inclusion event, and followed with a second place in the women's PR2 single event. Maya is a student at the Academy of Notre Dame de Namur and participated in the U.S. Para Mini Camp this summer. And that is the end of racing today. Thank you very much, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.